I'm only faking when I get it right. Soundgarden. Chapter 15. Kenzie gives the ramen noodles a stir, keeping an eye on the timer so she doesn't overcook them. Even an extra 10 seconds can turn them into mush. She has 9 more packages of instant ramen in the cupboard, as they're always 5 for $1 at the cash and carry, and they have to last her a week. Tonight's flavor? Beef. The noodles will make her puffy tomorrow, but she doesn't care. She has at least 3 Instagram-worthy photos in her phone from her hotel stay, none of them selfies. She knows her angles, and she's good with her camera timer, and with a little editing, they'll be ready for posting. Derek asked her once what the point of it all was, and why she cared so much if 50,000 strangers liked her. But it's not about being liked. People can hate you because you're famous, yet still care what you're up to, who you're dating, what you're wearing, where you're going. A hate follow is still a follow. It's about visibility, the importance of being seen. These days, who you are online is almost as good as who you are in real life. But why? He'd pressed, confused. Do you make money from this? I've gotten some products for free, she said. But if I can get my account up to 100,000 followers, I might start getting paid to advertise. I know an influencer who got most of her wedding and honeymoon expenses covered thanks to her 2 million follower reach. All she had to do was photograph everything and tag all the vendors. It was weird explaining it to someone, especially someone with a minimal social media presence. Most people she knew understood the robust Instagram ecosystem that existed between influencers and followers and companies trying to sell them a better lifestyle than the one they already had. Or, at the very least, the appearance of a better lifestyle. Derek's company had all the social media accounts, of course, which he never checked. They were managed by an intern in the marketing department. Online, I can be anyone I want to be, she said. I can control everyone else's perception of who I am. I'm in charge of the narrative. And that matters because it does, she said. It's how we remind other people that we exist. Do you post your art online? Never, she said. My art, I don't give away for free. Derek was giving her a funny look. Yeah, I don't get it, he said. Then he poked her in the side, and that's when she realized he was messing with her. She smacked him with a pillow. Shut up, she said. This is what the cool kids do, old man. The timer beeps, and Kenzie turns off the stove, moving the pot to a cold burner. She tears open the seasoning packet with her teeth and sprinkles the powder in, stirring one last time before transferring the noodles to a bowl. There is no nutritional value in anything she's about to eat. But just like the bare-naked ladies would still eat Kraft dinner if they had $1 million, so too will Kenzie continue to eat instant ramen if she ever marries Derek. Holy shit. Did she actually just think that? Marry Derek? What the hell is happening to her? Really and truly, it was never supposed to come to this. When they first met 6 months ago, met officially, anyway, Derek had no idea who Kenzie was. He didn't remember her. She didn't exist to him before the day he first walked into the Green Bean. The coffee shop wasn't busy, and she remembers watching through the windows as a metallic black Maserati parallel parked at the curb right outside the front door. In the University District, where the majority of the Green Bean's customers were students and hospital shift workers, a Maserati, even in an understated color, stood out. Derek strode in, tall and well-dressed in his tailored suit and shiny black shoes, hair perfect, leather laptop bag slung over one broad shoulder, appearing every inch the successful businessman he was. Kenzie recognized him right away. He was the guy from the market. Every other week for close to a year, he would stop by the Taquitos Hermanos food truck at the west end of Pike Place Market, which is where Kenzie worked when she first moved to Seattle for grad school. Carlos and Joey paid her in cash at the end of every shift, and she went wherever the truck went. Food festivals, concerts, even a couple of outdoor weddings. It was a fun way to earn money without having to pay taxes, and the best part was she could eat anything she wanted for free. On Saturdays, the truck had a regular spot at Pike Place. Skirt steak, extra guac, extra cheese, extra tomatoes," Derek would say when he reached the window every time. The taco was $4, and he'd always pay with a 5 and stick the rest in the tip jar. She had no idea he was rich back then. Dressed in jeans and a windbreaker, he looked like everybody else, and sometimes he came to the food truck with his kid. If he did, sometimes he'd buy the kid a churro. And then his son got kidnapped, and he stopped coming. And then Carlos sold the taco truck. Kenzie knew about the kidnapping, of course. It was all over the news, and the police were all over the market. A cop came by the truck and asked everyone if they'd seen a little boy in a reindeer sweater anywhere in the vicinity. Carlos and Joey hadn't seen anything. They did all the cooking and rarely interacted with customers. When the cop showed Kenzie the kid's picture, she shook her head. She would have recognized Derek if she'd been shown his photo, but kids were largely invisible. She had never really looked at Derek's son. It wasn't until she was home later that she saw the link for the news alert on Facebook with the same picture she'd been shown earlier. Same kid, same sweater. Farther down the page was a photo of his parents, and that's when she connected the dots. "Ty, look!" She'd turned her laptop so her roommate could see the screen. He was sitting beside her on the sofa, head buried in his phone. "This is the kid they asked me about today, the one who got kidnapped at the market." Ty gave the screen a quick glance and murmured something that, in tone at least, sounded sympathetic. But he was immersed in his own little world, obsessing over a potential love interest who was ignoring his texts. Derek and his wife had just given a statement on TV, begging for the public's help in finding their son. The story was crazy, both horrible and exciting, the exact kind of thing that Netflix would make a documentary about one day. A couple of the clickbait headlines read, "Son of Power Organic CEO Kidnapped in Broad Daylight," and "Celebrity hairstylist of J-Lo pleads with public to find her missing child." The reward for any information leading to finding their son was $1 million. But they never found him. When Derek first approached the counter at the Green Bean about 9 months later, he looked fine, normal. No different from the 24 times she'd served him a taco at the market. But this time, up close, he seemed hollow. He seemed to have aged a decade, not in appearance, but in demeanor. Kenzie smiled at him brightly, wondering if he would recognize her from the taco truck and say something like, "Hey, you work here now?" But he wasn't looking at her. He was looking above her head at the coffee menu. He ordered a dark roast drip, black. It came to $2.20, and he handed her a 10 and told her to keep the change. "This is way too much," she said, handing it all back to him. He smiled absently, his eyes meeting hers for only the briefest of seconds, and then he dumped it all into the tip jar. He sat at one of the small tables by the window, opened his laptop, and was still working when she went on her break 30 minutes later. She removed a cookie from the case, placed it on a plate, and brought it over to him. "Cookie of the day," she said, "dark chocolate chip. It's delicious and totally worth the carbs. I wish I could say it's on me, but technically it's on you since you tipped so big." He looked up, surprised. She'd forgotten how good-looking he was, his face clean-shaven and chiseled, dark eyes reflecting gold from the sunlight seeping in through the window beside him. Some men don't age well. They get paunchy from too much fried food or ruddy from too much alcohol. That wasn't the case with Derek. He was going the Bradley Cooper route. No trace of Russell Crowe whatsoever. "You didn't have to do that," he said. "If you don't eat it, I will, and I've already had 2. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Want to split it?" "All yours." She turned to leave, then paused. "You don't remember me, do you?" He tilted his head. "You do look a little familiar." Kenzie knew the difference between truth and politeness, and she grinned. "Bullshit. You have no idea who I am, and that's totally okay," she added when he opened his mouth to protest. "Nice to know I made an impression after seeing you practically every weekend for a year." A slight exaggeration, but whatever. "Did you just say bullshit to a customer? You gonna tell on me?" It was her turn to cock her head. "We have a suggestion box on the counter if you want to make a complaint about my language." "Really?" "No," she said with a smile. "Not really." He leaned back in his chair and looked at her as if seeing her for the first time. She found herself holding her breath. Some men enjoy sass. Some are intimidated by it. Kenzie was betting he was in the first category. Guy in a suit like that, driving a car like that, he's not used to people messing with him like this. Most people wouldn't have the balls. It worked. "Okay, I give up," he said. "Where do I know you from?" "Taquitos Hermanos." His face stayed blank. "The taco truck at Pike Place? You always ordered the same thing, carne asada, extra spicy, extra guac, with cheese." He still seemed clueless, and finally she laughed. "I mean, wow. Either you're terrible with faces or I'm that forgettable." "Wait, I remember." His face darkened a little. It's been a long time since I've been to the market. "I do remember you. Your hair was different." "It was blue then," she said, fingering her blonde locks. "It looks a lot better now," he said, and when she raised an eyebrow, he flushed. "Sorry, that came out wrong." "Wrong meaning rude?" Shit. I meant blonde, blue, it looks great either way." "Did you just say shit to a barista? And here I gave you a free cookie. Now it's free? I thought you paid for it with the huge tip I gave you." "Wow!" "You know what? I'm just gonna sit here and shut up." "That may be your best option." Their eyes met, and both of them burst out laughing. "Mackenzie," she said, holding out her hand. "You can call me Kenzie. For today, anyway. I'm sure the minute you leave, I'll cease to exist to you." "Derek." He reached a hand out. She shook it, noticing he held hers a couple of seconds longer than was necessary, and I don't think that's possible now. He released her hand, somewhat reluctantly, and she glanced down at his. He was wearing a wedding ring. He noticed her noticing and dropped his hand into his lap so it was no longer visible. He needn't have worried. It's a myth that wedding rings prevent women from hitting on men. Some women are drawn to wedding rings like moths to a flame. For those women, the ring is exactly what they're looking for. After that first meeting, Derek started coming into the coffee shop every few days, and then every other day, and she couldn't get over how different he seemed from the guy she remembered from the market. The guy at the market was so full of life and vigor, it radiated in the way he moved. The new version of Derek was haunted, lonely, and aching to talk to someone who wasn't going to ask him anything about what was haunting him. At that point, she hadn't let on that she knew about his son. She and Derek had never exchanged last names. "Are you on a break?" he said a couple of weeks later, when Kenzie came out from behind the counter without her apron. "Have a seat. Take a load off." "Are you sure? I didn't mean to interrupt." He had his laptop open, and all she could see was a spreadsheet filled with numbers. "Please interrupt." To punctuate his point, he shut his laptop and moved it to the side, then pulled out the chair opposite him. She took a seat, and they smiled at each other. She gazed at him openly. "What?" he asked. "Something on my face? Did I cut myself shaving this morning and nobody told me?" "You've been in here a lot lately," she said. "My coworker thinks you have a crush on me." He stopped, his face reddening. "I'm too old for you." "And too married." He looked down at his wedding ring, twisting it with his other hand. "Yeah, that too." He looked back up at her with a rueful smile. "I like coming here. I used to live a few blocks from here back in college. It reminds me of less complicated times. That was a million years ago, by the way." "Yeah? What programs did they offer back then? How to make fire? Mating rituals of woolly mammoths?" He laughed. "I double majored in business and math." "That sounds awful." She looked through the window at his car and chuckled. "But I guess that's why you drive the Batmobile and I take the bus." "What did you just say?" "Batmobile." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on. You're a man of a certain age. Batman should be right up your—" "My son used to call it that," Derek said, looking out at the car. "The Batmobile. He was absolutely delighted when I drove it home the first day. Wife hated it immediately, said it was too flashy and that it made me look like a dick. But I'd had a great year, and I bought it in a moment of spontaneity. When she saw the look on Sebastian's face, though, she relented. That's why I can't bring myself to get rid of it. Kenzie didn't know what to say at first. It didn't feel right to pretend she didn't know about Sebastian, but his pain was so palpable. She was worried she might say something and make it worse. "He's the Robin to your Batman," she said after a moment. "I believe he'll ride in it again one day." His head snapped back toward her. "You know about my son?" She nodded slowly. "It was all over the news. I was actually at the market the day it happened. The cops showed us his picture, but none of us saw anything." She bit her lip. "I'm so sorry, Derek. I didn't know how to mention it, or even if I should mention it. The first time you walked in here, I remembered you right away." She almost added, "And I remembered your son, but that would be too much. That would be a lie." He held her gaze. "Thank you for telling me." "We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to." Kenzie turned and looked at the Maserati again. "But I'm with you all the way. The Batmobile absolutely must stay." That brought a smile to Derek's lips. "So, what are you studying?" "I'm in art school, doing an MFA in furniture design, but my first love is painting." "There's no master's degree for painting?" "Sure there is," she said, "but the best way to be a better painter is to keep painting. Art is subjective. It resonates or it doesn't, and I don't need more training. I need more practice." "Explains why you always look at me the way you do," Derek said. "You're observant. A true artist." "How would you know? You haven't seen my stuff." "Yet." She paused, smiling, holding his gaze. "And that isn't why I look at you the way I do." His breath caught in his throat. "Anyway, I'm done for the day," she said. "Thought I'd grab some lunch. Have you eaten?" He shook his head. "I don't know if you're into Cuban food, but there's an amazing little hole-in-the-wall place a few blocks away. The lines at lunchtime are insane, but they do incredible—" "Are you talking about Phoenix?" Kenzie smiled, surprised. "You know the place? I swear their pulled pork Caribbean sandwich is life." "Know it? I'm invested in it. Let's go." "Are you joking?" "I'm a 25% equity partner." "Oh my God." She stood as he packed up his computer. "Does that include all the free sandwiches you want?" "No, I pay for those. But I never have to wait in line." He winked, then pulled out his phone to call the restaurant as they headed for the door. "Hey, Jeremy, it's Derek." "I'm good, man, you?" "Great. Let me have 2 Caribbeans, extra peppers, and a side of yucca fries. If there's a free table outside, save it for me. Just a small one, only 2 of us. We'll be there in 5 minutes." Her shoulder rubbed against his chest as she stepped through the door of the Green Bean. She had never stood that close to him before, and she realized for the first time how much taller than her he was. And at 5'10", she's not exactly short. "Caribbean sandwiches and no waiting in line?" "I think I love you," she said under her breath, but loud enough for him to hear as he held the door open. "Now wouldn't that make me the luckiest guy in the world?" Derek said. Spark. That's when Kenzie knew she had him. Chapter 16. The apartment is quiet when Kenzie gets home from her shift at the Green Bean. Tyler's door is shut. She presses her ear to the thin particle board and hears him snoring. She heard him come in at 5 this morning, right as she was getting up for work, but they didn't speak. Getting in at that hour, she can only assume he hooked up with someone he met at the bar last night. It's obvious her roommate is mad at her, and she can't blame him, not after she bailed on their Hill House marathon. They share a 700-square-foot apartment, yet they almost never see each other anymore. She misses him, and she's lonely. She hasn't heard from Derek in 2 days. As much as she wants to, she cannot text him. He has to text her. There are rules with married men, and they get upset when you break them. She settles onto the sofa with a brownie she stole from the coffee shop. Come on, they all steal food. And turns on the TV. Every afternoon at 2 p.m., if she's home, she watches The Young and the Restless. She's not really invested in the show's storylines, but she used to watch it as a little girl with her grandmère. Buford jumps up onto her lap, purring his delight at her return home, and she strokes his fur. While her cat isn't nearly as comforting as her grandmother was, he's pretty close. "Why do you watch this?" she can remember asking Grandmère when she was 10. She was confused by all the rich people, with their perfect makeup and perfect hair, who couldn't seem to find happiness no matter what they did. "They're always stabbing each other in the back. They're nothing like us." "They are very much like us, ma chère." Her grandmother had motioned for her to get under the blanket, the same one she'd kept on her sofa since Kenzie was born. "The only difference is, they have money." "But he's mean to her." Kenzie pointed to the screen where the richest man was saying something callous to the woman who was hoping to be his wife, for the second time. "He's cruel." "Ah, ma petite ange." Her grandmother pulled her in for a snuggle. "Poor men can be just as cruel. You can get your heart broken by a poor man just as easily as a rich one. We know what it's like to be poor, oui? There's no nobility in it, none whatsoever. When you grow up, you find yourself a rich man. You stand a better chance of survival when he leaves." Wherever JR is right now, he's probably watching Y&R too. Sometimes they text back and forth when it's on, but they haven't done that in a while. Since she met Derek, JR has largely pulled away. It hurts her, but she understands why. It's different with Derek, and for once, JR isn't interfering. He used to refer to her other married boyfriends as sad, bored sacks of money. But with Derek, he's largely withheld his opinion. She told JR about her new boyfriend a few months back when they met for a beer in their hometown after she'd visited her mother. "Who's the sucker this time?" he'd asked. When she told him Derek's name, JR was shocked. "The guy who owns the company that makes those protein bars they sell at Safeway? The one whose kid went missing?" "Same one." "Jesus Christ, MK," he said. Everybody in town called him JR, but he was the only one in the world who called her MK, and secretly, she'd always loved it. It's one thing to scam a dude like Paul. Guy was a douchebag from the start, whatever, who gives a shit. But the guy with the missing kid? That's... He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. He was right. "I know," she said. "Nothing's going to happen. He's too... I don't know." Broken was the word that came to mind, but she liked Derek as a person. It felt disloyal to say it out loud. "He's grieving," JR said. They'd sat in silence for a while. She watched as he stared into his beer thoughtfully, wondered if he'd want to have sex later. When he turned her down, gently but still, she kicked herself for continuing to try with him when all JR did was remind her that she was never going to be the one. Her grandmère had been right. Might as well get your heart broken by a rich man. Kenzie's had her heart broken twice. The first time was the day her father walked out on her mother, when Kenzie was only 12. He left them for a woman half his age. Her mother, who hadn't worked since Kenzie was born, was forced to take a job she hated. In a small town, job prospects were scarce, and she ended up working as a night cleaner for several local businesses. Kenzie's father died of a heart attack 2 years ago. She found out through Facebook when her estranged aunt shared the announcement her stepmother had posted, along with details of the memorial service. Kenzie did not attend. She'd said her goodbyes a long time ago. The second heartbreak was JR. He was never her boyfriend, but he was her first love, a guy from her hometown whose family knew her family. They hooked up the summer before she left for college. She lost her virginity to him on a blanket on the grass by the river under the stars, and it was every bit as fucking romantic as a country song. "Am I going to see you again?" she'd asked him afterward as she pulled her underwear and shorts back on. She felt sore, but in a good way, an adult way. There was a light breeze fluttering the leaves of the trees. The moon was a crescent, casting almost no light, but it made the stars shine brighter. "Of course you will," he said. "We'll both be back for Thanksgiving, and we'll talk all the time between now and then." But they didn't. He didn't. She left for college the next day, and for the next month, JR didn't return any of her calls or texts. The only time he picked up the phone was when she used her roommate's cell phone to call him, and he expressed polite surprise at hearing from her, but otherwise sounded distant. Kenzie got the hint. It was over, whatever it had been. It was clear that JR didn't want a relationship, and though she'd worked hard at keeping her expectations low, the confirmation that it would never be anything more nearly ruined her. She was knocked sideways by the pain. She didn't know she could hurt like that she could give herself to someone who could throw her away so easily, and it felt even worse than her dad leaving. Her only comfort was that they lived far apart, and she'd probably never have to see him again. Except she did see him again. JR stopped by her mother's house on Thanksgiving weekend and invited her to go for a drive down to the river, acting like he hadn't ripped her heart out of her chest and set it on fire a mere 2 months before. She agreed to go. She had things to say, and here was her chance to say them. "You used me." The river looked different in late November than it had back in August. They sat on the same plaid blanket, but they were wearing their coats and boots instead of shorts and t-shirts, and drinking coffee with Baileys instead of cold beer. The same trees that had been lush with leaves a few months before were now stripped bare, their branches thin and brittle. Naked, exposed, which was how Kenzie felt. The air was filled with the sweet, skunky scent of JR's joint. He offered it to her, and she took a long drag before passing it back. "How did I use you?" he asked. "Have I lied to you? Have I made you promises I'm not keeping? You said you'd stay in touch." He waved a hand dismissively. "Yeah, okay, so I'm not great with that. I should have warned you. I tend to focus on what's right in front of me, and if you're not in front of me, it's kind of... out of sight, out of mind? Something like that." He offered her the joint again. She declined. Anything more than a puff tended to make her paranoid. "Don't let emotions get in the way of a good thing, MK. What we have is perfect, just the way it is." "And what is it we have?" "We're friends," he said, and she winced. The word friends had never sounded so dismissive. "We'll always be friends." "I want to be with you," she blurted, and as soon as the words were out, she felt terrible. She'd worked hard at putting him behind her, and now here he was, and all the feelings were back. She didn't know what to do with them. It was all so confusing. "You are with me." He stubbed out the joint, cupped her chin, and turned her face toward his. "That's the part you don't get. When I'm here, I'm here. And when you're not, you're not. Don't say it like it's a bad thing. You have your whole life ahead of you. You've got school, you've got friends, you've probably got guys asking you out all the time. My advice? Say yes. To everything. Don't let opportunities pass you by because of me. Your life is bigger than me, than this." He swept a hand toward the river. "You wanted out of this town for a reason. Don't let anything drag you back. Not even me." "But I love you." Kenzie cringed at the sound of her own voice. It was small, like a child's. JR smiled. She would never forget that smile. It was full of wisdom, cynicism, disappointment. "You'll get over it. Trust me." She put her hands over her face and sobbed. "You're leaving me like my dad did." "Don't be an idiot," JR snapped. "You're hearing what you want to hear, not what I'm saying. I'm telling you straight up what I can and can't do. Your asshole father never did that. He made you promises he couldn't keep. You're 18, but you're wiser than your years, MK. Use your brain, not your heart. You have to learn to take care of yourself, or you won't make it in this fucking world. Don't depend on me, you understand? Don't depend on anyone." "I feel like I'm losing you." "That's factually impossible." He spoke gently, leaning in. She saw the kiss coming, and could have turned her face away, but she didn't. She wanted his lips on hers, wanted the connection. "Because you never had me." Their lips met, and it was simultaneously the best and worst she'd ever felt. Kenzie's since learned that when someone you love doesn't love you back, there are 2 directions you can go. Option 1, you can meet someone else and try again, and again, and again, until one day, if you're lucky, you meet the person you're meant to be with, who does love you back, and who does want to make a life with you. But there's no guarantee you'll find him, and even if you do, there's no guarantee it will last. Option 2, you never try again. You accept that love is shitty. Love hurts. Love takes away more than it gives, so what's the point? So you stop chasing it. You spend time with whoever you want to, without expectations, understanding that the only thing you can trust is the exact moment you're in. Once she let go of all expectations with JR, for real this time, no pretending, she was able to appreciate what the relationship was. She watched friends go through painful breakups, glad that was never going to be her. Like JR said, you can't lose what you never had in the first place. For 4 years, while she was in Boise for art school, she and JR kept in touch sporadically, and when they found themselves in the same place, they spent every moment together. When she moved to Seattle for graduate school, she stayed with him while she looked for an apartment. They still have sex, not always, but sometimes, if the circumstances are right. They talk about the people they're dating, which is mostly Kenzie talking about the men she's dating, as she's not exactly keen on hearing about JR's sexual relationships with other women. He gives her a lot of advice. He gave her advice with Paul, for instance, and it worked out well. The last time she saw JR, he asked how things were going with Derek. Her married man adventures turn him on. The greater she goes into detail, the more likely he'll want to have sex after. But he seems particularly fascinated with Derek, because of the missing kid. Kenzie understands that. It's hard to separate Derek from the story that was all over the news. Seattle is full of millionaires, thanks to the slew of Fortune 500 companies headquartered in the city. Amazon, Microsoft, Starbucks, Costco, Nordstrom. Ordinarily, a guy like Derek wouldn't stand out. Except for the missing kid. He give you money? JR asked. Sometimes, she said. A little here, a little there, if he knows I need it. He should be giving you more than a little. Dude's loaded. The reward money for his kids, $1 million. He was looking something up on his phone, and when he found it, he held it up for her to see. It was an article about Power Organics in a business magazine. His company hit $300 million in sales last year. Let me see that, she said, trying to grab the phone out of his hand. He wouldn't let her, not that she was surprised. Men are weird about their phones. He should put you up in a condo, JR said, and she could practically see the wheels in his head turning. In your name. So that if this ends down the road, at least you'd have that. It'd be a score without feeling like a score, if you get what I mean. It's really not like that with Derek, Kenzie said. We're not there yet, and we might never be. He's not Paul, who is obsessed. Derek only reaches out when it's convenient for him, and I never know more than a day or two in advance when that will be. Because you're letting him control things. You're too available. Guy like that, it's only fun if it's a challenge, if there's a possibility he can't have you. JR was scrolling through his phone again. How are things with his wife? He doesn't talk about her much, but it seems like they barely see each other. He mentioned once that she's not doing great after the kid thing. I think that's why he hates going home, Kenzie said, so he doesn't have to deal with it, with her. Why don't they split up? He's afraid she'll kill herself. JR's head snapped up. Really? He said that? Not in so many words, she said, but she's pretty messed up. He told me once, after we'd had too much wine, that she was hospitalized a month or so after the kid disappeared. She ran a bath, took a bunch of pills. He found her just in time. They kept her in the psych ward for 5 days. She couldn't read the look on JR's face, but it was making her uneasy. What? There's no way they're going to last, he said, and it sounded like he was talking to himself as much as he was talking to her. What they've been through, it's too much. At some point, they're going to separate the whole way. It sounds like they're getting there. I'm thinking there could be... He paused, choosing his words. An opportunity for you. The fuck are you talking about? Maybe this is the one you hitch your wagon to. Kenzie laughed. How high are you? Since when do you believe in marriage? I don't believe in marriage. I believe in money, and he's got a lot of it, more than any of the others. I don't love him, JR, she said, but what she really meant was, he doesn't love me. She didn't want to say it out loud. She didn't want JR to know she cared. He shrugged. So, to quote the legendary Tina Turner, what's love got to do with it? I'm not a homewrecker. Gold digger, homewrecker, same thing. No, they're not. At all. The one term Kenzie has never liked is homewrecker. She is not a homewrecker. and neither was the woman her father left them for. Men wreck their own homes. She understands that JR is trying to help get her whatever she can out of this, because someday this affair will end. Affairs always do, one way or another. It will either morph into something real, in which case Derek will leave his wife and ask Kenzie to be with him forever, or it will fade out, and Derek will choose to stay with the woman he married. Either way, what they're doing right now won't go on forever. It isn't sustainable, especially since Derek still loves his wife. Derek rarely talks about his family with Kenzie, but he dreams about them and his son all the time. During their trip to New York, he once cried out Sebastian's name so loudly in the middle of the night that it woke her up in a panic. She turned on the light to find Derek thrashing in bed beside her, his hair matted from sweat. Sebastian Bash, come to Daddy, please." "Wake up," she said, shaking him. "Derek, wake up, you're having a nightmare." His eyes flew open, and as he regained consciousness, his face crumpled. "Oh, God, I couldn't get to him. He was right there, and I couldn't get to him in time." "Shh." She turned the light back off and settled in beside him. "It's okay. It was just a dream. Try and go back to sleep." In the morning, they never spoke of it. She wasn't even sure he remembered, and she never brought it up. But he says Marin's name, too, sometimes. Not often, every once in a while. In fact, the first time Kenzie ever heard him speak his wife's name out loud was the night after his nightmare. His tone was anguished, his words clear, and what he said was, "Marin, I'm sorry. Oh God, Marin, I'm so sorry." Chapter 17. 3 days, and still no texts from Derek. Kenzie thinks about him as she wipes down the table by the window with Lysol and paper towels, because a small child vomited on it a few minutes earlier. She thinks of this as Derek's table, because this is where he always sits. He likes to people-watch and keep an eye on his precious Batmobile. He'll never admit it, but he loves it when people gawk at the Maserati. Kenzie was sitting with him the afternoon 2 college girls stopped on the sidewalk and took a furtive look around. One posed against the car while the other snapped a photo. Then they switched places and hurried off laughing, no doubt psyched to have something to post on Instagram later. She checks her phone, ignoring the reminder email from her mother's care facility that the next month's payment is now due. She's planning to use the money Derek gave her to put toward her credit cards and get current on bills. Once her visa clears, she'll make the payment. It could be worse. It's been worse. She could text him now, she supposes. 3 days of no communication is a long time, and any normal human being would check in. The uncertainty is getting to her, so she sends Derek the most benign text she can think of. 1 word. "Hey." She waits. Nothing. She slips her phone back into her pocket with a heavy sigh. The table reeks of bleach, but at least it's finally clean. How do parents do this? The mother of the little girl who threw up felt terrible about the mess, but she was more than happy to leave the cleaning to Kenzie. At least she's getting paid to do it. What's the upside if you're the parent? Cats are so much better than kids. They're self-cleaning right out of the gate. "You know what it's like having a child?" her mother once said to her when Kenzie was 8. She'd asked to sleep over at her best friend Becca's house. "It's like your heart, walking out the door on 2 legs, vulnerable and unprotected. It's scary as hell." Yeah, no thanks. The world is hard enough without bringing another tiny, needy human into it. She hasn't thought of Becca in years. Kenzie can count on one hand the number of close female friends she's had in her lifetime. Becca, in grade school, Janelle, in high school, and Isabel, her college roommate during undergrad. She often thinks about Isabel. They met during Frosh Week when Izzy walked into their dorm room with a suitcase that Kenzie later learned was half full of makeup and hair products. Izzy had gotten into college on a dance scholarship, and her only goal in life was to marry a rich man. "It's not like I don't believe in myself," Izzy had said matter-of-factly over pizza later that night. Her new roommate took a huge bite, which she'd vomit up later, Kenzie would soon discover. "My dream is to dance professionally, but I could break my ankle tomorrow, and then what? I have no other skills. That's why I've got David. He's my backup plan." They bonded over older men. Izzy's boyfriend was a 43-year-old surgeon, and Kenzie was dating Sean, a 39-year-old real estate agent she'd met in yoga class. Unlike David, though, Sean was married. "Yeah, I'd never go there with a married guy," Izzy said, her perfect nose wrinkling in distaste. "But whatever, girl, you do you." After freshman year, Kenzie and Izzy moved out of the dorm and into a tiny apartment together off campus. Kenzie was still dating Sean, but his wife had threatened to take the kids and leave, and there was tension at home. She could sense he was losing interest. Izzy had moved on to a new older man, Rick, who loved to travel. In between her dance classes, he took her to Mexico, Barbados, Paris, and they even did a Mediterranean cruise, which Izzy said was boring because the median age of the ship's passengers was 11 billion years old. "I'll never do Holland America again," Izzy declared when she got home. "Everybody was in bed by 9. What did I miss? How's Sean?" "I'm pretty sure he ended it," Kenzie said, morose. "At dinner the other night, he said he needed some space, that he needed to focus on his kids. He actually gave me money. It felt like severance pay." "How much money?" "1,000. Kenzie wasn't sure how to feel about it. He pulled out a wad of cash, paid the check, then handed me the rest. "And you said?" "Thanks." "Girl, have I taught you nothing?" Izzy rolled her eyes. "You don't take the first offer. It's a negotiation. He wants you gone. He's got to pay to get you gone. 1,000? Shit. David used to give me that every month just because." "What should I have done?" "You should have stroked his ego, played his heartstrings a little, appealed to his manly protector side," Izzy said. "Said something like, 'Oh, wow, I didn't see this coming.'" Her voice went up an octave and softened, her face an exaggerated impersonation of someone who was upset. "I don't want to lose you. This is real for me, and I'm not ready to let you go." Kenzie burst out laughing. "Dude, come on. There's no way I could have said that with a straight face." Izzy did not laugh. "Then you'd better practice. This breakup could have cost him way more than 1,000. When David and I broke up, he gave me 10. 10,000? You think that's a lot for them? It's nothing. That's a poker weekend." Izzy sighed and shook her head. "You know, I don't do the married guy thing, but if you're going to go that route, you might as well capitalize. Professional girlfriend rates go up if the guy has a wife. They have more to lose." It was the first time Kenzie had heard the term professional girlfriend. "Like I said, it's a negotiation." Izzy leaned forward. "You have to ask for what you're worth." "How the hell do I do that?" "There's an art to it." Her roommate paused for a moment, thinking it through. "You have to ask without actually asking. You make it so they offer." It was a lot to ponder. "In any case, it's too late for you with Sean." Izzy leaned back again. "But keep it in mind for next time. You have more power than you think. Just don't you dare fall for him." As they continued to live together, Izzy taught Kenzie a lot about being a professional girlfriend. They weren't prostitutes, she insisted. They had to genuinely like the men, and the relationships were always exclusive. Izzy never dated more than one man at a time. While they were together, she only had eyes for him, and she doted on him the way a good girlfriend would. In the bedroom, she went above and beyond to please her man, but she expected the same in return. It wasn't all about him. But her boyfriends had to be able to afford her. She was high maintenance and required cash to get her nails done every week, her eyelashes done every other week, her hair done every month, and custom spray tans on an as-needed basis. She loved to travel, but first class or business class only. She expected gifts, and she preferred the ones that came in little blue boxes with white bows. In return, her boyfriend would receive a devoted girlfriend and travel companion who would lavish attention on him and who would always ensure they had a good time. But Izzy didn't want to stay in the girlfriend category forever. She wanted the ring. She wanted the wedding. She wanted the house. She wanted the name. She wanted financial security. "I avoid trust fund babies like the plague," she once told Kenzie. First, they're terrible in bed. Second, if they were born with money, then they've always had a safety net, so they've never worked for anything a day in their lives. Plus, they always want kids. She shuddered. A self-made, divorced, rich man is the holy grail. They work hard, they've likely done the kid thing already, and now they want to have fun and spoil someone. That's where I come in. Then Izzy met Mike. Mike wasn't divorced. Mike wasn't rich. Mike was only 3 years older, and they'd met at the gym. It had just ended with Rick, and she was feeling restless, so she agreed to a coffee date because Mike was cute. Coffee turned to drinks, which turned into dinner, which turned into Izzy not coming home until late the following day. "Well, I'm fucked," she said, plopping down on the sofa. "Literally or figuratively?" Kenzie asked. "Both. He works in IT and drives a 6-year-old Toyota Camry. A Camry, Kenz! And this morning, he took me to IHOP for breakfast. IHOP! And you know what?" "What?" "The sex was incredible. And the pancakes were good. What is happening to me?" Kenzie had to laugh. It was hard to picture Izzy in a chain restaurant holding a giant laminated menu. "So then, fun for a night, right?" "Right." Her roommate spoke a little too decisively, and Kenzie didn't know if Izzy was trying to convince her or herself. But oh God, he made me laugh. I forgot how good it is to be with someone who makes me laugh. For the last 24 hours, it felt like I could be myself around him. It didn't matter if my makeup stayed perfect or my hair got limp from the drizzle. I even offered to pay for breakfast since he got dinner and drinks last night. When's the last time I did that? "Are you going to see him again?" "I don't know." Izzy seemed genuinely confused. "I wish he wasn't so adorable." 6 months later, she was still seeing Mike, and after a brief affair with a restaurant owner named Eric, Kenzie had moved on to Paul, married, 40s, 3 kids under the age of 12. He was a managing partner at a downtown Boise law firm, and he kept an apartment near his office since the hours were so long. His family lived in the suburbs, and he mainly saw them on weekends, if he wasn't with Kenzie. Paul asked her once if his bank account was the reason she was attracted to him. "Would you still be into me if I was, say, a janitor?" She turned the question back on him. "Would you still be into me if I was 40, overweight, with 3 kids?" Without meaning to, she had described his wife, and he drew back, stung. "Point taken," he said. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to—" "No problem. What should we do for dinner?" She dated Paul for 4 months toward the end of her senior year and spent most nights at the Boise apartment. Izzy was spending most of her time at Mike's. He had a small house of his own with a cute little backyard. Neither of the girls wanted to admit that their close friendship was growing apart now that Izzy had retired from the world of professional dating, whether she meant to or not, which would have been perfectly fine. What did Kenzie care? But Izzy was becoming judgmental about Kenzie's lifestyle, which used to be her lifestyle. "How do you still do it?" Izzy asked her one night. They were both squeezed into their tiny bathroom a few weeks before graduation, jostling for position in front of the mirror. Kenzie had borrowed one of Izzy's skin-tight dresses and was getting ready for a night of dinner and dancing with Paul. Izzy was wearing jeans and a sweater. In the mirror, they looked like they had switched places from where they started. "Paul's married," Izzy said, as if Kenzie didn't damn well know. "He has kids, a wife, their family. Don't you feel bad about that at all?" "Nope," Kenzie said. How many more times could they have this discussion? "Not even a little bit." Izzy turned to her. "It's wrong, Kenz. Since when do you care?" she shot back. "You do you, remember?" "Yeah, well, I was wrong," Izzy said. "People can change. Don't you want to fall in love?" It was the first time Kenzie had ever heard her roommate say the word love, and she was taken aback. She didn't think Izzy was built that way. Love always seemed to be at the bottom of her list of priorities, and Kenzie found herself getting pissed off. Not everybody gets to be in love. She turned back to the mirror. "I'm not a homewrecker, Izzy. He is. The thing people forget is that it's his home to wreck. If things were good at home, he wouldn't have given me the time of day." Do you know how Mike and I met? The gym, you said. We actually met before that. He came up to me at a bookstore, started chatting me up about the memoir I was holding. Apparently we had a whole conversation about it, but I seriously didn't remember it until he reminded me on our first coffee date. And then, a couple of months later, on Valentine's Day, we were still casual at that point, he gave me the book. She smiled at the memory. He tracked down a signed copy at a specialty bookstore. And all I could think was, this book costs less than $20 and is probably the single most thoughtful gift anyone's ever given me. Izzy squeezed out of the bathroom and was back a moment later with a hardcover of Wild by Cheryl Strayed. She showed Kenzie the inscription, which read, "When you're finished sowing your wild oats, I'll be here. Mike." "You should read this book," Izzy said. "It's about a woman who does drugs, cheats on her husband, goes on this crazy long hike, all these things to get away from feeling the pain of her mother's death. It really resonated with me. Made me think long and hard about why I do the things I do, and I realized I was sick of myself. I'm giving Mike a chance, Kenz." "I've read it." Kenzie turned back to the mirror. "And I'm happy for you. But I like Paul, and I can date rich guys just as easily as poor guys." She was aware that she sounded exactly like her grand-mère. "Nobody's saying you can't date an older rich guy," Izzy said. "I'd rather be rich than poor, but I'd rather be happy than rich. Find one who's single, Kenz." "His wife isn't my problem. I don't even think about her. As far as I'm concerned, she doesn't exist." Kenzie shrugged. "Besides, they all cheat. And one day, when you're old and fat and married to Mike with a couple of kids and a mortgage payment, he'll get bored and cheat on you too. All you're doing by jumping into this relationship is making yourself vulnerable. You were the one who schooled me on how to do this, remember? But whatever, you do you." Kenzie might as well have slapped her. She could see it in Izzy's face, the way her cheeks drooped, the way she broke eye contact. Still, she was gorgeous, even dressed casually. She could have had any man she wanted, any lifestyle she wanted. What a waste. Kenzie's relationship with Paul lasted another 3 weeks after that conversation. It ended the night his wife came banging on their door at midnight the night before graduation. Mrs. Paul, because Kenzie had no idea what her name was drunk and looking for her husband. When Kenzie opened the door, the woman tried to bust into the apartment. "You fucking whore! Where's my fucking husband, you fucking slut? Where's Paul?" she'd screamed, the words coming out near incoherent and all in one breath. Her makeup was smudged, her eyes bloodshot, and her perfectly manicured fingernails were like claws swiping at Kenzie's face. Kenzie tried to close the door, but the woman had wedged herself between the door and the jamb. "I don't know any Paul, I just live here," she said desperately, attempting to pass herself off as someone who wasn't sleeping with the woman's husband. Paul's wife was at least 6 inches shorter than Kenzie, but she was enraged and fueled by alcohol. She pushed her face against the door like she was Jack Nicholson in The Shining. Kenzie had no doubt the woman would try to kill her, or at the very least kick the shit out of her in a drunken rage. "Izzy, help me!" she shouted over her shoulder. "You tell your roommate to leave my husband alone," the woman screamed at Kenzie. Her face was a deep shade of purple, her hair damp and sticking to her cheeks in matted clumps. She rammed her body against the door again. "She's a cunt, and you're a cunt, and I hate girls like you fucking whores!" "Izzy!" Kenzie shrieked again. She was barely strong enough to hold the door shut, and she needed her roommate to help her push back. "Izzy, get out here, now!" To the woman, she said, "Stop pushing. I'm not going to let you in." The door to Izzy's bedroom opened, and Izzy came out, her hair in a bun, wearing glasses, dressed in a baggy sweatshirt and sweatpants. Without makeup and heels, she looked like a teenager, especially with her eyes so wide and frightened. Paul's wife, still pushing, saw her peering behind Kenzie in the living room, and her face suddenly sagged. She believed it was Izzy who was seeing Paul. Whatever information she had, it wasn't a photo, or a name. "Oh, hell, what are you, 19? The older woman's voice caught in her throat, and she started sobbing. "You're a child. Oh, God, I can't believe he did this. I can't believe—" "Tell her to get out of here," Izzy said to Kenzie, which was the worst thing her roommate could have said, because the woman's sobbing turned back into rage. "We're going to call the police, you crazy bitch." "I'm a crazy bitch," the woman howled. "You call the police. You call them and I'll tell them what you did. You should be arrested for being a dick-sucking whore." Her face was mottled, and she was so mad she was spitting. Her vodka-scented saliva sprayed Kenzie's face, and she rammed against the door again, this time almost making it inside. "You think I don't want to suck my husband's dick?" she screamed into the apartment. "I'd suck it, but he's never home. I hate you. Rot in hell, you bitch. If I see you on the street, I'm going to throw acid in your face, you slut." Thoroughly freaked out, Izzy ran back into her bedroom, and Kenzie heard her door slam shut and the lock turn. Kenzie gave the door one last shove, and the woman was flung into the hallway. One of the neighbors had called the superintendent, and Gary was coming out of the elevator in his pajamas and bathrobe, a baseball bat in one hand, his cell phone in the other. When he saw it was a woman, and a petite one at that, he lowered the bat. "I'm going to call the police if you don't stop screaming, ma'am," Gary said to her. He was balding, but what was left of his hair was sticking up in tufts. "Please go. I don't want to make any trouble for you." The woman looked at him, and then at Kenzie. "He's my husband." Her lips quivered. "We've been together for 18 years. We have children." "I'm sorry," she said. It was all she could think of to say. "Mackenzie, go inside and close the door," Gary said. She closed the door and locked it, pressing her ear to the painted wood. She could hear Paul's wife wailing in the hallway as Gary escorted her to the elevator. Kenzie's entire body was shaking. She had never before witnessed anger like that. Delirious, out of control, enough to kill someone anger. She and Izzy stopped speaking after that. Their friendship ended that night. Kenzie never forgave Izzy for not helping her, and Izzy never forgave Kenzie for asking her to. They managed to avoid each other for another couple of weeks, until one day Kenzie came home and Izzy's stuff was gone. No goodbye, no note, just a check on the counter for her half of what remained of their lease. Later she discovered Izzy had unfriended her on Facebook and unfollowed her on Instagram. In the age of social media, that said it all. When it ended with Paul not long after, badly, of course, because how else could it have ended, Kenzie was desperate for a change of scenery. Going back home was not an option. She applied to grad school in Seattle and was accepted, and JR offered his spare room to crash in for a few nights while she looked for an apartment. Her phone is vibrating in her pocket, forcing her back to the present. It's a text from Derek. Finally. Kenzie reads it quickly, then reads it again, feeling a dull pain in the pit of her stomach. It didn't hurt with Paul, or Eric, or Sean, but it does with Derek, like it hurt with JR. Which serves her right. This was never supposed to happen. "It's really over this time," Derek's text says. "I'm sorry. Please don't contact me anymore." Chapter 18. From somewhere behind her, a twig snaps. Someone is following her. Kenzie whips around, certain she's going to come face to face with a bulky, dark-clad stranger with crazy eyes and large hands. But nobody's there. The closest person is another woman, across the street and half a block down, waiting for the bus. But she can sense it. The presence of someone lurking in corners her eyes can't find fast enough to expose. The body reacts to danger before the mind does, and it feels like someone's breathing down the back of her neck, moving her hair aside to whisper in her ear. Only it's nobody she knows, and nothing she wants to hear. 5 more blocks to go. Kenzie pulls out her phone, needing to hear a comforting voice as she makes her way home. It rings twice before JR answers. "Hey," he says. "You okay?" He's concerned. She rarely calls. Usually she texts. "I'm on my way home from work." Kenzie pauses at the intersection where the light turns red as she reaches the corner. "I think I'm being followed." "Did you see someone?" "No, I sense it." There's a small sigh on the other end. MK, listen to me. You're fine. Walk fast. Stay where it's lit. I'll stay on the phone with you till you get home. Do you want to come over tonight? The walk sign lights up and she starts crossing the street. We could do takeout, maybe watch a movie? Where's your roomie? Avoiding me, she says, but also working. There's a pause, and it goes a second too long, which means his answer is no. I can't tonight, JR says. I'm actually seeing someone. Kenzie is so surprised she nearly stops in the middle of the street. Seeing someone? She repeats. What do you mean, seeing someone? It's the strangest thing to hear him say those words. JR is almost always seeing someone, in the literal sense. Her mother had branded him a ladies' man and was thoroughly disapproving of him. But to label it as seeing someone, as in a relationship, is another thing entirely. Yeah, I should have told you when we last hung out, but I know you don't always like hearing about other people. There's an awkward note in JR's voice that she's also not used to hearing. I'm hoping it might turn into something, so, you know. He's hoping? Really? Kenzie forces herself to speak normally. Since when? Who is she? What's her name? How'd you meet? Do you really want to know? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Her voice rises an octave as the full weight of what he just told her finally hits her. Since when are you seeing someone? You don't do relationships, JR, remember? MK, you know what? Forget it. I'm almost home. I'll let you go. Wait, he says. And she waits. I agree my timing could be better, but listen to me. You're anxious because Derek's been distant, and it's making you hypersensitive to everything else. When he calls, everything will feel back to normal. Trust me. And then we can talk more about my stuff. He always did love to explain to her how she was feeling and why. Derek's not going to call, she says. He sent me a text as I was leaving work. It's over. He's said that before, though. I'm pretty sure he means it this time. The text was brief. She blinks back tears of frustration and disappointment, dumped by Derek and now abandoned by JR, who's gone and gotten himself an actual girlfriend. It's times like this when she's reminded of how few people she has in her life who she can rely on. 50,000 followers on social media, and not one single friend who'll come by when she's having a rough night. I'll call you tomorrow, he says. We'll figure something out. Find another way to close the deal. She disconnects, but keeps the phone in her hand. Figure what out? JR was obviously thinking she could get from Derek what she got from Paul, but maybe that was never the way this was going to go. She blew this one big time. Her building is nothing special to look at from the outside, but the lobby and hallways are always kept lit. The sensation of eyes crawling all over her is still there as she gets to the lobby door and sticks her key into the lock. Only when the heavy door closes behind her does she allow herself to exhale. She might not have seen anyone, but that doesn't mean there was nobody there. The elevators work, but they're slow, and her apartment's on the second floor. She's fast on the stairs, and is at the last step when the door to the stairwell opens. It's Tyler. By the looks of it, he's heading out to work. He's wearing his good jeans and a white t-shirt that shows off his olive skin. He's a bartender who works night, and she's a barista who works mornings. When they're not working, they're in class. Still, they used to be able to make time for each other. Tyler hates that Derek is married. Married men have a way of ruining friendships. Hey. Her roommate skips past her, careful not to let their shoulders brush. He avoids her gaze. Hey to you too. Kenzie pauses at the top of the stairs to look down at him. This is ridiculous. They've been living together for 2 years, goddammit. She uses his hair paste. He eats her granola bars. They both still use his ex-boyfriend's Netflix login and password. They should be able to work this out. She wants to tell him about Derek, but not here in the stairwell. I owe you a breakfast. Free tomorrow? He stops and looks up. Breakfast? Seriously? Or lunch? He shakes his head and continues on his way. Buford puked in your bed. It's all over your sheets, so you'll have to wash everything. I think he's been eating the flowers. She groans. The cat only does that when he gorges. Wait, what flowers? Someone sent you flowers this morning? I put them in your room. He pauses and looks up again. And forget breakfast and lunch. We're doing dinner tomorrow, bitch. You're taking me somewhere nice. She catches a glimpse of his grin before he's out of sight, and just like that, some of the day's awfulness lifts. She's not going to screw this one up. Ty wants nice. She'll give him nice. She'll treat him to the Metropolitan Grill, using a bit of the cash Derek gave her. They'll order steaks and cocktails and share a tableside bananas Foster for dessert. And she'll let Tyler tell her what an asshole she's been for the past 6 months. Hell, while she's there, maybe she'll drop off a resume. The servers must kill it in tips. Buford is yowling the second she opens the apartment door, so she feeds him a can of Imes before she heads into her room. Cat vomit is drying in several places on the bed, and it's green-tinged. She spies the reason, a small bouquet of spring flowers sitting on the dresser. They're pretty, but not exactly romantic. Maybe Derek isn't a dozen red roses kind of guy. Her heart palpitates as she reaches for the small white envelope nestled into the flowers. Please, please, please let these be from him. The penmanship on the card inside the envelope is elegant. Obviously, someone at the flower shop has beautiful handwriting, but the message is depressing, and it's not from Derek. Happy birthday to my sweet girl. Miss you. Love, Mom. The guilt consumes Kenzie then. Her birthday isn't for another 4 months, which can only mean that her mom is getting worse. Sharon Lee has been a resident of the Oak Meadows Assisted Living Facility in Yakima for 2 years now, and her early-onset Alzheimer's seems to be progressing at a more rapid pace. This is the second bouquet of birthday flowers she's received from her mother in the past 3 months. The cat jumps onto the dresser, nearly knocking over the vase. She catches it just in time. "Buford!" she snaps. The cat swishes his tail arrogantly in return. She can see where he's been chewing leaves, and there are bite marks on several of the stems. "This is why you barfed on my bed, you little shit, and now I have to do laundry again when I just did it the other day." She shouldn't be yelling at the cat. Right now, he's the only friend she has left. She gathers up the soiled bed sheets, shoving them into a cloth laundry bag. It only takes up half the space, so she empties the few items from her hamper into it as well, then heads back down the stairs. The laundry room is in the bowels of the building, which is the nickname Tyler assigned to the basement. Not because it stinks, but because it's dark, damp, and you're happiest when you're coming out. Also, it's spooky. The basement is kept dimmer than the rest of the building, and there's a long hallway from the stairwell to the laundry room filled with shadows and strange clanking noises that make her nervous. Once again, she feels her skin prickling with the sensation of being watched, but when she turns around, there's nobody there. The laundry room itself, at least, is brightly lit. She darts inside, exhaling when the door shuts behind her. There's a washing machine free at the far end, and she empties the contents of her bag into it and sticks her Coinomatic card into the pay slot. The little light beside the card reader flashes red. It's supposed to turn green. "Shit," she says. The digital display shows a card balance of $2. It's $3.25 for a regular wash, which means she'll have to dash back upstairs to get her credit card to reload it using the Coinomatic machine in the corner of the room. But her Visa and MasterCard are both maxed out, and she hasn't used Derek's cash to pay them down yet. And of course, none of the machines accept actual bills. Sometimes technology sucks. You can't even do basic things without a credit card these days. "Shit," she says to herself again, trying to decide on the best course of action. "A little short on funds," a raspy voice says, and she nearly screams. She whirls around to find Ted Novak, the superintendent who lives on the first floor, standing behind her. She didn't notice him come in or hear his footsteps as he crossed the laundry room floor toward her. He doesn't appear to be doing much of anything, and he's holding nothing. No phone, no hamper, no fabric softener, no keys. He's simply standing there, staring at her, like a fucking psychopath. She doesn't like Ted. She's never liked Ted. From the day she moved in, he's given her the creeps for reasons Kenzie can't quite articulate. He doesn't say or do anything inappropriate. He doesn't make suggestive comments or tell offensive jokes. He doesn't leer. But when you're talking to him, there's something missing. A light in his eyes that should be there but isn't. If he smiles, which is rare, it doesn't feel genuine. And if he laughs, which is even rarer, the sound is canned, almost forced, like he's only doing it because social protocol dictates that he's supposed to, even though he doesn't exactly understand what's funny. I need to reload my card. She starts backing up toward the door. She almost says, "Be right back," but catches herself in time. What if he waits for her? He moves closer to her, pulling something out of his back pocket. His Coinomatic card. "Here, use mine. Save you the trip back up and down the stairs. You can reload when you come back down to dry." "Oh, no, I couldn't," she says, but he's already removed her card and stuck his into the slot in its place. The light turns green, and the screen shows a balance of nearly $100, the maximum. "Go ahead." Ted steps aside. "Choose your cycle." There seems to be no choice but to go with it. If it were anyone else, she would have been grateful for the neighborly gesture. But it's not anyone else, it's Ted, and she's painfully aware that a pair of her pink lace panties are sitting right on top of the pile of clothes in the washer. She jabs at the button for the normal cycle, then slams the lid shut. The washer starts. "Thank you." She forces a smile. "I owe you $3.25. She attempts to move past him, but Ted is still standing in the same spot, and he doesn't budge. "No worries," he says. Then he smiles, a second too late, and it looks as forced as hers feels. "Maybe give me a coffee sometime if I come into the Green Bean. What days do you usually work?" No way in hell is Kenzie telling him anything about her work schedule. She hates that he even knows where she works at all, and she's not even sure how he found out. We get in trouble at work if we give people free stuff." It's half a lie. They only get in trouble if they get caught, which they don't because they all do it. Hell, giving free coffee to your friends is half the fun of working there. Favors curry favors. But Ted isn't her friend. "I'm happy to stick the money under your door." "That's not necessary, Kenzie," he says, and his dead eyes reveal nothing. She can't tell if he's being friendly or if he's insulted that she won't tell him when she's working. She doesn't like that he calls her Kenzie. It makes it seem like they're friendlier than they actually are. He should call her Mackenzie, if he calls her anything at all. "We're neighbors. We should help each other out. Besides, I'm older than you. If we were, say, dating, I would always pay, right? That's what you like, right? Older men who pay for everything?" Kenzie stares at him, but he just stares back. It's impossible to tell if he's being serious. He doesn't blink, and his voice is devoid of inflection. She doesn't know whether she should laugh off what he said, react indignantly, or ignore it. "Thanks again, Ted." With no other choice, she takes a big step to get around him and hurries out of the laundry room, grateful her long legs can take the stairs 2 at a time. She's out of breath when she reaches her apartment, half expecting Ted's hands to grab her from behind before she can close and lock the door. In 40 minutes, she'll have no choice but to go back down to get her wet sheets and clothes and move them over to the dryer. With any luck, Ted won't be there anymore. Feeling both depressed and frazzled, Kenzie pokes through the fridge, past the containers of leftover Thai and pizza, both Thais, until she finds a 6-pack of Smith & Forge hard cider in the back. She plops onto the sofa, taking a long sip as Buford jumps onto her lap and settles in. She clicks into the Postmates app and orders food, using a credit she has on her account due to a mixed-up previous order. It takes 12 attempts to get a cute selfie of her and Buford on the sofa with her cider, captioned, "No place I'd rather be." It's a bullshit sentiment. She'd rather be anywhere but home alone with her cat, feeling the way she feels, but she manages to post it just before it's time to switch over the laundry. Seeing the likes and reading the comments eases her anxiety at having to go back down to the basement. Compliments from people she doesn't know might be superficial validation, but hey, they're better than nothing. Her photos of Buford are always popular. In the end, though, none of it means anything. Even the Postmates delivery guy who brings up her California rolls and fried rice seems to feel bad for her when she opens the door in her sweats, holding her cat. "Party for one, huh?" he says with a rueful smile. Perhaps it's time to reconsider her life choices. If she doesn't, she may very well die like this, drinking alone in her shitty apartment with only her cat to bear witness to the last moments of her life. And Buford will probably eat her face after she's dead, since there'll be nobody home to feed him. By the time Kenzie finishes the last cider in the fridge, she's drunk and stalking Marin Machado's Instagram page, something she'd always promised herself she wouldn't do. Her heart sinks when she sees the most recent photo. Marin is in Whistler, British Columbia, with Derek. Whistler is a 5-hour drive from Seattle, and at some point earlier today, Marin and Derek were standing at the top of a mountain. The photo, posted a few hours earlier, shows them dressed head to toe in ski gear with their arms wrapped around each other. The caption reads, "We needed this." The picture has 50 likes and 4 comments. Fur Mom 99, good for you. Hawks Fan 1974, Pow Day, tear it up. Sadie rocks, you guys, so happy to see this. Steph Rogers 89, you finally got Derek to take a vacation. You're a superhero, MM, LOL. Oh my God. Oh my God. Kenzie scrolls through more of Marin's posts. They've been in Whistler for the past 3 days, which explains why Derek's been AWOL. He's in Canada on vacation with his wife. Based on the hashtags, they're staying at the Four Seasons. They've gotten couples massages. They've been eating steak and lobster. They've been drinking champagne by the fire wearing bathrobes. And not sparkling wine either, but actual fucking champagne from Champagne, France, because it's their 20th wedding anniversary. This is why he ended it with Kenzie. Derek is rekindling things with his wife, which means there's no place for Kenzie in his life anymore. Kenzie stares at her phone, her gaze fixed on one comment in particular. It was posted under the first Whistler picture 3 days ago. Fur Mom 99, when you back, we should do coffee. Marin Machado Hair, at Fur Mom 99, Sunday, and yes we should. I'll text you after the weekend, XX. Sunday. 4 whole days at the Four Seasons, surrounded by snow-covered mountains and roaring fireplaces and champagne. Kenzie continues to stare at the photo, and 3 things become crystal clear. It's really over with Derek. Their house is empty until tomorrow. She knows the code to their front door. Chapter 19. There's a tipping point in any evening of drinking where you become intoxicated enough to feel like a bad idea is a good one. Kenzie has tipped over. She doesn't take an Uber to Derek's house because Ubers don't take cash, which is all she has at the moment. She catches a taxi on University Avenue instead. Without traffic, it only takes 15 minutes to get from her place to Derek Street. The address she gives the driver is for a house somewhere near his, and the driver is starting to slow down, his head swiveling back and forth between his GPS and the numbers he's trying to read through the rain-streaked window. "Sorry, which house is it?" he asks. Right here is good." They're a couple of doors down, but she doesn't want the driver to know exactly where she's going. Her head is fuzzy from the alcohol. He pulls over to the curb. "I can wait till you get inside." The driver smiles at her in his rear-view mirror as she fumbles with her seatbelt. He's retirement age, grandfatherly, kind. Normally Kenzie would have taken him up on his offer. Not this time. "That's okay." The last thing she needs is a witness watching her sneak into her married lover's house. "I always use the back entrance, so you won't be able to see me from the street. Thanks, though." She hands him cash, tells him to keep the change, and opens the door. "Don't forget your receipt." He hands her a small piece of paper. "Oh, right." It's been a long time since she's taken a cab. She stuffs it into her pocket. She hops out before the kindly driver can say anything else and pretends to be texting until his taillights disappear around the bend. Derek's house is across the street, a rebuilt craftsman with a large porch that he once described as not very big, but which looks huge to Kenzie. She's never lived in any place larger than 900 square feet, which was the size of the bungalow she grew up in. She hears a crunch behind her and whirls around, her heart leaping into her throat. She fully expects to find predatorial eyes shining at her in the darkness, but there's only a squirrel peering at her from the base of a tree, its tail twitching. The street is dead, but she can't shake the feeling that she isn't alone. It's ridiculous, of course. She's drunk, and it's making her paranoid, and those are the two biggest reasons she should not be doing this. Kenzie isn't supposed to know the code to their front door. She learned it by accident. A few months back, she and Derek were on their way to the airport to catch their flight to New York. Right as they were about to get onto the freeway, he realized he didn't have his wallet. He'd stuck it in his gym bag, which, as far as he knew, was back at home. He told the driver of the town car to turn around. As they'd neared his street, Derek leaned over to her and brushed the hair off her face. Kenzie thought he was going to kiss her, but instead he whispered in her ear, "Babe, do you mind slouching down?" "What?" she whispered back. "You know, stealth mode." Derek forced a laugh, as if she were a child and this was fun and they were just playing a game. She could see the driver's eyes peering at them in the rearview mirror. He probably thought they were an odd pair. He'd picked up Derek first, here at the house in the fancy Capitol Hill neighborhood, then picked up Kenzie outside a shabby apartment building in the U District. Maybe she should have felt grateful that Derek had bothered to pick her up at all. He could have asked her to meet him at the airport. There was no way to protest without making it a bigger deal than it needed to be. Kenzie slouched down in the leather seat. The driver pulled into the driveway. As soon as Derek got out, she sat straight up in defiance, feeling the driver's eyes judging her in the rearview mirror. She watched through the car's tinted windows as Derek entered the code for the front door. She had a clear view of the keypad, and she watched his fingers press 1120, November 20th, his son's birthday. The longer Kenzie stands in the rain, the more she sobers up, and she's not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Derek's house is 2 stories with large windows and flanked on both sides by enormous oak and maple trees. A deep front porch spans its width. Lush, well-tended bushes add a bright pop of color to the earthy, neutral colors of the home's exterior. It's not an ostentatious house, nor is it one of those modern, gaudy McMansions springing up in other neighborhoods where new money reigns. This is a family home in Capitol Hill. Apparently, Derek and Marin got the house for a steal during the housing market crash. Over a decade later, he'd still been puffed with pride as he recounted for her the story of how he'd lowballed the previous owners, who were on the verge of foreclosure due to some shady financing deal they'd arranged to buy the house in the first place. "Didn't you feel bad about that?" Kenzie had asked him. "It was such a tough time for everyone." Derek snorted. "You're cute. In every negotiation, someone wins and someone loses. They couldn't afford the house to begin with. They were part of the problem." This is crazy, of course. If Kenzie is going to do this, she'd better move fast and she'd better commit to it. No second-guessing, no panicking. She walks across the street, directly to the front door. The exterior is well lit. If stopped by a neighbor, she's prepared to say that she works for Marin at one of the salons and is just dropping something off. But as far as she can tell, nobody sees her. The alcohol in her system is making it hard to concentrate, but she manages to enter the 4-digit code into the pin pad, 1120. The pin pad clicks. She twists the lock, pushes the handle, and just like that, she's inside. She shuts the door behind her, locking it again. Exhale. Deep breath in. Exhale. The house is quiet, save for a low, almost undetectable beeping sound that she realizes is coming from somewhere deeper inside. Her shoes are wet, and since the floors are pristine, she removes them. It doesn't seem right to leave them on the mat in the entryway, so she shoves them inside a hallway closet. In her socked feet, she pads softly through the dimly lit house and into the kitchen, where the beeping is louder. Oh, shit, they have an alarm! Another keypad is mounted on the wall of the kitchen near the door to the mudroom, which is probably the entrance they normally use since they both park in the garage. By her estimation, the alarm has been beeping for over 20 seconds. She has no idea how much longer she has until it goes off, but she has to try something, and quick, before the alarm company notifies the police and Derek's and Marin's cell phones ring in Canada. She punches in the same code as she did for the front door, 1120. The keypad flashes red. Shit, think! God, it was a terrible idea to do this drunk. In a panic, she punches in the only other number sequence she thinks it could be. Today's date, Derek and Marin's anniversary. The keypad turns green. Briefly, the beeping stops. Jesus Christ. Her armpits are damp from sweat, and the adrenaline seems to have burned off whatever alcohol she had in her system. Her heart is tachycardic, and her throat is screaming for water. An empty water glass sits on the counter beside the fridge, and she presses it against the refrigerator's water dispenser, filling it to the top. She pulls out her phone and checks her Instagram to reassure herself that Derek and Marin are still in Whistler. They are. In fact, they're now at a late dinner. They're sitting next to each other in a round velvet booth, glasses of red wine in their hands and plates full of steak and vegetables in front of them both. The white tablecloth is sprinkled with some kind of metallic confetti. Hearts and flowers by the looks of it. The caption reads, 20 years down, 40 more to go? Sounds like heaven to me. They look every inch the glamorous couple they are, and Kenzie feels tears well in her eyes. It's not that she didn't always know he was someone else's, it's that she didn't think she cared until now. It hurts to look at them, knowing the life they have will never be hers. There's only one comment so far, as Marin posted the picture only 15 minutes before, but it's from an account Kenzie didn't know even existed. Sebastian's dad, 76. I love you so much, baby. Cheers to us. Happy anniversary, my love. Here's to 40 more. Baby. Derek calls Marin baby. He calls Kenzie babe. She never realized how much of a difference one letter could make in an otherwise generic term of endearment. Kenzie needs to stop looking at their pictures. She needs to get off Instagram. She needs to get out of their house. She also needs to pee. Hell with it. Might as well check out their bathrooms. The house has been remodeled from top to bottom, and the budding furniture designer in Kenzie can't help but notice the clean lines and tasteful use of space. What's not decorated matters as much as what is. The house feels traditional, but with a modern take. I grew up in a trailer park, Derek had told her the first night they slept together. They were at the Cedar Brook Lodge, lying naked, legs intertwined. We had nothing, less than nothing. My dad split when I was 2, and my mom had 3 boys to feed, and I was the youngest. Never had new clothes, never had a new bike, never had new anything. We were always hungry. There was never enough food. Wow, Kenzie said, touching his watch, a Rolex. And look at you now. It's why I'm so particular about how I live. Derek took her fingers and kissed the tips of each one. I like nice clothes. I like having a nice car. I like having cash in my wallet, even if I use my credit cards for everything. I like not being poor, and I guess I have a chip on my shoulder about it. He was quiet for a moment, but that chip is what drives me. It's what got me here. And what got you here? Kenzie asked, gesturing to the bed, the room, herself. He rolled on top of her, the length of his naked body pressed up against the length of hers. Automatically, her legs parted. They'd already had sex, but he was ready again. He looked right into her eyes. I like that you don't know that part of me, Derek said. I like that you only know me as the person I've become, and not the person I used to be. It's nice to not have history with you. She understood that, completely. She gets what it's like to want to reinvent yourself, but it's not always easy, especially when family and old friends take it personally. I don't have 20 years of mistakes with you, he whispered, and she could feel him sliding into her again. She parted her legs farther, placing her hands on his ass, guiding him as far as he could go. You're a blank slate, and you don't know how much I need that. It wouldn't take a psychologist to understand that Kenzie's an escape for him. Their relationship has always been highly compartmentalized. When Derek is with her, he doesn't have to think about his wife, or his missing son, or this house, or any of the things he feels obligated to and responsible for. The problem is, it's near impossible for Kenzie to understand why anyone would want to escape from this. You poor, sad, wealthy man. The house is gorgeous. 10-foot ceilings, gleaming hardwood floors, light fixtures that probably cost more than her rent. It even smells like money in here. She wonders if the bathroom is near the mudroom, but there's only a laundry room, and it's the fanciest one she's ever seen in real life. There's an oversized washer and dryer, and built-in cabinets for everything unsightly, like detergent, dryer sheets, cleaning products. What a luxury it must be to have a laundry room that isn't shared with 100 other tenants, especially one as nice as this one. In the mudroom there are 3 cubbies. They're labeled with hand-painted wooden signs. The one on the left reads, Marin. The one on the right reads, Derek. And the one in the middle reads, Sebastian. Sebastian? Wow. His coat is still hanging there. His rubber boots lined up neatly beneath it, and in the basket below is a small backpack covered in cartoon dogs. Paw Patrol. She finds herself reaching out to finger his coat, then yanks her hand back. No, she shouldn't touch it. It wouldn't be right. Her bladder threatening to burst, Kenzie exits the mudroom and continues on her self-guided tour, getting lost in imagining what she would decorate differently if she were living here with Derek. Truthfully, not much. Marin has excellent taste. As she heads up to the 2nd level, she pauses on the curved staircase to look at the framed photos mounted on the wall. They're all of Derek and Marin's son, depicting him at all different ages. The last one, closest to the top step, must be the most recent. In it, Sebastian is wearing the exact reindeer sweater that he was wearing in his missing child poster, but in this photo, he's sitting on Santa's lap with a huge grin on his face. It hits Kenzie how horrific this whole thing really is. It's easy enough to not think about it when Derek refuses to talk about it, but here, in their house, there's an entire side to Derek she'll never know or see. He's a father who lost his child, who's married to a mother who lost her child. Kenzie stares at the photo, reminded that Sebastian disappeared on the last Saturday before Christmas. They would have had a tree up, probably in the front living room, where it would shine in the window for the neighbors to see. They'd probably finished all their Christmas shopping, most of the presents wrapped and ready, with a few hidden away to be revealed on Christmas morning. But instead of waking up to the sounds of little feet thundering in the hallway and down the grand staircase, and then the whoops and shrieks at the sight of all the bounty under the tree, there would have been silence. No little boy was in the house to open those presents. No little boy has been here since. It makes Kenzie feel sick, and she takes a few seconds to breathe. On the wall at the top of the stairs is an 8x10 black and white photo of Derek and Marin on the beach on their wedding day. She's wearing some kind of bohemian chic wedding dress. He's wearing light-colored pants and a white button-down with the sleeves rolled up. They're laughing, holding hands, their hair whipping in the wind. In this photo, Marin is younger than Kenzie and breathtakingly beautiful. She walks through the 2nd level slowly, passing a bedroom that she can only assume must be Sebastian's. The door has a little sticker on it, and when she peers closer, she sees that it's another Paw Patrol character. Every other door upstairs is open except this one. She will not open it. The master bedroom is the only thing Kenzie really wants to see, anyway, and it's at the end of the hallway with double doors. When she enters, the hardwood changes to carpet, but it's not the cheap kind like in her apartment. It's the thick, knotted kind that never shows vacuum lines or footprints. The square footage of their bedroom alone is probably the size of her and Tyler's entire apartment. A king-size bed sits grandly against the far wall, with matching mirror-paneled nightstands flanking each side of the bed. One nightstand is piled with books, a few self-help, the rest fiction. The other is bare save for a phone charger hanging limply off the edge. Kenzie can guess which side Derek sleeps on. He's not a reader. She enters the ensuite, which smells like lavender and looks like something out of a magazine. Tile laid painstakingly in a herringbone pattern. Glass-enclosed shower, big enough for two. The vanity is the widest she's ever seen, and there's a claw-footed tub by the window so deep that there's a little footstool beside it to help you step in. The toilet sits in its own room with a door just next to the shower, and Kenzie makes a beeline for it to relieve herself. She can't even begin to process the walk-in closet. Derek's side is full of suits. No surprise there. But Marin's side? The woman has so much stuff. Dresses, coats, suits, pants, blouses, all sorted by style and color. There's a center island. An island! With drawers for socks and underwear and workout clothes and jeans, and the entire back wall is just for bags and shoes. And to think Kenzie fretted when Derek bought her a Dolce & Gabbana bag in New York, the only designer bag she owns, and so nice she's only allowed herself to use it when she's with Derek. In contrast, his wife only owns designer bags. Gucci, Ferragamo, Chanel, Vuitton, and one budget-friendly Tory Burch, well-worn and clearly well-loved. Kenzie pulls out her phone, unable to resist taking a picture of herself in the most spectacular closet she's ever been in. She takes several angles, wondering what would happen if she posted the pics on Instagram. Would either of them even know? This closet is exactly the kind of thing she'd see on $1 Million Listing, that Bravo reality TV show she and Tyler were addicted to last summer. "Why the hell do we watch this?" she'd asked her roommate, stuffing her face with microwave popcorn as a rich couple, no older than 30, declared on camera that their 2,200-square-foot Manhattan apartment was a bit too tight for themselves and their bichon frisé. "This just makes me feel shitty about my life." "Because it's aspirational," Ty answered, and he was right. We watch because these are the people we wish we were. A pair of red-soled high heels catches Kenzie's eye. Christian Louboutin. They're works of art. Black satin with a crystal bow at the toe, 4-inch heels. Size 8. Kenzie is an 8.5. Close enough. Peeling off her socks, she slips the shoes on. They're a little tight, but she snaps a picture of her feet in them anyway. She puts them back on the shelf, then decides they look even more glamorous in front of the purse collection. She arranges the pair artfully and snaps several more photos. Why? Because it's aspirational. She walks back into the main area of the bedroom, her feet making no noise on the well-padded carpet. She pictures Marin reading in bed and Derek sliding in beside her, back in happier times, when their child was asleep down the hall and they finally had some time to themselves. Marin's wearing pajamas, or maybe a college t-shirt of Derek's. He's wearing old basketball shorts, shirtless, maybe fresh from a shower after a long day. Maybe they make love. Maybe they just spoon. Maybe they talk about their day, quietly and light-heartedly, until one of them falls asleep. Derek would be the one to close his eyes first, and once he does, sleep would come fast. Marin would take longer, because women always do, her brain firing for a few more minutes about the 100 different things that happened over the course of the day, and the 200 things that will happen tomorrow. Kenzie doesn't belong here. It's time to go. Chapter 20. Not knowing how to reset the alarm, Kenzie leaves it off. She exits the house the same way she came in, quietly and carefully. What she just did was stupid and reckless, and she can never allow herself to lose control like that again. The air smells fresh from the rain, and she decides to walk for a while to clear her head. Her last boyfriend, Paul, had lived in a neighborhood similar to this in Boise. Quiet, pretentious, suburban, white. The last time Kenzie saw him was 3 weeks after his drunk wife tried to push her way into the apartment. Paul had already tried to end it with her, over the phone, no less, and when she protested, he'd offered her $10,000, as a parting gift. As if. Kenzie had showed up at Paul's house a couple of nights later, crying, begging him to be with her, pretending to be drunk and heartbroken. His wife and daughters were at home, and when he answered the door and saw her, his face paled. He shut the door behind him and yanked her over to the side of the house where it was dark and full of bushes where nobody could see them. "What the hell are you doing here?" Paul hissed. His hand gripped her arm, and later she would discover bruises where his fingers had pressed into her skin. She'd never seen him so angry. He'd always been gentle with her, soft even. It was amazing how much strength someone could muster when they felt threatened. "You're hurting me," she whimpered, and he let go. "You can't be here." Paul glared at her with a look so fierce it could have detonated stone. "I have a family, Mackenzie." "I want us to be together. I love you." She reached for his hand. "And you love me." "It was never love," he said, backing away from her. "I see that now. I was unhappy and needed someone to make me feel wanted again. Leah and I are starting therapy, and we're going to try to make it work. I'm sorry, okay? Now please go. My kids are inside." "So that's it?" She stared at him. "You're done with me, so you're just going to throw me away like I'm garbage?" He softened, and for a moment Kenzie worried that she'd overplayed her hand. She had zero desire to continue their relationship, and she had no intention of actually winning Paul back. Whatever attraction she'd felt toward him had dried up the moment the spittle from his drunk wife's mouth sprayed her face. What she wanted was for this to end on her terms. What she wanted was to get paid an amount she deserved. Paul straightened up, his expression hardening again. "Whatever it is I needed from you, Kenzie, I don't need it anymore. I'm not trying to hurt you, but there's nothing I can give you. Now, please, you have to leave." She looked up at the side of his huge house, and then around the corner of the driveway where his cars, a Jaguar and a BMW, were parked. "Must be nice, sleeping with girls half your age, and then tossing them away when your wife finds out," she said, "waving your money in their faces, keeping them interested, treating them like whores." "What them?" Paul frowned. "There's no them. There was just you, and I never should have— You offered me $10,000 to go away. How do you think that made me feel?" He looked mortified. "I know, I shouldn't have said that. I'll take 50. He blinked. "What?" 50,000, Kenzie said, "and you'll never hear from me again. After everything you've put me through, I think it's the least you can do, not to mention everything your wife put me through, screaming at me and my roommate in our hallway like a fucking lunatic, like I'm the villain. You're the one who started this, Paul. You're the one with the family. This is your betrayal, not mine, and you got caught. If your wife hadn't found out about us, you know what we'd be doing right now? We'd be having sex, Paul, that's what. So, while it's all well and good that the two of you were working things out, you're not going to get out of our relationship that easily." Paul seemed completely flabbergasted, but after a moment his confusion turned to self-righteousness. "You're kidding, right? I'm not paying you 50— Kenzie stomped away from him through his wet grass and back to the front door. He got to her just in time, her hand right above the doorbell, poised to push, and wrenched her arm back. "Fine, I'll pay you," he hissed, "but get the hell out of here." "Cash, tomorrow. Where do you bank?" When he told her, she said, "I'll meet you outside in the corner at exactly 9:30. If you don't show, I'm coming back to your house, and I'm going to wait here until your wife comes home. And if your neighbors ask who I am, I'll tell them. Hell, I'll show them pictures. I have a ton of photos, Paul. Did you know that? I'm one of those bubble-headed millennials that takes pictures of everything, and I've got a whole bunch of you sleeping beside me naked. You never noticed, did you? And I'll post one photo a day on my Facebook and Instagram until I've ruined your life the way you've ruined mine. You broke my heart, you asshole." She turned and stalked off, knowing full well that none of what she said was true. She wasn't planning to come back, ever. There were no pictures. He hadn't broken her heart. This would either work or it wouldn't, and all that was left to do was wait and see if he'd call her bluff. Paul met her the next morning at exactly 9:30 outside his bank. He thrust a manila envelope into her hands without so much as a hello, refusing to make eye contact. "Leave me alone now, Mackenzie," he said, and walked away. Kenzie headed straight home, her heart pounding with exhilaration. When she got back to the apartment, she dumped the cash onto her bed. She counted it quickly the first time, then slowly a second time, savoring the feel of the crisp bills in her hands. $50,000. She had never seen so much money, and it felt amazing. She called JR. "He paid," she said without preamble when he picked up. She could picture his grin on the other end. "That's my girl," JR said. "Don't spend it all in one place." She extracted $15,000 for living expenses and her next semester's tuition, and the rest went to cover her mother's first year at the Oak Meadows Assisted Living Facility. 3 months later, Kenzie ran into Paul at the Seattle Food Festival, where she was working at the taco truck. His parents lived in Seattle, which must have been why he was in town. His face paled at the sight of her when he stepped up to order, but he paid for 6 tacos and pretended he didn't know her. She watched as he walked back to his family, distributing the food. He never glanced back. Kenzie lets out a long breath, letting the memory of Paul wash away. She has to focus on Derek now, who's even richer than Paul, and who also appears to be making things work with his wife, and who didn't even have the balls to tell her in person that their relationship is over. If it's over, so be it. But the negotiations are just starting. She's been walking for a while. She's planning to catch a cab at Broadway, and the closer she gets to the busy street, the smaller the houses get. The creepy sensation of being watched is back. She pulls her phone out and keeps it in her hand, then hears a rustling sound behind her. On high alert, she stops and whips around, but once again, nobody's there. But God damn it, it feels like someone is. Her skin feels like it's crawling from the unwanted visual intrusion. She starts walking again, faster this time. A voice floats out of the dark. "Hey!" "Who's there?" Kenzie says. She hates the way her voice sounds, high-pitched, frightened. "Hello?" Something moves toward her, a hulking, elongated shadow that morphs into a person. Every part of her body is stiff, but then the light from a dim street lamp catches his face, and she realizes it's someone she knows. "Julian," she says, surprised, when his facial features come into focus. Her relief is so powerful, her knees almost buckle. "Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me. What are you doing here?" "Looking for you," he says. She can't remember the last time she saw Julian. It's been a year, if not longer. He steps toward her, his arms outstretched as if he's going in for a hug. It's weird, and instinctively she steps back. What's he doing? They've never hugged before. The dude doesn't even like to shake hands. Guy's some kind of germaphobe, and she remembers he always carries a packet of those antibacterial wipes in his pocket. Tonight, though, he's wearing gloves. Except it's not that cold. "Is JR with you?" Kenzie asks. Julian doesn't answer. Instead, he smiles. The last thing she remembers is his gloved fist connecting with her jaw, a hard pop before her knees buckle for real. And everything goes black. Part 3. Down in a hole, and I don't know if I can be saved. Alice in Chains. Chapter 21. Derek's left hand is on the steering wheel, and his right hand sits on Marin's knee. It's such a small thing, such a tiny gesture, but his palm on her leg says everything about where they are today. He was right. They needed this weekend away. Whistler was Derek's idea, and he planned the entire thing without her knowing. The night after Marin wired $250,000 to a man named Julian to have Derek's mistress murdered, her husband came home, handed her an anniversary card, and asked if they could start over. She didn't know what had changed. The day before, he'd broken up with Mackenzie, and then almost immediately had wanted her back. But something had shifted in the short time since then. He seemed different. As he reached for her hand, he was once again the Derek she remembered, the Derek she married. "It's been 20 years, Marin," he said, his face anguished. "If you had to do it all over again, would you?" Would she? Of course she would. They'd had 2 decades together, most of them good, minus that one mistake Derek made early on in her pregnancy. Up until the last 16 terrible months, which were entirely her fault, they'd been solid. A trip away to celebrate might seem sudden, but at some point you have to pick a direction. And wasn't this what she wanted? Wasn't this the point? "I would do it over again," she said, and meant it. An hour later, their bags were packed, their skis were on the roof, Sadie was notified, and they were on their way to the mountains. Neither of them are perfect. Neither of them are without blame. Nothing is fixed. But finally, it feels like they've turned a page. It's the way her husband is touching her knee, singing along to Nirvana. It's the way she's not cringing because he's touching her. It feels like them again. She feels like herself again. It feels like the chance for a fresh start. Fighting your way out of despair isn't linear. It isn't like one good thing happens and suddenly everything's better and, hallelujah, your shitty days are now behind you. At least, it isn't like that for Marin. But today is a good day, and after months and months of living in a black hole, she'll take it. Derek pulls into the driveway so he can switch cars. He already told her he's not coming inside, that he has work to finish up at the office before a big meeting tomorrow. It's fine. She knows work is a big part of who he is. She understands it helps him cope. The salons are closed on Sundays, which means there's nowhere Marin needs to be. Every part of her out-of-shape body is sore from 4 days on the slopes, and she's looking forward to a hot bath and a good book. "I'll be back around 8. Derek turns the volume down on the car's stereo. "I can pick up Greek for dinner, chicken souvlaki, or do you feel like Indian? Tikka masala, garlic naan." "I think you're hungry," she says, and he laughs. He rubs her thigh and a tingle goes through her. "What can I say? I burned a lot of calories this weekend." He could mean because of all the skiing, but he doesn't. She and her husband reconnected over the past few days, in every way. "Let's cook," she says, feeling ambitious. "I'll season a couple of ribeyes, and they'll be ready for grilling when you get home." "You sure?" "I'm sure. I can do Brussels sprouts on the side, unless you want something starchy. It's been a while since I've messed up the kitchen." What she really means is that it's been a long time since she's felt like cooking. Roasted Brussels sprouts, cooked with bacon and smothered in Parmesan cheese, pairs perfectly with steak. It's not a healthy way to make them, but they're so tasty that even Sebastian loved— She stops the thought, and then braces herself for the inevitable gut punch, which happens every time she's reminded of her son. But nothing happens. The thought flits in and then out, and she realizes she feels okay. Derek is watching her closely, his eyes filled with compassion. It's like he knows exactly the path her mind just took, probably because his just did the same. They both get out of the car. He moves their skis into the garage and brings the suitcases into the house. "I love you." He reaches for her hand and kisses her palm. It's an intimate gesture, and she can't remember the last time he did that. "I love you too," she says. He steps through the front door, but before she can shut it behind him, he's back inside, pushing her up against the wall, his lips finding her lips, his fingers in her hair, and everything about it is natural and romantic and right. She waits until he drives away before she closes and locks the door, then goes about doing what she normally does when she gets home after being away for a—
Before we continue with the next chapter, allow yourself this short intermission to rest your mind and enjoy a calming melody. This story is shared freely with love. Thank you for tuning in.
few days. She sorts through the mail. She waters the few plants they have scattered throughout the main level of the house. She checks on the orchid that sits in the middle of the kitchen table. The orchid's been in the same spot for a year and a half, and she remembers the day she got it. Derek took Sebastian to an indoor swimming lesson in November, the last Saturday before Thanksgiving. Afterward, the two of them stopped at Whole Foods to pick up some of the thick-cut maple-glazed bacon they all like. Sebastian loved grocery shopping, because they rarely said no to any food he asked for, so long as it wasn't junk. Maren was finishing her coffee when she heard the garage door open, and a moment later, Sebastian was thundering through the mudroom and into the kitchen, holding a giant pink orchid in a gray ceramic vase. "Mommy, look it!" Every inch of her little boy's 40-inch frame was bursting with pride. "Daddy said we could buy you a flower. It's your favorite color. I choosed it myself." "Oh, Bash, it's beautiful." She took the flower from him before he could drop it. "I love it. This is a present for me?" "Daddy said you're beautiful and that we should buy you a beautiful flower, so I choose this one because pink is your favorite." Sebastian was beaming. Maren bent down and kissed his nose. "You're exactly right. Pink is my most favorite. Thank you, my love. Where should we put it?" "Here on the kitchen table, and you have to water it every day or the lady said it will get dead." He shook out of his coat, letting it drop to the floor. "Not every day," Maren said with a laugh. "If I water it every day, it will definitely get dead." "Hey, excuse me, mister. Where does your coat go?" He ran back into the mudroom to hang his coat as Derek was coming in, overloaded with groceries. Derek dropped the bags on the counter, and she spied steaks, avocados, bananas, fresh-baked Asiago bagels, oatmeal raisin cookies, and chocolate croissants spilling out of the totes. She raised an eyebrow, and he grinned, sheepish. "You know I can't just buy one thing," he said as she kissed him hello. "We got a little carried away." "I gave Mommy the flower, Daddy," Sebastian said. "He sure did." Maren picked her son up. He immediately wrapped his legs around her waist and his arms around her neck. She peppered the side of his head with kisses, grateful that he was still at an age where kisses from Mommy were welcomed. "I will take good care of it, Bash, I promise." And for the most part, Maren has. Orchids are sturdy, but finicky, and in the weeks after Sebastian disappeared, she stopped remembering to water it, and all the blooms fell off. Derek almost threw it away, but she'd screamed at him. "Don't you dare!" she shrieked, catching him just as he was putting it into the garbage. "Don't you dare throw that away!" "Give it to me!" She grabbed for it, and he let her have it, backing away. She was wild-eyed, her hair falling out of its loose bun. She'd barely slept and hadn't showered in days. "Look at the stalks. They're still green. The blooms will come back. I just have to remember to water it. Once I do, they'll come back. I know they will." She'd collapsed onto the floor, still holding the orchid, and sobbed and sobbed. Derek stared at her, paralyzed, not knowing what to say. Finally, he turned and left, disappearing into the mudroom, disappearing into the garage, disappearing into his car. Disappearing, just like everything else that was good. They're not in that place anymore. Maren is no longer hysterical and inconsolable, and Derek is no longer frozen and helpless. She doesn't exactly know how to define this new place, which isn't the same as the old place, but is better than where they just were. As Dr. Chen would say, even a millimeter forward is progress. The orchid is making progress, too. When they left for Whistler, the stalks were strong and green, but still bare, as they've been for the past year. But now? Maren catches a glimpse of something and leans forward, examining the stalk to be sure she's seeing what she thinks she's seeing. Yes, there it is. One tiny pink petal poking out of the bud. The orchid Sebastian gave her is blooming again, and suddenly she feels a stab of hope, so sharp and fierce it almost guts her. "I choosed it, Mommy." A text comes in, and she reaches for her phone on the kitchen island. It's from Sal. "You alive?" There are 100 ways Maren could answer, because today the question is so loaded. She and Sal slept together, and at some point they'll have to talk about it. Sal knows she went to Whistler with Derek, and he's probably wondering what it all means for them. And by them, not Maren and Derek, Maren and Sal. For now, though, she takes the easy way out. She responds the way a younger person would, without words. She simply sends back an emoji. A heart. The people from Grief Group use text to communicate with each other in between meetings, assuming there's even a need. Group works best when it remains compartmentalized. Feelings are poured out only within the safe confines of Frances's donut shop, and left there to evaporate when they return back to regular life. Nobody from Group goes out for cocktails afterward. Nobody grabs dinner. Nobody sends an email a couple of weeks later just to check in. But now Simon from Group is calling. Not texting, calling. Maren didn't hear the phone ring at first because the faucet for the bathtub is running at full force, but she sees his name light up the screen when she goes to grab a towel. She stares at her phone, contemplating whether or not to answer. Whatever it is Simon wants to talk about, it can't be good, and she isn't sure she's up for it. For the first time in a long time, Maren feels normal, even, and she wants this feeling to last, at least for today. But then she remembers. Simon's child is missing. There are a handful of people in the world he can talk to about it, and Maren is one of them. She reaches for the phone, and as she pads back into the bedroom, she hits the green icon on the screen to answer the call. "Maren, thank God you picked up," Simon says. "I tried you a few minutes ago, but you didn't answer." His voice is different. He doesn't sound sad. He doesn't sound depressed. He sounds wound up, almost frantic. "Simon, hi. What's going on?" She perches herself at the edge of the bed to peel off her socks. The double doors to the ensuite are open, and she has a clear view of the bathtub from where she's sitting. The tub isn't full yet, and because it's so big, she still has a couple of minutes before she has to turn the water off. "Are you okay?" "I just got a call from Frances. Maren. They found Thomas." She hears the words, but her brain can't fully comprehend them. She's frozen. One sock dangling from her foot, only half pulled off. "What did you say?" she asks, and it comes out a strangled whisper. "Frances got a call from the police this morning that they found Thomas." Simon's voice changes halfway through the sentence. It gets quieter. And then she understands. The news hits her like a throat punch, and suddenly she can't swallow. "Oh, my God." Maren can barely choke the words out. "Oh, Simon. Oh, no." They found his body in a crack house in Stockton. "California?" "I don't have all the details, but he overdosed, and he was in there for a couple of days after I guess the others thought he was sleeping. They didn't find any ID on him, but he had a tattoo on his wrist that said Francis, and a few of the other junkies confirmed that he went by the name Tommy." "When did he—" She can't finish the sentence. "2 weeks ago," Simon says. "It took that long to ID him. I guess it wasn't a priority." She can feel herself sliding down from the bed to the floor. Her ass hits the carpet soundlessly. She can barely hold the phone to her ear. It's like her entire body has turned to jelly. Oh, God. Oh, Frances. Poor Frances. "Why didn't Thomas call her? Why didn't he just go home?" she says into the phone. But she and Simon both know she's not asking this because she expects an answer. There are no answers. There are only more questions and more pain. "I don't know." Simon's voice cracks. "I don't know, Maren." "Where's Frances now?" "She called me from the airport," he says. "She's on her way to Stockton. She has to go to the morgue there to make an official ID, and she's—" His voice breaks. "She's going to bring his body home." Oh, Jesus Christ. "I have to call her. She was about to board the plane when she called me, but for sure, give her a call. I'm sure she'll appreciate hearing from you." "Does Lila know?" "She does now. I called her in between calls to you. We need to be here for Frances when she gets back." Maren's brain is going in 100 different directions. "Let's plan to meet. She might need help planning his funeral." She stops speaking and gasps as the horror of her words hits her. Her scattered thoughts narrow into one. Just one. And then the flood is unleashed. The sobs she lets loose are so fast and furious she can hardly breathe, and it feels like her stomach is convulsing. The phone slips out of her fingers and lands on the carpet beside her. She cries harder than she ever has in her life. Because Frances's terrible news feels like her terrible news, and Simon's and Lila's terrible news, because it's the thing they dread learning the most from the moment they understand their child is missing. The pain is so intense it feels like she's cracking into pieces. On the other end of the line, Simon is crying as hard as she is, because the only thing worse than not knowing is knowing. "Maren, are you there?" She hears Simon say, but she can't speak to him. She can't do this. She can't process. She can't deal. It's all too much. She disconnects the call without saying goodbye. Simon will understand. He will not call back today. She scrambles to her feet and runs to the bathroom where the faucet is still going, steam coming up from the tub like a hot spring. She makes it to the toilet just in time to vomit her Four Seasons breakfast into it. She strips off her clothes and sinks into the near scalding hot water. The heat attacks her skin like a million pinpricks, but she welcomes it, welcomes the pain. She wants her skin to sear off. She wants to shed everything that hurts. She wants to be someone else, anyone else, because anything is better than being this and feeling this. She aches for Frances. Thomas was only 24, an adult, yes, but a young one, and the exact same age as Derek's mistress. She sits up straight, then bolts out of the bathtub, not bothering to wrap a towel around herself. She drips water all over the tile and then the carpet as she reaches for her phone to text Sal. "Call it off. With Jay." Sal replies immediately. "You sure? You won't get a refund. Call it off," she texts again. "Right now. I'm serious." "I'll tell him," Sal says. And though Maren can't hear his voice or see his face, she senses relief in his words. It should never have gone this far. This only confirms why she and Sal can never be together. They are not good for each other. He is the id to her ego, the devil to her angel, the magnetic force that steers her moral compass in the wrong direction. She may hate Mackenzie Lee, but Mackenzie Lee is someone's child. Somebody loves her. Somebody will cry for her when she's dead, and Maren can't do to someone what has just been done to Frances, and what might one day be done to her. She returns to the bathroom and sinks back into the tub. It's completely full, which means there's more than enough water to drown herself. Chapter 22. Of course, Maren won't do it, but she thinks about it. She thinks about it all the time. She just doesn't say it out loud, because the last time she let it slip, Derek panicked and put her in the hospital again, where she was stuck for 2 days until they were sure she wasn't going to hurt herself. She can't blame Derek, or the doctors. She had attempted suicide before, after all. A month after Sebastian went missing, when the FBI informed them that the search was going nowhere, she had swallowed a bottle of benzodiazepines with a bottle of wine. She doesn't remember Derek finding her, trying to revive her, the paramedics, the ambulance ride, the stomach pump. She only remembers waking up early the next morning in a hospital room, Derek slumped in a chair in a corner, trickles of light coming in through the window blinds. Her first coherent thought was, "Shit, it didn't work." A few months ago, there were news reports of a child's body found in the woods beside the dismembered remains of a young woman who wasn't his mother. Maren was at work when she read the article, but when she got home, she started drinking immediately and waited for the phone to ring. She was certain the FBI would call to confirm that it was Sebastian. It wasn't, thank God. But by the time the deceased's identities were released, she had finished an entire bottle of Merlot and was digging through the bathroom cabinet on Derek's side of the vanity. She found what she was looking for, a brand-new package of razor blades, meant for her husband's Mercur safety razor, hidden under a pile of old rags, and was just about to tear it open when Derek came home. He walked into the bathroom just as she was shoving the pack of razors back into the cabinet. If he noticed she was drunk, he didn't comment on it. All he did was ask her if she was okay. He'd seen the same news reports she had. His day had been rough as well. They spoke for a few minutes, their shared horror at the news reports briefly uniting them after months of disconnect. Derek had saved Maren a second time that night. He just didn't know it. This is her life now. It's made up of good moments, terrible moments, and all the numbness in between. Her skin is pink, like a newborn baby's when she gets out of the bath 30 minutes later. After wrapping herself in a terry cloth robe, she makes the call she's been dreading, the one she'd rather do anything else than make. She exhales when it goes straight to voicemail, as she anticipated it would. She isn't sure she can stay strong speaking to Frances right now. Marin leaves a message, asking her to call back whenever she feels up to it. "I love you," Marin says into the dead air of Frances's voicemail. "I'm here for you, whatever you need, day or night. I'm so sorry, Frances. I am so sorry." She ends the call, feeling as helpless as she's ever felt, but offering support is all she can do. It's all anyone can do. Nobody could possibly understand the unique cocktail of emotions that Frances is feeling right now, that probably change minute to minute. Nobody knows what she truly needs. There's no how-to manual for this shit. Marin tosses her phone onto the bed. The razor blades are still buried under the rags in the cabinet. She could get back into the tub. She could. But she won't. There are other ways she can hurt herself. Still in her robe, she takes her laptop from the charger and sits on the bed, logging into a site she hasn't looked at in a while. She's not supposed to. She promised Dr. Chen she wouldn't. She could go to prison. The dark net is illegal, and there's a reason it takes a bunch of rerouting and passwords and more rerouting and more passwords before you can get to the sites where the children are. Sebastian has a small, dark pink birthmark the shape of a crescent on his right inner thigh. In the months after his disappearance, Marin became obsessed with searching for it online, scrolling through picture after terrible picture, looking for any evidence that her son might be one of these children. She never found him, but in the process of searching, pieces of herself were destroyed. No human can look at photographs like these without parts of themselves dying. This is a place meant only for monsters. But she needed to look. She was compelled to look. If her son was one of these horrifically abused children, the least she could do was see. The more she looked, the more she drank. The more she drank, the more pills she took. This went on for months, up until her last therapy appointment, when she'd finally confessed her secret to Dr. Chen. He'd reacted strongly to her admission about her dark net activity. If you ever feel you need to look, you must take a moment and ask yourself, what's causing you to feel this way? Her therapist said, and accept that it's your anxiety lying to you, telling you that you need to do this in order to feel a sense of control over a situation that's wholly out of your control. Anxiety can be very convincing. Don't believe what it's telling you, because looking at these images won't help your anxiety, Marin. It will only make it much, much worse. What you've been doing is an act of self-harm, and I am very, very concerned. Dr. Chen is half right. Anxiety does lie, but the situation isn't out of Marin's control. And as her computer finds its way, she examines her hands. Hands that look normal. Hands that are strong. Hands that can wield sharp shears, turning hair into something beautiful. Hands that can cook, clean, hold, squeeze, caress, and show love. Hands that gesture when she's emotional. Hands that protect. Hands that let go of her little boy in a busy, crowded market on the Saturday before Christmas. She's thought about the horrors that were likely to have befallen Sebastian in the hours after he was led away by Santa Claus. She's read the stats, and she knows that children his age, if they're not found within 24 hours, are likely to be dead. And if they're not, surely there are more horrors awaiting. It's Marin's fault. All of it. Including everything that's come after, her goddamned hands. She'd been tempted to slice them off a few nights ago, but then Derek came home with an anniversary card and asked if they could try again. "You came home," was all she'd managed to say. "I always come home," her husband said, "and I always will come home." Derek has never punished her for grieving the way she grieves. Maybe she shouldn't punish him for grieving the way he grieves. The thoughts never leave her, though. But they're only thoughts, and she's better at keeping them to herself. Otherwise, people become concerned and feel the need to intervene for fear that she might self-harm due to her fragile emotional health. After her hospital stay, she promised Derek she would never try it again, and at her last appointment with Dr. Chen, she promised her therapist she would no longer visit these sites. She's going to break one of those promises now. She starts scrolling, searching for the birthmark, the crescent, searching for her son. She doesn't know these children, but she cries for them. She cries for their mothers, and later she'll cry herself to sleep. Sometimes in her dreams, Sebastian is with a new family. Some poor woman who was desperate to have children took him from the market and is raising him with all the love that Maren and Derek would have given him. And with every passing day, Sebastian forgets about them, about Maren, and he grows to love his new mother. He is fine, he is safe, he is whole. And sometimes, in her dreams, Sebastian is screaming for her, and no matter what Maren does, she can never get to him in time. Her little boy simply vanishes, like a puff of air, there one moment, gone the next, snatched by a face she can't see and brought to a dark place where the monsters hide. "See? There are no monsters in Mommy's house," she had once said reassuringly to her son when she finished reading him The Monster at the End of This Book. It was one of her favorites as a child, and it stars lovable Grover from Sesame Street, who's terrified about a monster he's certain will appear at the end of the book, only to discover that the monster is actually himself. And just because someone looks like a monster doesn't mean he is. And just because someone doesn't mean he isn't. If Maren ever gets the call that Frances got, she will kill herself. She's made a lot of promises to a lot of people. This is the one she's made to herself. Chapter 23. When she gets to work the next morning, there's a voicemail on her phone from Vanessa Castro. Maren's first instinct is to drop everything and call Derek at work so they can find out the horrible news together, but then she remembers. Derek still doesn't know about the private investigator. In hindsight, the distance in their marriage might not all be coming from him. Maren is full of secrets, too. She needs a minute to gather herself before calling the PI back, and she shuts the door to her office so nobody will disturb her. She thinks about dinner the night before. When Derek got home after work, there were no steaks on the counter ready for grilling, no Brussels sprouts roasting in the oven. He came upstairs to find her sitting on the bed, staring at her laptop, and he watched without comment when she slammed it shut. He didn't ask what she was looking at. He took one look at her hollow, tear-stained face and seemed to understand instantly that his wife was having a rough evening. He didn't ask why, because he knew why, even if he didn't know the details. Instead, he gave her a kiss on the cheek. Indian, Greek, or Thai? "You pick," she said. She was about to apologize for forgetting the steaks, but he was on the phone calling for takeout before she got the chance. Vanessa Castro never just calls. The PI always emails first so they can agree on a time to speak. These days, nobody likes it when the phone rings out of the blue. It feels intrusive, which is why nobody bothers with a landline anymore. A landline can do only one thing: ring. The PI only spoke 5 words in her voicemail. "It's Vanessa. Call me, thanks." She thinks of Frances. Oh, God. Taking a deep breath, she makes the call. "It's Maren," she says when the PI picks up. "Hi," Castro says. "Sorry to call out of the blue." "Just tell me." "It's not about Sebastian," the other woman says, and every part of Maren's body sags with relief at those 4 words. "Oh, shit. I should have explained that in my message. I'm sorry, Maren, I was distracted. I didn't mean to scare you." "It's okay." It isn't, really, but it will be, once Maren's heart returns to its normal rhythm and she can breathe again. "What's going on?" "Mackenzie Lee," Castro says. Hearing the name makes Maren sit up straighter. "Are you aware that she's missing?" "Missing?" Sharp inhale. Her heart rate picks up again. "Missing?" Maren repeats, trying to inject the right note of confusion into her voice, trying to react as if she didn't potentially have something to do with it. But she couldn't have. She'd changed her mind about Julian, so why the hell would the younger woman be missing? What do you mean?" "I've been keeping loose tabs on her." Castro does sound distracted, like she's following a train of thought that's much further along than what they're currently discussing, and maybe reading through something on her computer at the same time. I know you said you were handling it, but I'd already started digging and I just wanted to keep going for a little bit. Maren closes her eyes. Shit. Right? And a few hours ago her roommate posted something on Facebook about her being missing. Maren realizes she's holding her breath again, and she forces herself to exhale. She has to say something, and she doesn't know how to respond. Her heart is thumping wildly in her chest, and she thanks God Castro isn't telling her this in person, because she's certain the guilt is written all over her face. When did this happen? It seems she's been gone for 2 nights, the PI says, which is long enough to concern her roommate because they apparently had dinner plans last night. Derek and I just got back from Whistler yesterday. We were out of town for the weekend. Yes, I saw that on your Instagram, Castro says absently. Her words give Maren another jolt. The private investigator she hired checks her Instagram? I wasn't checking up on you, she adds, as if reading Maren's mind. I happened to check this morning because I saw the Facebook post Mackenzie's roommate made, and I wanted a quick way to verify where Derek was, in the chance that they might be together. But they weren't, because he was with you. That's right. Maren is hesitant. She can't seem to figure out where the PI is going with this, and she's still trying to process that the woman thinks Derek's mistress, former mistress, is missing. And what exactly does she mean by missing? Missing as in Mackenzie took off, didn't feel like telling anyone, and no one can verify where she is? Or missing like she's dead in a ditch somewhere because Julian got to her before Sal could get to him? Derek has been with me, Maren says. We've been working on things. She takes another breath. Are you thinking he had something to do with... No, Castro says, and her voice sounds more present. Not at all. But with Mackenzie missing, this makes 2 people in your husband's life that have disappeared, which makes him the common denominator. Oh, Maren hadn't thought about it that way at all. Right. So what does that mean? I don't know, but I don't like it. 1 person in Derek's life suddenly gone is one thing. 2 is... Castro's voice trails off again, and Maren wonders whether she's in her office or at home or in her car. Did you by chance download the Shadow app onto your phone? I'm pretty sure I put a note in the file about it. I did. Maren forces herself to speak normally. Have you been keeping up with their text communications? Castro asks, which is a polite way of saying, have you been spying on your husband and his lover? Maren is gripping the phone so hard her knuckles are turning white. Everything about this conversation is freaking her out. She was clear with Sal about wanting it called off, and her best friend had assured her it would be done. So what the hell happened? Was she too late? At the diner, Julian said nothing would happen right away, that he would wait a few weeks in order to create distance between their conversation and the actual event. It's been less than a week. He can't have done anything to Mackenzie so soon. Unless Julian saw an opportunity. Unless he saw that she and Derek were away, giving Maren, and by extension Derek, the perfect alibi. And it really is perfect. Nobody would ever suspect them. The Machados spent the weekend in Whistler, over 200 miles away, with dozens of witnesses and an Instagram account documenting and geotagging all the highlights of their trip. Did the text say anything that alluded to Mackenzie going away? Not that I recall. Maren's mind is going in 7 different directions. She's trying to remember the specifics of what the text said, while trying to remember what she said to Sal and what he said to her, while also trying to figure out where Vanessa Castro is going with it all. She needs to stay 1 step ahead here, because it's true that Derek is the common denominator. There are 2 important people in his life who have disappeared. One is his child, the other is his lover. But Castro seems to be forgetting that Maren is the other common denominator. Sebastian is also her child, and she recently learned that Mackenzie was having an affair with her husband. Jesus Christ, what if Sal didn't call it off in time? What if he reached out to Julian, but the deed was already done? What if Mackenzie Lee is dead because of timing? What if she's dead because of Maren? What the hell did she do? Of course, she can't tell Castro any of this. The PI is a former cop, and while she seems to toe the line between what's legal and what's not, she'd have Marin arrested for sure. Mackenzie cannot be dead. It has to be a coincidence. She's young, flighty, impulsive. She probably took off and forgot to tell people. Right? Marin? Castro says, and Marin realizes that the woman has asked her a question and is waiting for an answer. The last text I saw was before we left for Whistler. She swallows, grateful they're not face-to-face and that the PI can't see her trying to compose herself. Would you mind sending the texts to me? She can hear the scratching of Castro's pen. She must be making notes. Take screenshots and send them to my cell? I can't. I deleted the app, and when I did, it deleted all the data. That's too bad. Castro's pen stops. I understand, of course, but those texts would have been helpful. A thought occurs to Marin then. They might have saved to the cloud on my computer. All my devices connect to the same backup. Want me to check? Yes, please, that would be great. If the messages are there, send me everything. I'm guessing there isn't that much. You've only had the app for a week. Not even a week. No problem, Marin says. Again, the PI misreads her tone. Don't worry, this likely has nothing to do with Sebastian, but I might as well be thorough. I'm assuming you can't ask Derek what he knows about Mackenzie's whereabouts. He doesn't know that I know anything about her, Marin says before the investigator can finish. We haven't discussed the affair at all, and I don't plan to. A slight pause. Are you and Derek... Do you think his relationship with her is over? I really feel like it is. It's the most honest way Marin can answer. Obviously, I don't know for certain, but we had a pretty wonderful getaway together. He planned the whole thing, and it feels like a fresh start. Castro doesn't respond to this. Marin can only imagine what the other woman is thinking. She can feel her judgment oozing through the phone line, because that's what women do to each other. They judge. And she's betting Castro thinks she let Derek off the hook way too easily. It's what Marin would be thinking if their situations were reversed. She's compelled to break the awkward silence. Let me know what you turn up? Of course, the PI says. They say their goodbyes and disconnect. Marin grabs her MacBook from the nightstand. She can't remember Mackenzie's roommate's name, but she knows she saw it somewhere in Castro's notes. It takes her a minute to find it, and after she does, she opens Safari and clicks on Facebook. She types Tyler Jansen into the search box, and Facebook responds with a list of Tyler Jansens. The one she's looking for is the first one, since Facebook's creepy algorithm already knew that she'd clicked on Mackenzie's profile a bunch of times, and being her roommate, Tyler is connected to Mackenzie on Facebook. She didn't realize Tyler was Filipino, which goes to show you can't tell anything about a person from their name. He's handsome, mid-20s, and well-built in his profile picture. It looks like he's tending bar and having a great time doing it. His settings are public, and when Marin clicks into his profile, his post about his roommate's disappearance is at the very top. He's uploaded a picture of the two of them sitting on the couch with her cat wedged between them. Underneath the photo, he's written, "If anyone's talked to Mackenzie Lee, tell her to text her roommate, because this shit ain't funny." Tyler made the post earlier this morning. There are over 24 comments, and Marin scrolls through them all, thinking that this was what Vanessa Castro must have been doing right before she called. Based on the questions from various friends and Tyler's responses, Mackenzie's roommate hasn't seen her in 2 days. Apparently, it isn't abnormal for her to be gone for a night or two, but even if she forgets to tell him in advance, which he says she does a lot, she always responds to his texts. She blew off a dinner date last night, and this morning, despite several texts, has still not checked in. And she always does, even when she knows he's mad at her. Marin doesn't understand any of this. If she's not responding to her roommate, then she must really be missing. She's really gone. Oh, Jesus. She checks Instagram. Mackenzie's last post was Saturday night, and it was a selfie taken at home with her cat and a can of something that looks like beer, but on closer inspection is actually hard cider. Nothing since then, which, from what Marin's observed, would also be cause for alarm, since Mackenzie posts something every damn day. She logs into the cloud, and after a couple of minutes figures out where the Shadow app data is stored. It's conveniently in one file, and she emails it to Castro. Whatever the PI might be thinking about Derek, he had nothing whatsoever to do with this. This is all on Marin. She needs to find out what Julian has done, and the only person who can help her is Sal. She texts him. "You alive?" "Ha ha," he replies, as much as I can be in Prosser. "You're back there again?" Marin is surprised. "Everything okay with your mom?" "We're at the hospital," he texts. "She's having tests for the brain injury." Damn it. She doesn't want to ask him about Julian while he's at the hospital. "Send her my love," Marin texts. "When are you home?" "Tonight. I'll be at the bar." "I'll come by," she types. "We need to talk." The three dots flicker, disappear, then flicker again. Sal can't seem to decide what to say to that. Finally, he replies, "Okay." Whatever Sal knows about Julian and Mackenzie, if he knows anything at all, will have to wait. The rest of the day passes quickly, thanks to a packed schedule at the salon. She finishes with her last VIP client at 8 p.m., but she accidentally got hair color on her dress, so she'll have to go home to change before heading out to see Sal. Jeans are appropriate attire for Sal's bar, and she dresses quickly in her closet, sliding on her most comfortable and well-worn pair. She reaches for a pair of boots, then notices something odd, something she didn't notice that morning when she dressed for work. Her most prized Louboutins have been moved. The designer heels were a complete splurge, meant only for the fanciest of special occasions, thanks to the crystal bows on the toes. They've been relocated out of their usual spot, which is near the bottom of the shoe rack, and arranged at eye level in front of her purse collection, one shoe posed on its side to show off its signature red sole. It's as if they've been prepped for a photo. Did Derek do this? Or Daniela? She pauses, thinking. Derek has no interest in her shoes, and Daniela, in the 10 years she's been cleaning for them, has never touched Marin's personal things. The last time these shoes were on her feet was at the holiday ball, well before Sebastian was taken, more than 2 years ago. As she moves the Louboutins back down to the empty spot where they belong, a piece of paper near the shoe rack catches her eye. It's partially crumpled, as if it fell out of a pocket, and she picks it up. It's a taxi receipt from the Sunshine Cab Company. Probably one of Derek's. He takes taxis often, saying he prefers them over Uber, which is hilarious since he's never taken an Uber before. But then she notes the date and time, printed right on the receipt. It's from 2 nights ago, when she and Derek were in Whistler. Marin stares at the little piece of paper, so innocuous she almost threw it away without looking at it. It takes a moment for her to process what it means. Someone was in her house while they were away. Chapter 24. Sal's bar is busy for a Monday night. The Mariners are playing at home, which explains why everyone is wearing baseball jerseys. Marin rarely comes here in the evenings anymore. She's not used to weaving her way through loud customers shouting at the TV screens and groups of men glancing twice at her as she passes. It feels weird to be in a crowded bar by herself, but she declined Derek's offer to come with her. She was leaving the house as her husband was coming in, and when she told him where she was going, he surprised her with his response. "I'll come with you," he said, and it was yet another sign that things are now different between them. A week ago, he wouldn't have said anything. "It's just to Sal's bar for a beer," she said, holding her breath. "I said I'd stop in. His mother's not doing well." She knows Derek doesn't like Sal, though he's never said the words out loud. Sal can be abrasive and rough around the edges, and it confuses Derek because he thinks Sal grew up with privilege. The winery had a solid reputation, and Sal's family had both money and legacy. Sal just never wanted any of it, which is the thing Derek can't understand, because Derek's family gave him nothing. "You're a good friend to him," Derek said. "You go ahead. I have to get some work done anyway." "I won't be long," she said, relieved. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. He pulled her back for another one. I'll wait up for you. Derek is trying. That much is clear. And it's wonderful and confusing all at the same time. The crevasse that opened between them after Sebastian's disappearance is still there, though perhaps not quite as wide. There's love and affection mixed in with the anger and resentment, and it will take time to undo all the months of not connecting with her husband to get back on solid ground. But for the first time in a long time, she'd like to get there. For the first time since their son went missing, their marriage feels like a priority. For today, anyway. There's no predicting how she'll feel when she figures out what happened to Mackenzie. As she makes her way through the bar, she sees Ginny, the server Sal's been sleeping with. While the thought doesn't exactly thrill Marin, her friend is entitled to do whatever he wants with whomever he wants. Ginny is balancing a tray full of beers on one arm, and her face darkens when she sees Marin. They're within a foot of each other, and up close she realizes the server is much younger than she originally thought. Marin had pegged her as mid-30s, but now she's guessing she's closer to mid-20s. Ugh, seriously, Sal? She forces herself to smile. Sal around? Office. He said to send you back when you got here. Ginny jerks her head in the direction of the back room, then continues on her way. Whatever just happened in the baseball game, the crowded bar cheers its approval. Marin passes a man who offers his palm for a high five. She smacks it and keeps moving. She pushes through to the back of the bar, where a door leads to a long hallway. The bathrooms are on the left, and the kitchen and Sal's small office are on the right. If it can even be called an office, it's barely big enough for a desk and 2 chairs. Sal looks up when she knocks. Hey, he says, shut the door. I can't hear myself think with that noise. She does as he asks, and the volume from the main bar is cut in half. He gestures for her to sit, giving her the once-over as she sinks into the chair opposite him. Missed me already, huh? I don't usually see you twice in 1 week. Hell, I don't usually see you twice in 1 month these days. Sal seems edgy, and it takes her a few seconds to recognize that he's nervous, and then it takes her another few seconds to remember why. He doesn't know that she's here to talk about Mackenzie and Julian. She and her best friend slept together a few days ago, and he's no doubt bracing for Marin to start telling him what a gigantic mistake they made, and that it can never happen again. He'll be half right. Before I say anything else, I want you to know that I don't regret it. She speaks gently, and Sal's eyes widen in surprise. I don't either, he says. But it can't happen again. She smiles to soften her words. I'm married, Sal, to someone else. You're my best friend, and right now I don't want either of those things to change. So then you and Derek are working it out? Sal's voice is tight. For now, she says. He nods, crisply, just once. She hates that she's the one making his face do the thing it's doing right now, the thing it always does when something is painful for him to hear. He's trying to hide it, but his body is tense, his hands pressed on the desk like he's doing his best to keep them from punching something. Derek and I have been together for 20 years, she says, as if Sal doesn't already know this. We've both made huge mistakes. And I've known you longer, Sal says, but if this is what you want, then I understand. I wasn't expecting anything more. Did you want something more? Would it matter? A short silence falls between them. After a few seconds, he waves a hand. Don't worry about it. I get it. We're good, Mar. Though it's not so much fun being dumped for the same guy, twice. They both know he wasn't dumped, in college or now, but she lets him have the final word on it because it's the least she can do. So that's it? He cocks his head to the side. You could have told me this over the phone, by the way. I wouldn't have been offended. Actually, that's not the only reason I'm here. Marin leans forward, lowering her voice even though they're inside the office and there's no way anyone can hear them with all the bar noise. I need you to confirm that you did get a hold of Julian when I texted you yesterday. Julian? Yeah, I did. Sal's dark eyes narrow. Why? Mackenzie's missing. He blinks. Who? The other woman Derek was seeing. It occurs to her then that she might never have told Sal her name. She only showed him Mackenzie's picture, the nude selfie, which used to be Marin's iPhone wallpaper. It's since been changed to a photo of her and Derek in Whistler. She's gone. It's Sal's turn to lean forward. What do you mean, gone? She hasn't been home since yesterday. Her roommate posted something about it on Facebook. She pulls out her phone and shows him Tyler's Facebook status. You're stalking the roommate now, too? Sal squints at the screen. He needs reading glasses, like she does, but like Marin, he refuses to wear them. Of course. She shakes her head. I'd asked the PI to look into the affair, which in hindsight I shouldn't have, considering I almost hired Julian to... Her voice trails off and she clears her throat. She pointed out that there are now 2 people missing from Derek's life. She says Derek's the common denominator. Sal freezes. So she's still investigating Derek's girlfriend? She's not his girlfriend anymore, Marin snaps. Girlfriend, mistress, whatever. Sal lets out a puff of air. Jesus Christ, Mar, you were supposed to tell your investigator to back off. The last fucking thing you need is her poking around in Julian's business. He grimaces. That's never ended well. Trust me. I did tell her, but she said she'd already started digging. Is she pursuing the theory that maybe the same person targeted them both? Because of something to do with Derek? Well, what else is she supposed to think? Marin is upset, and her voice is sharper than she intends. She takes a breath and softens her tone. But it's fine. For Julian, I mean. It's not like the PI knows anything about him. She doesn't know what I tried to do. You didn't try to do anything. Sal says this forcefully. You hear me? You met a friend of mine in a diner. You ate some food. The next morning, in a completely unrelated act of generosity, you donated a bunch of money to charity. That's all you did, you understand? At least that's all anybody knows you did. What about what Julian knows? That guy won't say fuck all to anyone. Sal says, if I told you the number of people he's laundered money for, you'd shit yourself. Names you'd recognize, too. He'll never talk. It's an honor code thing with those guys. Those guys? How many of those guys do you know? A few. Christ, Sal. He reaches across the table and grabs her hand. Marin, you didn't do anything, you hear me? Whatever happened to Derek's girlfriend isn't on you. He thinks for a moment. That day you stalked her at the coffee shop. You paid with credit card or cash? It takes Marin a moment to remember. Cash. I dumped the change into the tip jar. Why? You think the police are going to question me? Only if they know you were there, Sal says, but they won't. Other than the roommate who's even looking for her. Marin's mind is in overdrive. You're sure you told Julian that I changed my mind? I'm sure. And you're completely certain he got your message? Mar, there was no message. I spoke to him. Sal rolls his eyes, clearly annoyed he's being forced to explain it. I told him under no uncertain terms that you didn't want to proceed. Not gonna lie, he was irritated. Said he'd already gotten a bunch of things in place. I told him to undo whatever he did. He said fine, but you weren't getting your money back. I said you'd wait for the charitable donation receipt. She lets out a long breath, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. Then what is all this? How can it be a coincidence that she's gone? I don't know. Sal shrugs, and frankly I don't give a shit, and I'm surprised you do. She's young, and probably flaky as hell. Maybe she hooked up with some other dude, didn't come home, forgot to tell the roommate. None of this is gonna lead back to you, so why worry about it? You wanted her gone, she's gone. You're back with Derek now, so it's like she never existed anyway. He pauses, chewing his lower lip. It's like it never even happened. Are you talking about them or us? Sal doesn't answer. He's angry. She sees that now. Sal, are you mad at me? I'm not mad at you. He looks away for a few seconds, staring at the wall, and then sighs. Fine, maybe I am a little. Or maybe it's more that I'm hurt. I guess I feel a little used. Sal? She half laughs. It's the last thing she ever expected to hear him say. Used? Seriously? A little, yeah. He raises an eyebrow. What, like that's so hard to believe? Like a guy can't feel used and tossed away like yesterday's newspaper? With all the casual hookups you have? She matches his eyebrow raise, attempting to make light of it. It was never going to be casual with you, Sal says quietly, and I know you know that, and that's why you did it. Because you knew I wouldn't say no to you, because you're the opposite of casual for me, Marin. You took advantage of that, of me. But I get it. What was it you said to me once, after my dad died? You said, hurt people, hurt people. They look at each other, and for a few seconds, for as long as Sal allows it, the heartbreak is all over his face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that on Oprah, she says, and they burst out laughing. The laughter breaks the tension, and they both exhale. You're absolutely right, she says, about everything you said. I knew better. I needed to feel close to someone. I wanted to feel wanted and beautiful and seen. And you always make me feel that way. And I will always love you for it. As a friend, he clarifies. More than a friend. Marin wants him to know that this is true, because it is. So much more than a friend, but just not like a husband. He nods slowly. Yeah, okay. I get it. I'm always going to want you in my life. Don't leave me, Sal. Be mad at me all you want, but please, don't leave me. I wouldn't survive it if you did. Never. He doesn't make eye contact, but he squeezes her hand. Are we okay? He finally looks at her, offering a small smile that doesn't quite touch his eyes. Dude, come on. We never weren't okay. Then can you do me a favor? She asks. Can you check with Julian again after I leave and make sure that he really didn't do anything to her? Indulge me, please. I already told you, Sal says, but then he stops. You know what? Of course I can do that, if it means you can sleep. He pauses. What else did the PI say? Anything new with Sebastian? Nothing at all. It's Marin's turn to sigh with frustration. We didn't even talk about him. But when she called, I nearly fainted. Usually she emails. I thought for sure it was going to be bad news. They sit with that for a moment, and then her phone pings. It's a text from Derek. What's your ETA? I'm making popcorn, and I don't want to watch Stranger Things without you. The text makes her smile. I should go, she says to Sal. He comes around the desk to give her a hug. She squeezes him tighter than he squeezes her, and it feels like she's broken his heart for the second time in 20 years. She takes back what she said to him when she first got here. She does regret it, not because of what they did, because of how it affected him. She closes the office door behind her and runs into Ginny in the hallway. She's coming out of the ladies' bathroom, and her lipstick looks fresh, her hair a bit shinier. She must have spritzed some perfume on because Marin can smell her from a foot away. Hey. Ginny's expression sours at the sight of her. Sal still in his office? Yup, still in there. Marin eases past her in the narrow hallway. They're so close their shoulders graze. He's all yours. You're hilarious, the younger woman says, and Marin pauses to glance back. Ginny's voice is like ice, her eyes like daggers. Sal will never be anyone's, thanks to you. Chapter 25. The funeral for Thomas Paine is held at St. Augustine Church, the same place Marin first met Francis, Simon, and Lila. The chapel is sizable and can easily seat up to 400 congregants. On this rainy Tuesday morning, however, there are only 30 or so people occupying the first 3 rows. It's hard to know what to say to Francis. Their unofficial group leader greets Marin, Lila, and Simon as they file in together, the 3 of them having met up beforehand so they could brace for this day as a team. Francis is pale, but her eyes are clear. She's wearing a loose-fitting black dress, a black shawl, and black clogs, and her long, graying hair is curly and wild. Marin notices she's wearing lipstick for the first time since Marin's known her, a bright rose shade that brings color to her cheeks. Francis hugs each of them for a full minute, allowing them to say the things they need to say, accepting their condolences with a smile that lets each of them know she's glad they're here. Marin follows Simon and Lila into seats in the second row. It's hard not to stare at the lacquered brown wooden casket at the altar, draped in white flowers and flanked on each side by enlarged framed photos of Thomas. Francis is handling this like a champ, Lila whispers, chewing on her thumbnail. I thought she'd be a mess. No kidding. Those were Marin's thoughts exactly. She'd been expecting to see Francis shell-shocked and barely holding it together, but the woman seems almost the exact opposite of that. The three of them stare at the closed casket. The framed photographs flanking the glossy wood show two very different versions of Thomas Paine. The picture on the left is one Marin's already seen. It's the photo Frances always shows people when she talks about her son, the same one she posts on Facebook every year on his birthday. In it, he's 15, awkwardly teetering on the precipice of manhood, with good teeth and a smattering of pimples along his jawline. His red hair, the same shade his mother's used to be, is hidden under a well-worn mariner's baseball cap, the brim curved perfectly to the contours of his face. In the photo on the right, it's Thomas as a man. This picture Marin has never seen, and she has no idea where Frances got it or how recently it was taken. Thomas is fully grown, his face chiseled but hollow, his hair shaved almost to the skull. He's leaning against the side of a brick building, dressed in dirty jeans and a black t-shirt, painfully thin, skin weathered, a cigarette dangling from his dry lips. His eyes are haunted. He could easily pass for 34 instead of 24, and while there's some indication of the handsome man he might have been had he not spent the last 9 years homeless and addicted to drugs, it's a difficult photograph to look at. Perhaps that's why Frances chose to display it. Marin has never met anyone more incapable of bullshit, and she can understand that Frances doesn't want to pretend that her son died looking like the same teenage boy he was when he left. "Can I sit with you guys?" The voice shakes Marin out of her reverie. Jamie, the newest member from group, is standing at the end of the row. Marin almost doesn't recognize her. She's wearing a fitted black dress and 3-inch heels, and her hair is blow-dried straight, a far cry from the stringy wet mess it was the first time they met. She didn't contact Jamie about the funeral. Honestly, she'd forgotten all about her, so either Frances called her or Jamie saw something about it on the group's Facebook page. "Of course." Marin swallows her surprise, turning to Lila and Simon. "Jamie's here. Scooch down." They all move over one seat, and Jamie wedges herself in between Marin and the armrest. "How are you?" Marin asks. "You know, I never know how to answer that." Jamie speaks softly, looking past Marin to give Lila and Simon a little wave. "I feel like if I say good, people will think, 'Why are you good? You have a missing kid.' If I say terrible, it just makes everyone feel bad and awkward, wishing they'd never asked." "I like to answer, 'I'm managing,'" Marin says, and offers a small smile. She knows exactly how the other woman feels. It reminds them that I'm going through something hard, but doesn't imply that I'm good or bad. "I'm managing." Jamie sounds out the words. "I like that." They sit in silence for a moment, and then she says, "I almost didn't come." Frances would have understood. "I had to see it for myself, though." Jamie seems to be speaking more to herself than to Marin. "There are only 3 possible outcomes for our children. They stay missing forever, they're found safe, or they're found dead. I needed to see what one of the outcomes looked like, to prepare myself." The church pianist begins to play the first few bars of Amazing Grace, and a hush falls over the mourners. They're all invited to open their hymn books and sing along, but Marin doesn't need to. She knows the words. "I hate this," Lila whispers to Marin as the pastor steps up to the podium. "I know it's selfish, but this is literally the last place I would ever want to be. I don't want to be here." "I know," Marin whispers back, "but it's Frances. It's the least we can do." The reception is at Big Holes, and while the front door is unlocked, a sign on the door informs customers that the donut shop is closed for a private family event. Frances has ordered sandwiches and veggie platters that aren't nearly as tasty as the donuts and coffee, but most everyone is eating. There's a handful of people Marin recognizes from when she first joined group, but other than a brief greeting and some small talk, the old members don't engage with the current participants. Regardless of why they stopped coming, they chose to stop coming, and none of them are comfortable being here. They sit on the opposite side of the room. Frances's ex-husband, whom Marin's only seen in photos when he was much younger and thinner, is now bald, bearded, and doughy. He's huddled in a corner with his second wife and their son, a quiet boy of about 12 who looks eerily like Thomas did at 15, minus the red hair. The ex-husband has been crying on and off for most of the morning, his sobs gruff and heartbreaking, and his wife seems to have no idea how to console him. Maren sits in a corner with Lila, Simon, and Jamie. She'd texted Sadie where she'd be today, but she didn't tell Derek where she was going. He knows who Francis is, but they've never met. Derek's never attended group, and there seems to be no point in sharing the terrible news with him. They've only been at the reception for a half hour, and already Maren's lost count of how many donuts Simon has had. Jamie is asking his advice about cars. She's considering buying a Highlander, and Lila is currently Facebook stalking the woman she believes her husband is sleeping with. Maren still doesn't know Jamie's story, but maybe she'll share it at the next meeting. Assuming there is a next meeting, considering why they're here today. I mean, she's not even pretty. It's the third time Lila has said it, and she shows Maren yet another photo of her husband's alleged lover. Maren agrees, not that she'd say anything if she didn't. The other woman certainly isn't a supermodel, but in fairness, she's not supposed to be. She's just a regular person with horrible judgment. I mean, come on. What does Kyle even see in her? He sees that she's not you, Maren thinks, but again doesn't say. It isn't what Lila needs to hear. You're much better looking. Can you believe he still denies it? Lila continues to stare at her phone. We're just friends, babe. Relax. But you don't go out drinking and dancing until the wee hours of the night with a woman you're just friends with. I know he's screwing her. I know it. I feel it. Confront her, Simon says through a mouthful of maple bar. If he won't admit it, maybe she will. That's a terrible idea. What would that even accomplish? Maren gives Simon a look, and he shrugs as if to say, what? She turns to Lila. You don't need Kyle to admit it. Your gut doesn't lie, and nobody knows him better than you do. But remember that whatever he's doing, it's not about her. It's about him. Whatever you need to work out is between the two of you. She could be anybody. She doesn't matter. She should have taken her own advice. What a hypocrite she is. She knows exactly how Lila feels. She stalked Derek's mistress at her place of work, for Christ's sake, only to end up in a diner at midnight with a strange man discussing murder. You do batshit crazy things when you're drowning. When you're underwater, you'll grab on to whatever's closest to you if it means you can take one more breath. Regardless of Derek's affair, the number of terrible decisions Maren's made from the moment she lost their son fills her with horror and shame. Mackenzie Lee is Thomas's age. It could be Mackenzie lying in that casket had Maren not come to her senses. The donut shop suddenly feels warm, and she realizes she's sweating. She stands up so abruptly she nearly knocks her chair over. Where are you going? Lila asks, prying her eyes away from her phone. You okay? I just need some air. Maren works at sounding normal, but her temperature is rising. The walls feel like they're closing in. If she doesn't get outside right now, she's going to lose it. Thomas is dead, Sebastian is still missing, Mackenzie is missing, and she's sitting with two friends, and maybe a new one, whose children are also gone. It's all too much. I'll be back in a few minutes. Maren makes her way through the small donut shop to the back and shoves the door open with both hands. A cold burst of morning air greets her. The chill on her damp skin is painfully revitalizing, like a much-needed slap in the face. Francis is sitting on top of a picnic table beside the back door having a smoke. Their eyes meet, and Maren sees that it's not a cigarette between the other woman's lips. The skunky sweetness of the marijuana wafts over and into Maren's nostrils. Sorry, she says to Francis, and the word comes out a gasp. She works to center herself from the escape she just made from the claustrophobic shop, feeling bad for busting in on a grieving mother's quiet time. I didn't realize you were out here. I can go back inside. Don't be sorry. Francis's voice sounds a little rougher than usual. She moves over a few inches. Want to sit? Really, I don't want to interrupt. Maren, you're not interrupting. Francis pats the bench for emphasis. She takes another drag from her joint. Come, sit by me. I could use the warmth. It's getting cold out here. Maren steps up onto the table and takes a seat beside her friend. The wood is cold beneath her ass, and she shivers a little until her butt starts to warm up. She contemplates going back inside for her coat, but the energy in the donut shop is too stifling. How are you doing? she asks Frances gently. The other woman doesn't respond, and Maren is reminded of the brief conversation she had in the church with Jamie. How are you is a hard enough question for them to answer on any normal day, but on the day of her son's funeral, what does she expect Frances to say? When they saw each other at group a week ago, they were in the same place. They both had missing children. Today, everything is different. Thomas is no longer missing. Believe it or not, I actually slept last night, Frances says, as in really slept. I passed out around 11 and woke up this morning in the exact same position I fell asleep in. I think that's good, Maren says. It's been a stressful time for you. You needed the rest. I didn't have any dreams. The other woman blows another long stream of smoke out the side of her mouth, where it curls in the chilly air before disappearing. She offers Maren a drag, but Maren shakes her head and smiles. She hasn't smoked pot since college. Or if I did dream, I don't remember. Alls I know is I opened my eyes, and it was 7 a.m., and I was starving. So I went downstairs, dug out my cast-iron pan, and made myself a 4-egg omelet stuffed with mushrooms, ham, and cheese. Finished the whole damn thing. 4 eggs? I thought you didn't eat breakfast. I normally don't, Frances says, but I was so hungry. And afterward I went back upstairs, took a long shower, and sobbed like a baby. Did the whole ugly cry, and you guys know I'm not a crier. I stayed in the shower so long the water started coming out cold. Oh, Frances, Maren says, but her friend isn't looking at her. She's staring down at the hand-rolled joint, which she smoked nearly down to the end. You lost your son. What else are you supposed to do? How else are you supposed to feel? Frances looks up. The thing is, Maren, I wasn't crying because I felt sad. Not that I'm not sad, she adds, searching Maren's face for any sign of judgment. She won't find any. Of course I'm sad. I'm devastated. But I cried because I felt guilty. About what? For feeling so goddamned relieved. She looks down again. Because it's over. I finally know where my son is. Isn't that awful? Isn't that the worst thing you could ever hear a mother say? My son is in a casket, and I'm relieved to know he's there. I mean, what the hell, Maren? How horrible is that? I'm burying him tomorrow. I'm putting my son in the ground. How can I be feeling anything but grief? Maren reaches for Frances's hand. It's as cold as her own, the skin paper-thin over the woman's knobby knuckles. But it's over, Frances says. I may not have all the questions answered, but at least I don't have to wait for him to come home anymore. I've had these low back issues for the past decade. I know you've been seeing a chiropractor. And this morning, when I woke up, I didn't need a pain pill. I needed food. My back feels better than it has in years. It's like there's nothing to be afraid of now. Ever since Thomas disappeared, I've been waiting for that phone call, that knock on the door, from someone who was going to tell me that my son is dead. I've dreamt about it, and I've dreaded it, and I've been terrified of it, as if the news was like a boogeyman that was going to jump out and get me at any moment. But in that fear, there's hope. Maren nods. She understands completely. And that hope is why you can't run from it. That hope is what keeps you stuck inside the emotional nothingness of waiting, where you can't move forward and you can't go back. All you can do is spin in place because there's no sense of direction, because you don't know. She stops, choking on her words, and Maren sees that her friend's eyes are wet. The sight of Frances crying actual tears is jarring. And now it's over, Frances says. It's not the answer I wanted, but it was always the answer I was going to get. The words cut, and Maren winces. I'm sorry, Maren. Frances's voice is hoarse. She tosses the burnt-out stub of her joint onto the pavement and reaches for Maren's other hand. I know that's incredibly insensitive of me to say, especially to you. I'm not at all suggesting that this is what you can expect with Sebastian. It's just, this is how it feels right now. To me. Don't you dare apologize, Maren says, not wanting to add to her friend's pain by admitting her own. You feel how you feel, and you should be able to express it. God knows you've been through enough. Frances squeezes both her hands. I don't wish this on you. Do you understand? Her voice is urgent, compelling Marin to look her directly in the eyes. "I don't wish this on you, or Simon, or Lila, or on anybody inside that room." She jerks her head toward the back door, "whose child is still out there. This isn't the outcome I prayed for." "I know that, I do. But Marin, I'm grateful." Frances takes a long, deep breath. "I'm so grateful that the nightmare of not knowing is over. And now I feel... Frances starts sobbing again, collapsing against her, and Marin takes her in her arms and starts sobbing too, crying for her friend's loss and her grief and her guilt, and for her own loss and her own grief and her own guilt, crying because she loves Frances, and she feels her, and she feels for her. "What do you feel?" Marin whispers, holding the other woman tightly, stroking her hair. "Tell me." "Free." Frances chokes the word out, and then she sobs again. "I feel free." Marin holds her for a while longer, until Simon comes looking for them and it's time to go back inside. And all Marin can think, as she watches her grieving friend circulate around the small donut shop, making sure her guests have sandwiches and vegetables and donuts and coffee, is that she resents the other woman for saying it. Marin resents her for feeling it, too, for confessing it, and for it being true. Frances is free. Marin is jealous, and she hates herself for it. Chapter 26. For about 4 or 5 seconds, first thing in the morning, Marin doesn't remember. Everything feels normal, like it would for any other person rousing from sleep. And then it hits her, and it's like losing him all over again. The pain is intense, paralyzing, the pressure bearing down on her chest, threatening to snap bones and pulverize muscles, squishing the life out of her because she dared to do something as simple and natural as wake up. Marin opens her eyes and fixes her gaze on a spot on the ceiling. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. After a dozen or so breaths, the pain in her chest subsides. It's been 493 days. Rolling over, she reaches for the phone to check the text that woke her. "You alive?" She replies to Sal with sleep-numb fingers, "Good morning," then puts the phone back on the nightstand. She'll never understand how Sal can run a bar and wake up earlier than she does, but he's never needed much sleep. Back in college, they'd often crawl into bed together at 2 a.m., horny and drunk, the alcohol in his system having zero effect on his ability to perform sexually. The next morning, she'd wake up to the smell of frying bacon and scrambled eggs as he made breakfast for the two of them. It was the opposite of Marin, who functions best on a full 8 hours, 9 ideally, and who hasn't had an unmedicated sleep in 493 days. After Thomas's funeral, she and Jamie left Big Holes at the same time. They paused to chat by their cars, which once again ended up parked side by side. Perhaps it was the cathartic effect of the funeral, which allowed all of them a good cry at multiple points throughout the day, but Jamie finally revealed her story to Marin. Her daughter has been missing for a little over 2 months, abducted by her ex-husband, whom Jamie described as a narcissist. Marin was familiar with the word, but not in the clinical sense, so Jamie explained it. Aaron has an inflated sense of self, and he hates everything that doesn't reflect how amazing he thinks he is. Everything always had to be perfect. He wanted the perfect house, perfect job, perfect wife, perfect child. He was super critical of me, of what I ate, what I wore, how I styled my hair. He would take over every conversation, belittling anyone who didn't agree with him. We would lose friends because he was so obnoxious. His secret weapon, though, was gaslighting. He was good at making you feel crazy, and for years I thought I was being hypersensitive to things, when I know now that he was being an asshole. Ultimately, he cheated, Jamie said with a shrug, and had the audacity to tell me it was my fault, that if I'd taken better care of myself and better care of him, he wouldn't have felt the need. Bastard, Marin said, and meant it. Truth be told, I was relieved when I found out. At least I finally had a concrete reason to leave him, something I could explain in one sentence to anyone who asked. Saying you split up with someone because they're exhausting, cruel, manipulative, and a liar can be a little much. Jamie's smile was bitter. The custody battle got ugly. I wanted full custody of Olivia, and so did he. He dragged me through the mud, but the judge ultimately sided with me. A few weeks later, he took her, waited for her outside her friend's house 2 hours before I was due to pick her up. The friend's mother, who was aware of our situation, wasn't home. It was only the grandmother, who saw my daughter run to her father and didn't think to question whether or not the handsome, charming dad was supposed to be there. I didn't know Olivia had been taken until I arrived 2 hours later. 2 hours, she repeated, her voice quivering. How old is your daughter? She's 11. They issue an Amber Alert? Jamie nodded. They did. Based on things he'd said during the custody dispute, I had reason to believe he was going to take her far away and never bring her back. They found his car a mile away in a shopping mall parking lot. There was no way to know what he was driving after that, and no way to know where they went. I'm so sorry, Marin said. Jamie looked at her. I'm sorry too, she said. I know we all have our own unique stories, but I feel like I said the wrong thing when I saw you at group last week. I told you at the end that I felt better, and that wasn't fair. It's perfectly okay. No, it's not, she said. It's not fair to you. Regardless of the issues my ex-husband has, and trust me, he has a lot, he adores Olivia. Wherever they are, wherever they end up, he's not going to hurt her. This I know. Unlike you, and Simon, and Lila, and Francis, up until she found out about Thomas, I don't live in constant fear that Olivia isn't going to survive. The only fear I have is that I'll never see her again. Not because she'll be dead, but because he'll turn her against me. It's exactly what he'd do. Paint me as the bad guy so she'll never want to come home. She glances up at the gaudy yellow big hole sign, and then down at her shoes. That's why I felt better after the group meeting. Which makes me an asshole. I'm sorry. It doesn't make you an asshole. It makes you a mother. Marin touched Jamie's arm. I've learned not to make comparisons. Hell is hell, in all its incarnations. Unlike with Jamie's daughter, no Amber Alert was issued for Sebastian. His kidnapping did not fit the criteria. It was ridiculous when the police first explained this to Marin and Derek. Amber Alerts were used in cases of child abduction, and nobody was disputing that it was a child abduction. The video made that clear. However, there was no vehicle that witnesses could place Sebastian in. There was no identity, no description for the abductor other than the Santa Claus costume. The authorities have to believe that there's sufficient information about the disappearance of the child in order for an Amber Alert to be able to assist in finding the child. It's decided on a case-by-case basis, and Sebastian's case didn't qualify. There were other things they could do, however. The security footage from Pike Place Market was circulated across the country. Anybody with a TV would have seen Sebastian's picture on the news in the days that followed his kidnapping. His missing child poster was retweeted and shared on Twitter and Facebook nearly 1 million times combined. The idea that Santa kidnapped a child 3 days before Christmas was titillating, and it made the story go viral in a matter of hours. The evening of the abduction, Derek and Marin were filmed outside their home by local news stations, begging the public for any information about their son. By the end of the week, they were on CNN, pleading for his safe return. The lack of information about her son's disappearance was both mind-boggling and frustrating. Early on, Marin overheard one of the police officers say to another, "Either the kidnapper planned this meticulously, or the son of a bitch got ridiculously lucky. There's no way to know." It was easy to assume that Sebastian and his abductor had entered the underground parking garage, based on the exit that was chosen by the abductor. But there was no specific evidence to confirm that. They could have walked to a side street and gotten into a car, a truck, or a van. They could have been picked up by someone, or they could have gone into the parking garage and been one of the 54 cars to exit the underground lot within the next hour. The angle of the only working security camera across the street made it impossible to catch license plate numbers on those vehicles. Derek used his connections to get as much coverage as possible. So did Marin. A wealthy, prominent Seattle couple whose child was abducted in broad daylight. The police assumed ransom. But ransom demands usually happen within the first 24 hours, 48 at the most. Neither Derek nor Marin was contacted. There were no notes left on the doorstep, no texts, no strange phone calls from unknown numbers. The $5 lollipop was what had convinced Marin that the kidnapper knew Sebastian. At the time, it had seemed like such a specific thing to give him, and only 7 lollipops were sold at La Douceur Parisienne that day. But 5 out of the 7 sold were paid for by debit or credit cards, and those customers had been tracked down. They all checked out. The last 2 were paid for in cash, and the ladies working at the candy store said they remembered that customer clearly, a grandmother who'd bought matching lollipops for her twin granddaughters. In any case, La Douceur Parisienne lollipops were oversized, colorful, and probably a magnet for any child under the age of 10. The lollipop could have been purchased any time in advance and stuffed into a coat pocket or a shopping tote, ready to be used as bait when the perfect moment arrived. As part of the investigation, every single person in Marin and Derek's lives who knew Sebastian was interviewed. All the vendors at the market that day were questioned. Nobody seemed to know anything. Sebastian just vanished, without a trace. And 16 months later, Marin still has no answers. A long time ago, there was this movie that scared the shit out of her. She was still in high school, and a bunch of them were hanging out one Saturday night. Someone brought over a VHS tape of the movie The Vanishing, a thriller starring Jeff Bridges and Kiefer Sutherland. During a brief stop at a gas station while on a road trip, Jeff Bridges, Barney, kidnaps Kiefer Sutherland's girlfriend, Diane, played by a very young Sandra Bullock. Fast forward a few years, and Kiefer's character, Jeff, still doesn't know what happened to his missing girlfriend. He's become obsessed with finding out, almost to the point of going mad. Nancy Travis plays his new love interest, Rita, and together they eventually figure out that this Barney guy was at the gas station the day Diane disappeared, and certainly knows something. They confront him, and ultimately Barney says to Jeff, "If you want to know what happened to her, you have to go through the same things." Jeff agrees, and willingly drinks something that knocks him out cold the way Diane was knocked out. He wakes up inside a wooden crate buried in the woods. It takes him a few seconds to realize that he's trapped, and that he will die like Diane did, suffocating to death in a tiny coffin in the dark, with nobody to hear him scream and nobody knowing what happened to him. It was a creepy, entertaining movie that gave Mara nightmares for a week afterward. She's Jeff now. And if Santa appeared on her doorstep, offering her definitive answers about her child, along with a cup of spiked tea guaranteed to knock her out, she'd down that sucker in a heartbeat. She would swallow every drop. Because anything is better than this. A missing child is an open, infected wound. Some days you can take a painkiller and slap a Band-Aid on it and maybe manage your day, but it's never not there. It's never not festering, and the slightest poke can cause it to start gushing all over again. Marin's still lying down, and she needs to get up and start moving. She looks over to Derek's side of the bed. It's empty, but the indent in the pillow from where his head had rested the night before is still there, reminding her that he left for Portland earlier this morning. It was a last-minute decision, made before they went to sleep, to soothe some squirrely investors. It's only for the day, he'd told her. And immediately she'd thought, Mackenzie. There's an 8 a.m. flight, so I'll be out of the house by 6, and I'll be home in time for dinner. Want to come with? I'll be stuck in meetings all day, and I'll have to take the investors out to lunch, but you could join us, then get some shopping in. No sales tax in Oregon, remember? She chuckled. That's a 5 a.m. wake-up call. I'd rather sleep in and pay the sales tax. His quick invite made Marin feel better, though. How long would it be before she doesn't wonder what Derek is really doing when he's not with her? How long before Mackenzie Lee disappears from their marriage completely? She's about to sit up when her phone rings. She checks the number, picks up. "Still in bed?" Sal asks. "Yeah." "What are you wearing?" "Shut up, perv." A laugh. "How was the funeral?" She supposes she should ask herself why she'd told her friend and not her husband about Francis's son, but it's too early for that level of emotional deep diving. "It was sad, obviously," she says, getting out of bed and padding to the bathroom, but Francis seemed all right, better even. "What do you mean better?" Marin looks at herself in the vanity mirror, running a hand through her tangled hair. Relieved, I think, she says, that she has answers, that she can grieve him and bury him and try to move on. She has closure, finally. A short pause on the other end. I don't know what to say to that, Sal finally says. I mean, I'm glad for her, but at the same time, it's... Yeah. A comfortable silence falls between them. She can tell Sal is in his car by the background noise, but before she can ask where he's going so early, he says, Do you think you'd feel the way she does? If you got the answers she did? No, Marin says immediately. I can imagine how Frances feels, but I just don't think I'd feel the same way. Maybe because Sebastian's still so little? She stops for a second, aware that she still talks about her son in the present tense. And maybe because I know it's my fault, that what I did that day is the reason he's not here with me. You gotta stop blaming yourself, Mar. Sometimes I wish... What? Say it. Sometimes I wish you could know, either way, so you could move on, like Frances. But I'm not Frances, she says. I need to know what happened to Bash, but if I ever find out for certain that my little boy is dead, I'm as good as dead too. Still? Sal's voice is anguished. You still feel that way? Marin has no idea how they got on this subject, or why they're even having this conversation. She hasn't even had her coffee yet. But if he wants the honest truth, she's going to give it to him. I never want to see my son lying in a casket, Sal. I don't ever want to have a funeral for him. I do need to know what happened to him, because living like this is hell, but if the answer is that he's dead, I'd jump off a bridge tomorrow. I guess I already knew that. Sal sounds miserable. I thought I'd ask. I wasn't sure if yesterday changed anything for you. Where are you headed, anyway? Prosser. Again? Marin sits down on the toilet to pee. If Sal can hear her urinating, he doesn't say anything. What is that, the third time this week? What's going on with Lorna now? She does the mental calculation as Sal lists off his mother's current ailments. Prosser is a 3-hour drive from Seattle. That's a ton of mileage and wear and tear on his car. She's been complaining about her other hip. You remember how brutal the recovery of her first hip surgery was. Yes, I do. She flushes the toilet. She had her hip replaced right before Sebastian... Right. I should come see her. I feel bad I haven't been out there since it all happened. There's a long pause. She understands. But trust me, I don't think you want to come visit. It's depressing. She sits around all day watching her soaps. You know what? I'll definitely come visit her, Marin says. When's a good time? How long are you there till? Until tomorrow, probably. Honestly, Mar, it's really not... Sal, don't be so goddamned stubborn. I want to help. I could stay longer this time. The change of scenery might be good for me. I wouldn't mind getting out of the city. Marin's getting excited about the idea, about the thought of those vineyards stretching for miles in every direction. While she's there, maybe they could go wine tasting, something she used to love to do, and there are nearly 36 wineries to choose from. She never has to pay for tastings when she goes with Sal. Being the heir to the former Palermo wine estates has its advantages. Sal's father may have been a tyrant, but the family name is still highly respected in Prosser. I'll let you know, okay? Sal says. I don't know when a good time will be. Maybe I'll call Lorna, ask her directly. Marin's teasing, but not really. Sal isn't great when it comes to making plans, and if she waits for him to get back to her on dates, she might be waiting forever. She loved having me last time. I'll bring up some of those trashy novels she likes. She has a Kindle now. And take her into Yakima for a movie. She can't sit in the theater for that long, her hip. And I'll bring up some DVDs. I need someone to watch chick flicks with. Has she seen The Notebook? I could... For fuck's sake, I said no! Sal shouts, and Marin stops talking. She doesn't want to see you, okay? Other than my father, you're the greatest fucking disappointment of my mother's life. You're the girl I should have married, but never did. It hurts her to see you, and to see that I can never move on from you. She thinks you're messing with me, and she doesn't understand why we're still friends after all these years. Every time she sees you, she gets her hopes up, and I can't keep disappointing her. His breath is coming faster now. Marin can only hope Sal has both hands on the steering wheel and is focused on the road. She can hardly believe what he's saying. He's never said any of this to her before, and he's certainly never shouted it. Marin has always been kind to Lorna, and Lorna to her. She had no idea how the woman truly felt, or how Sal truly felt. "Leave my mother alone, okay, Marin?" "Okay," she snaps, not sure if she's more angry or hurt. "You don't have to be an asshole about it. I was just trying to help." "Help who?" Sal's voice is back to a normal volume, but the ice behind it is unmistakable. "You always want everything on your terms, Marin, and it's not fucking fair. You want to stay married to your husband, but you're constantly pushing him away. You want me as your best friend, yet you have sex with me when you feel like shit. You want to be known as this successful businesswoman, but you still act like a goddamned trophy wife. You say you can't bear to live with not knowing what happened to Sebastian, but if you ever find out he's dead, you'll jump off a fucking bridge. How dare you bring up— It's so fucking selfish." Sal's voice breaks. Jesus Christ, is he crying? "Because you don't live in this dead space by yourself. You suck everybody who loves you down into it with you, and you hold us hostage, threatening to kill yourself if you ever hear the news you don't want to hear. So you know what, Marin? Fuck you. I'm done." Marin can feel her mouth hanging open. She has no idea how to respond to this, and while she's thinking about it, the call disconnects, giving her no chance to retort, to defend herself. Lorna once told her that Sal's father used to hang up on people a lot. It was important for him to always have the last word, and he was well known in Prosser for slamming down phones, slamming doors shut, and stomping out of rooms. Sal Palermo Sr. was an asshole, and at times the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Sal Palermo Jr. could be the exact same way when he was upset. His father had such a temper, Lorna had said during Marin's last visit. The older woman was grinning, as if the memory were funny, as if the word temper didn't mean that he'd spent their entire marriage beating on her and bullying everyone else. And JR is the exact same, just like his father when he doesn't get his way. JR? Marin asked, confused. And then she remembered. When he started college, Sal started going by his actual first name, but in his hometown of Prosser, he'd grown up with his mother and everybody else calling him JR. It was easier for Lorna and the winery employees for her husband's and son's names to sound different. JR was short for Junior. Chapter 27. Still no word from Mackenzie Lee, and from the looks of things her roommate is starting to panic. Marin sits in her office at the salon, munching on one of the bagels brought in for the staff meeting earlier that morning. For the first time in months, she did not receive a good morning text from Sal asking if she was alive. It feels awful. It's hard to imagine that their friendship is done, but she doesn't know what she can do to fix it, or if she even has the energy to try. She refreshes Tyler Jansen's Facebook page for the third time. He posted an update about his roommate this morning, and the comments have been coming in steadily for the past couple of hours. The new post includes a photo of Mackenzie at the Green Bean, hair freshly pinked, apron tied around her waist, wearing a t-shirt that reads, "Ask me about my feminist agenda." The Facebook post includes a link. "I've filed a missing persons report on Mackenzie Lee. Here is the official link. If anyone has info, please call the number immediately, and then please call me. She's been missing for 4 days now, and given her mother's condition, I'm the only one looking for her." Her mother's condition? Marin scrolls down, reading all the comments, chewing the bagel but not tasting it. The post has been shared over a dozen times already, and it's up to 100 comments and counting. 2 comments in particular catch her eye, both written by a woman named Pearl Watts, who appears to be a former neighbor of the Lee family. The first is a response from Pearl to someone asking if Mackenzie's mother is even aware that her daughter is missing. Pearl wrote, "Unfortunately, even if she were told, I doubt Sharon would remember. Her Alzheimer's is V advanced. I visit her in Yakima every other week at the assisted living center, and sometimes she knows me, sometimes she doesn't. It's V sad." Yakima? Eastern Washington? That's not far from the wineries. The second comment is on its own. Pearl wrote, "Kenzie is a lovely young lady, and everybody here in Prosser is praying she's found safe." Prosser? She's from Sal's hometown? What are the chances? Marin shifts in her chair, suddenly uncomfortable. Something about this doesn't feel right. Marin had shown Sal a picture of Mackenzie, and he hadn't seemed to recognize her. Mind you, she'd been drinking heavily during that conversation, so her recollection might be fuzzy, but surely her best friend would have said something immediately if he'd recognized a girl from his hometown. He's 19 years older than Mackenzie and would have moved out of Prosser for college before she was born, but the town is so small. Marin ponders it some more, feeling the connection of something about to form, but the thought slips away before she can tie it together. And what does Derek know? Is he even aware that his lover of 6 months has disappeared and that a missing persons report has been filed? It feels like things have officially ended between him and Mackenzie, but still, how can he not know? Vanessa Castro's words come back to her. This makes 2 people in your husband's life that have disappeared, which makes him the common denominator. Now that the police are involved, it's only a matter of time before they question Derek. In fact, maybe she should give him a heads up that they might be knocking on the door any day now. But that would mean admitting to her husband that she knows about the affair. Marin wishes she didn't know. She wishes she'd never found out. She wishes she'd never started this. She goes into the app store, finds the Shadow app, and reinstalls it on her phone. All she has to do is re-enter her login and password at the prompt and confirm Derek's phone number. This time, however, when the app asks her if she wants to shadow all of Derek's contacts or only specific numbers, she selects all. Her husband's a busy man, and Marin's phone might very well blow up with notifications, but it's possible Mackenzie has another phone that she'll use to contact Derek, or maybe someone else will try to contact Derek about Mackenzie. Marin needs to know what her husband knows, and at some point, she needs to figure out what Sal knows. A minute later, it's done. Like the first time, she waits for it to sync, half expecting a flood of text messages from Derek's phone to download, even though the app can only shadow in real time. Nothing. A tap on the arm makes Marin jolt, and she drops her phone onto her plate, where it lands with a clang next to her half-finished bagel. "Sorry, Marin," Veronique says with a laugh. "Didn't mean to scare you. Just letting you know that your 1:30 is here." Marin checks the time. It's exactly 1:30. Shit. She doesn't like to keep clients waiting, but she could use another 10 minutes to mentally work through everything she's just learned about Mackenzie. There's no way Sal doesn't know her, or at least know of her. Prosser has a population of less than 7,000. She could call him right now. Or maybe she could send a Facebook message to Pearl Watts, who clearly knows Mackenzie and her mother. The woman would definitely know Sal and his family, as she's a current resident of Prosser. Sal's out there all the time. She realizes Veronique is waiting for her to say something. "Who's my 1:30 again?" Marin asks. "Stephanie Rogers." The receptionist's cheerful tone turns mock-ominous, and she raises an eyebrow ever so slightly. Shit again. Stephanie doesn't like to be kept waiting. No client does, but some are more vocal about it than others. Resigned, Marin logs out of Facebook and pushes her chair back. "I'm coming." She forces herself to make small talk after she greets her longtime client, but fortunately Stephanie is the chatty type who can carry a conversation all by herself. She's originally from New Jersey, though she tells everyone New York, and she recently divorced a man 20 years older than she is. The marriage lasted less than 5 years. She and Marin float in similar social circles and get along well, though they don't spend time together outside charity events and salon appointments. Stephanie's beloved Chihuahua has been sick, and she can't seem to shut up about the veterinary bills her ex-husband refuses to pay. It's fine by Marin, who's content to half-listen while thinking about other things. "It's his dog, too, you know, Mar? We agreed we would share the vet expenses. It's like in writing in the divorce agreement. Like he's a fucking joke, pardon my language. Guy made $8 million last year, and he can't pay for half the $7,000 to get the fucking cysts out of the fucking dog. Sorry for all the F-bombs. Sometimes I can't believe I was ever married to that guy. Hey, how's Derek? Count your lucky stars, you got a good one." "Sorry, Steph, that's rough," Marin murmurs, and a second later her phone pings in her pocket. Reflexively, her whole body seizes. It's the Shadow app. She stops cutting and checks her phone quickly with her free hand. It's nothing. One of the investors in Portland is running late for a meeting. Sorry, Derek, be there in 5 minutes. As she's holding the phone, her husband's response comes in. No rush, George, we just sat down. How's Salty doing now? Maren asks, resuming the cut. She swallows a sigh of relief. It's crazy how stressful it is to spy on someone. Oh, he's fine. Her client didn't even notice that Maren had paused for a few seconds. Stephanie's face is buried in her own phone. Back to being a feisty little shit. He's one spoiled chihuahua. He ran out the back door the other day and I thought I lost him. Probably a good thing we never had kids, you know? Stephanie freezes, looks up, meets Maren's gaze in the mirror. Oh my God, Mar, I can't believe I said that. Me and my fucking mouth. That was so insensitive. I am so sorry. Oh my God. Maren doesn't care. People have said worse to grieving mothers, and on purpose. This barely registers at all, but before she can reassure Stephanie that it's fine, her phone pings one more time. It's the Shadow app again. Maybe selecting all when she reinstalled it wasn't the best idea. The cut is finished, at least. It's clear Stephanie feels terrible, and Maren seizes the opportunity to take advantage of the other woman's blunder. No worries, Steph. Listen, do you mind if Jackie does your blow-dry? I need to leave a bit early. We have a new heat-protectant creme I think you'll love. It'll make your hair so soft. Of course, her client says right away. Normally Stephanie, or any of Maren's other VIP clients for that matter, would never allow herself to be passed off to another stylist for the finish, but she'd stuck her foot in her mouth and was in no position to argue. Go do your thing. Maren motions Jackie over, then bends down and gives Stephanie a quick hug before the other stylist takes over. I'll see you in 2 months. Sooner than that, Stephanie calls out. I'll see you guys at the spring gala. Back in her office, she shuts the door and checks the Shadow app. This time it is a text from Mackenzie. No words, just a photo. The thumbnail is small, and without reading glasses, Maren can't make out what it is without enlarging it, but one thing is obvious. If she's texting him photos, then Derek and his mistress are still talking. It's not over between them. Maren's heart sinks. How could she have been so stupid? How could she have trusted him? He'd whisked her away to the mountains, said he wanted a fresh start, but he obviously doesn't mean any of it. Lies are like breathing for her husband. She saw a meme on Instagram once. How do you know a cheater is lying? He opens his mouth. Leaning against the wall of her office, Maren taps on the thumbnail and braces herself for the gut punch. The app is a bit slow, and it takes a few seconds for the picture to enlarge. When it does, it takes a moment for Maren to process what she's looking at. It's a photo of Derek's mistress, all right, but it's not a selfie. She's not nude. She's not smiling. She's lying on a bed on her right side on top of a flowered quilt in a bedroom that looks dated and sparse. She's dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, and her wrists are bound behind her back, her feet tied together at the ankles. Her face is angled awkwardly toward the camera, as if whoever took the photo told her to look up. What the hell is this? Some kind of bondage thing? Have she and Derek gotten into something kinky? Is this the kind of shit that turns him on? Then Maren notices how stringy the younger woman's hair looks. Her pink waves are limp and greasy, not damp. Also, something doesn't look right with her face. She zooms in on the picture to get a closer look, and she gasps when Mackenzie's features come into focus. Derek's lover has been beaten. It's not makeup. The swelling is obvious. One eye is purple and nearly swollen shut. Her bottom lip is split, and there's dried blood on her chin. There's a cut above her eyebrow. Zooming in even closer, Maren can see the wet line trailing from the corner of her puffy eye all the way down her cheek. Tears. She's crying. And then the Shadow app receives another text. This time it's all words. We have your girl. $250,000 cash, small bills, tonight. You don't pay, the same thing will happen to her that happened to your son. You don't want it to happen again, do you, Derek? We'll be in touch later with the address. Maren's knees give out. She clutches the desk as her head spins, 1,000 feelings bubbling up all at once as she tries to make sense of what she's just read. She wills herself to breathe, to stay calm, because having a panic attack will not help. Oh, God, Derek, she whispers into the quiet office. Oh my God. What have you done? Her phone pings again. Maren is almost afraid to look down. She does anyway, to find her husband has responded to the ransom demand. Only 5 words. I'll get you the money. Chapter 28. If it were anybody else, Maren would be calling the police herself. It's a ransom demand. It's a life at stake. Except the ransom demand wasn't sent to Maren. It was sent to her husband, and the life at stake is Mackenzie Lee's, the woman whose death was worth, in a moment of weakness in Maren's darkest hour, $250,000. The amount it cost Maren to end her life is, coincidentally, the exact same amount it will cost Derek to save it. Maren has no idea if her husband loves this woman or has ever loved her. When Sebastian disappeared, he and Maren were schooled by the FBI on exactly what to say if they were to ever receive a ransom demand, and not saying or doing anything to antagonize the kidnappers was the first thing on that list. Just because Derek said he would get the money doesn't mean he will. Either way, that's not Maren's immediate concern. She wants to know what the hell the text is referring to with, "You don't want it to happen again." Again? Did Derek get a ransom demand for their son and not tell her? Or the FBI? Is this the same person who took Sebastian? Or is it someone totally unrelated, preying on Derek's trauma over the abduction of their son and betting that he'll pay up to avoid another tragedy? She thinks back to the days after Sebastian's disappearance. Their phones were never out of their sight, never not fully charged. All they did was wait for the call, and the call never came. Except it might have. The wording of the ransom demand could be interpreted 2 totally different ways, and since Derek's response was immediate and decisive, it's clear her husband knew which way to take it. Derek knows exactly what they mean. In the general scheme of things, $250,000 is a drop in the bucket for them. It's a phone call, a few numbers typed into a computer, a wire transfer, and a confirmation email. It affects their finances almost not at all, which is probably why the kidnappers asked for a number so low. It's an accessible amount, one that gets the whole thing over with quickly. No more avoiding, no more pretending, no more secrets, no more lies. The time has come to address all of it with the only person who has all the answers, the common denominator. Maren sits in the kitchen drinking coffee, waiting for Derek. His meetings had ended sooner than he'd expected, and he managed to get on an earlier flight back to Seattle. He sent her a text 30 minutes ago to let her know he'd landed, just like he used to back when they were happy, before all this happened. He didn't check a suitcase, he didn't park a car. He'll simply deplane and take a taxi home. With traffic at this time of day, she has maybe 30 more minutes until he walks through the door. She pulls out the small piece of white paper she found on the floor of their closet 3 days before and finally calls the number on the front of it. "Sunshine Cab," a dispatcher answers, halfway through the first ring. A man's voice clipped. "Where you headed?" "Hi there. I was in one of your cabs the other day and I think I left my wallet in it." Maren speaks smoothly, the lie rolling off her tongue. "Receipt number?" Maren recites the 8-digit number stamped on the top right corner. She hears typing in the background. "That's cab 402, the dispatcher says, more to himself than to her. "One sec, I'm going to check if any lost articles were logged in that night." More typing. "Nope, nothing." "Then I'm 99% positive it's still in the cab," Maren says. "Is there any way you could put me in touch with the driver?" "That's not protocol," the man says. "I can call him and ask about your missing item while I put you on hold. What's your first name, and what does the wallet look like?" "It's, Sadie." Maren spits out the first name that comes to mind. "And the wallet is red with, a gold clasp." It doesn't matter. There's no wallet, and even if there were, it isn't Sadie's. "One sec." The phone clicks, and soft rock plays over the line until the dispatcher is back. "Ma'am, the driver didn't pick up. GPS shows him driving. Can I text him your number, tell him to call you when he's finished his fare?" "Yes, please." Maren withholds a sigh of frustration. Why didn't they do this in the first place? "Do you have a pen?" She gives him her cell number and disconnects. She doesn't know exactly what she's looking for, but someone was in her house around 9 p.m. Saturday night. She has a pretty good idea who it was, but if her theory is correct, Derek's mistress would have gone missing sometime after she broke in. Mackenzie wasn't home when her roommate finished work at 2 a.m., which means the younger woman likely disappeared in that 5-hour window. The question was, why was she in their house, and what happened to her afterward? The doorbell rings. Frowning, Marin finishes her coffee and pads down the hallway to the front door. She peers through the peephole, letting out a gasp when she sees the distorted image of the person standing on the other side. She opens the door slowly, the blood draining from her face, and feels herself sway. Vanessa Castro grabs her arm before she can fall. "I haven't found Sebastian," the PI says. "You're okay. Breathe." Marin straightens up, shaking, and takes a few seconds to gather herself. Phone calls are bad enough. Vanessa Castro's name on her call display is always terrifying. But seeing the private investigator in person, she now knows, is 100 times worse. Jesus Christ, she misses the days when Castro used to just email. "What are you doing here?" "I've learned some new information. I thought we should talk in person. It couldn't wait." She looks past Marin. "You alone?" "For now. Come in." Marin stands aside as Castro enters. She rubs her stomach, grimacing at the acidic taste at the back of her throat. It must be a strange superpower to have, causing people indigestion at the mere sight of you. Glancing around at the pristine perfection of the house and noting Marin's bare feet, the other woman removes her shoes, leaving them neatly by the door. Marin leads her into the kitchen. "Something to drink?" she asks. Castro's eyes flicker to the coffee machine. "Oh, wow. Is that a Breville Oracle? I've always wanted one of those for the office, but I'd have to sell a kidney." Marin manages a small smile. "Make whatever you like." A couple of minutes later, they take a seat on the banquette. Castro takes a sip of her mochaccino, nods her approval at the taste, and starts speaking. "As soon as I saw that Mackenzie Lee was missing, something started niggling at me," Castro says, "and I couldn't put my finger on it. It felt like there was some missed connection I wasn't seeing. I know that feeling. So I started digging deeper into her background. Are you aware that she and Sal Palermo had a sexual relationship when she was 17? Marin stares at the other woman, her mouth dropping open. The connection she couldn't quite make earlier. Here it is. She closes her mouth, swallows. "No, I was not. Are you sure?" Castro pulls out her phone. She taps the screen a few times, then hands it to Marin. She's pulled up a photo of a younger Sal with a much younger Mackenzie. They're sitting beside each other on a riverbank, the water rushing by behind them, their cheeks pressed together, the sun in both their eyes. A selfie. Not the greatest quality. It was probably taken with a BlackBerry Curve, or whatever cheap smartphone was popular with high schoolers 7 years ago. Mackenzie's hair was dark brown, hanging in a silky sheath almost down to her waist. Her eyebrows looked different. They were thinner then, overplucked, and she looked like a teenager, which she would have been when the photo was taken. But there's no mistaking it's her. Holy shit. Marin stares at the picture, stunned. I don't understand. She works to wrap her mind around this new revelation. She knew that Sal was a serial dater, and had been since they broke up, and that he often hooked up with women much younger than he was. Ginny from the bar was a classic example. But Marin had shown him Mackenzie's picture at his bar that afternoon while she was getting drunk on amaretto sours. Sal had taken a good long look at Mackenzie's naked body, and he'd laughed, and then commiserated with her at the ridiculousness of Mackenzie's youth, her pink hair, her tattoos, all the things that made her the exact opposite of Marin. He never said a word about knowing her or even recognizing her, and all along he had known her, intimately, because they'd been lovers. Marin is surrounded by liars. Castro is still speaking, and she forces herself to focus. It seems that Sal and Mackenzie are both from the same small town in eastern Washington called Prosser. Marin's mind is whirling. Right, Prosser. I made a call to a former neighbor of hers, a woman named Pearl Watts, Marin says. I read the same Facebook comments you did. She had meant to message the woman, but the shadow app had pinged with the ransom demand for Mackenzie, and she'd forgotten all about it. Did the PI know about the ransom demand? Was that why she was here? Good detecting. The private investigator gives her a small smile. Yes, Pearl Watts. She confirmed that she lived next door to the Lee family when Mackenzie was growing up. Mackenzie's mother worked as a cleaner for several of the local businesses, and she often worked after hours, so Mackenzie was looked after by her grandmother. One of the businesses she cleaned was the Palermo Wine Shop, the storefront and tasting room for the Palermo Wine Estates. Morin lets out a breath. Sal's family business. Pearl was very helpful in giving me the inside scoop on Mackenzie. Apparently she was always a nice girl, but a bit of a wild child, eager to get out of Prosser and become an artist. When she started seeing Sal, she didn't care that he was more than twice her age, didn't care who knew. It was quite the town spectacle. And then Pearl told me about rumors, things she'd heard from people who knew Mackenzie in college, that she'd developed a taste for older men in general, particularly older, rich men. No surprise there. So I kept digging and ended up getting in touch with an old roommate of hers from Idaho. The roommate, Isabel, said that Mackenzie was dating a married man their senior year whose wife came to their apartment drunk and hysterical because she'd learned about their affair. It was a mess. The superintendent was called, the wife had to be escorted out, and the whole thing freaked Isabel out. But she said Mackenzie wasn't bothered by it at all. She didn't care that the wife was upset. According to Isabel, Mackenzie cared more about the fact that her relationship with Paul, the married man, might end before she got her big payout. What payout? Evidently, that was their thing. The roommate even had a term for it: professional girlfriend. They dated rich men, and when the relationships ended, they asked for severance pay. Castro's fingers crooked into air quotes. The roommate told you all this? Morin's mouth drops open. Isabella's turned over a new leaf, from what I can tell. Married now to a middle-class guy her own age, and they have a kid. Castro pauses again. Mackenzie shook Paul down for $50,000. I know, because I tracked him down, and that's what he told me. Morin puts her head in her hands. It's too much. Morin? Castro touches her arm, and she looks up again. The tone in the other woman's voice is making her uneasy. How much do you know about Sal's past? The question catches Morin off guard, and her heart starts palpitating. Julian. She's going to ask about Julian. Her palms feel sweaty, and she puts her hands in her lap to keep them from shaking. I mean, I've known Sal since college, she says. We dated for a year. We're best friends. I'd like to think he's been open with me about most things. Except Mackenzie, her brain whispers, which is a pretty big thing not to tell her. When Castro doesn't respond to this right away, Morin adds, Whatever you're thinking about Sal, he didn't have anything to do with Sebastian. I know for a fact he was in Prosser taking care of his mom when it happened. She holds her breath. Yes, the original police investigation verified that Sal was absolutely in Eastern Washington when it happened, and I confirmed it myself, Castro says, and Morin exhales. According to Pearl Watts, Sal's in Prosser quite often, helping out his mother, but so is Mackenzie. Her mother is in a care facility in Yakima, and whenever she's in the area, she and Sal spend time together. Nobody really cares about it anymore because Mackenzie's an adult now, but apparently Sal's father was a womanizer too. The talk in town is that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Morin finishes the sentence for her, then closes her eyes. That motherfucking liar. So not only did Sal have a relationship with Mackenzie, he still has a relationship with Mackenzie. What kind of sick game is this? Did Sal tell her to go after Derek? Did Sal set Morin's husband up to cheat on her? You think Sal helps plan Mackenzie's shakedowns? Morin asks, when she can speak again, of her rich boyfriends? And Derek, too? Possibly. But why? It comes out as a wail, because she doesn't understand. Everything Castro is telling her about Mackenzie seems plausible. But Sal? She knows Sal, really knows him, and none of what the PI is saying makes any sense. Sal is her best friend. He loves her. He wouldn't do anything to hurt her, at least not on purpose. I know Sal's a bit shady, but he's never cared about money. He walked away from the family business and bought a bar, for Christ's sake. This makes no sense. I agree, there might have been a time when he didn't care about money. There's a careful note in Castro's voice, but that's probably when he actually had money. He doesn't now. I took a closer look at his finances. On the surface, the bar is profitable, but the winery was deeply in debt when they sold it 10 years ago. Sal's father ran it well when he was alive, but after he died, Sal's mother took over. She didn't manage it well. By the time they sold it, it owed more than it was worth. She was lucky to get the farmhouse out of the deal. Sal supports both of them. That kind of financial strain can cause a person to do crazy things. And here they are. It's coming. Marin can feel it. It's the way Castro's voice sounds, getting softer by the word. The answers Marin's been searching for are about to be revealed. Vanessa, tell me. Whatever it is you've been trying to say since you got here, just say it. You already know. Castro's tone is gentle. I can hear it in your voice. You think Sal took Sebastian for ransom? I believe so, yes. Marin closes her eyes, inhaling and exhaling slowly. The pain will come later. Right now, she needs to stay focused, present. And then did what with him? That I don't know, Castro says, but it's been almost 1.5 years. He could still be alive. Maybe. The PI's voice is neutral. In her business, neutral means no. We'd have to talk to Sal. And Mackenzie is part of this? Sebastian's kidnapping? Her own? She staged her own ransom demand? What ransom demand? Castro puts her coffee mug down. Marin, if you know something, now's the time. With shaking hands, Marin reaches for her phone, which was sitting face down on the table between them. She taps on the shadow app, then taps on the photo of Mackenzie, beaten, tied up on a bed. She passes it to the other woman. I thought you deleted the app. I undeleted it earlier today. Marin nods at the phone. Look closely. Read it. I thought it looked real. Castro zooms in and frowns. It might well be. Who knows at this point? Derek got this today? Yes. You should have sent this to me the minute you saw it. Castro looks at Marin. She seems flabbergasted. Why didn't you? I wanted to ask Derek about it first. Marin's eyes are hot with tears. Because that text could mean he's had a ransom demand before. I wanted to know what Derek knew. She swallows. He'll be home any minute. And what about what you know? Gone is the gentle tone. Castro's voice is hard, and Marin can picture her back in her cop days, grilling suspects relentlessly until she got to the truth. What else do you know, Marin? Tell her. Tell her what you did. Tell her about Julian. But she can't bring herself to say a word. It's conspiracy to commit murder. She'll go to prison. That's everything. That's all I know, Marin says. Are you going to call the police? Have Sal arrested? I already did. Castro's voice returns to normal again. I'm waiting for word from the Prosser Police Department that he's in custody. There's nothing to do right now except wait and see what they find. Find? Marin blinks, not quite understanding what the other woman means. Are you talking about Sebastian? Marin, it's been 16 months now since your son was taken, Castro says. That's a long time to hold someone captive. I'm not saying I have answers. We have to wait and see what Sal says. But I want you to be prepared, okay? This is me talking to you, woman to woman, mother to mother. I don't want you to get your hopes up. You need to brace yourself. That's why I came. I thought I could be here for you. Marin shakes her head rapidly. No, Sal wouldn't have hurt him. Maybe not on purpose, not intentionally, but Sal did grow up in a very abusive household. Which is exactly why he wouldn't hurt a child. She's being stubborn because she wants it to be true. She needs it to be true. He wouldn't have hurt my child. What kind of relationship did he have with your son? Marin stops, thinks. Sal didn't have a relationship with Sebastian, not really. He didn't dislike the kid, he just wasn't very interested. They didn't really bond. But whatever sick games he's been playing, Sal isn't capable of killing someone. He isn't, Castro says. Are you sure he didn't kill his father? Marin opens her mouth to respond, then shuts it again. She shouldn't be surprised that Castro knows about Sal's father's untimely death, but she has to be very careful about how she answers. That was a long time ago. Castro raises an eyebrow. It was an accident, Marin adds quickly. Sal's dad was drunk. According to the police report, you were there that night. Did you actually see what happened? No. Marin hadn't seen it. She'd come out onto the balcony a second too late. But almost immediately, she'd told Sal to lie. She told him exactly what to say so he wouldn't be arrested, so he wouldn't go to prison. Why would she have done that if she hadn't, on some level, deep down, believed he might have killed his father on purpose? Sal Sr. was a terrible human being, and it was her fault they'd even been at that party. She didn't want her boyfriend to spend the rest of his life behind bars for killing the man who'd nearly killed his mother, and who might just as easily have killed him. And the people Sal associated with aren't good people, Castro continues. Have you ever met his friend, Julian Black? Morin freezes. They were cellmates, briefly, more than 20 years ago, during the time Sal was in lockup for dealing drugs. When I did background checks on everyone close to you and Derek, Julian's name didn't come up initially. I admit I didn't look deeper into Sal's life back then because I'd already eliminated him as a suspect. But when I discovered the connection between Mackenzie and Sal, I took a hard look at Sal's known associates. Julian Black has gone on to have quite the colorful criminal career. You don't recall meeting him at any point? Sal never introduced you? Why is Castro asking this? Is it because she already knows the answer and is trying to catch Morin in a lie? I did meet him. Morin swallows. A half-truth is better than nothing. Sal set it up. He said Julian was soliciting donations for a charity, a shelter for abused women. In hindsight, the guy seemed a little shady, but the charity is legit, and it's one I've contributed to before. It didn't feel right to say no, so I donated. Castro says nothing for a moment. Her silence is deafening. She has to know there's more to it than that. There's no way the investigator's spidey senses aren't tingling. Julian Black is known in certain underground circles as a fixer. Castro eases the words out, her eyes never leaving Morin's face. He launders money, he bribes, he blackmails. If Sal wanted to kidnap your son, I wouldn't put it past a guy like Julian to have been the one to plan it. Hell, he might even have been the one in the Santa suit. She leans forward slightly. My sources tell me that murder for hire isn't out of the question for him either, though rumor has it he's very expensive. Oh, God. Any second now, Castro is going to tell her that she knows Morin paid Julian to have Mackenzie murdered. It won't matter that Morin tried to call it off. Plans were made. Money changed hands. She's no legal expert, but that's got to be a prison sentence. It's all about to come out. Everything she's done, everything Derek's done, everything Sal has done, all the secrets, all the lies. Morin is no better than any of them. And Vanessa Castro knows it. Judging by the look on her face, the other woman knows exactly what Morin did. Are you going to arrest me? Morin blurts. She feels something itching her cheek. She swipes at it, realizes it's a tear. Of course not, Castro says. I'm not a cop anymore, for one thing. There's a reason I left that life behind. As far as your meeting with Julian... The two women lock eyes. Morin doesn't dare look away. So maybe you did donate. Air quotes again. I'm not judging you on whatever you thought you had to do at the time. That's not what you hired me for. You lost your child, Morin. That would bring any mother to a dark place. Whatever Mackenzie's gotten herself involved in is because of her relationship with Sal, not you. Morin chokes back a sob, feeling the relief coursing through her entire body. All she sees on the other woman's face now is compassion. Do you think Mackenzie was involved in Sebastian's kidnapping? She asks. It's possible, Castro says, but that would be some seriously psychopathic-level manipulation on her part. Kidnapping a man's child and then starting an affair with him months later. But honestly, who knows? If she's been involved with Sal since she was a teenager, and Sal has known Julian for years, it's possible the three of them were in this together and have been planning all of this for a long time. She thinks for a moment. But my gut tells me Sal is the mastermind. I think he used Mackenzie to get to Derek, and I think Julian does his dirty work. A memory jogs loose, and Morin sits up straighter. I was on the phone with Sal that day, remember? At the market. He called me from Prosser. I couldn't speak to him for longer than maybe 10 seconds because Sebastian kept tugging me, asking for the lollipop. Oh my God! He probably called me to confirm my exact location. He would have heard Sebastian in the background. And Julian would have been somewhere at the market already, maybe wearing the Santa suit. Castro's expression is grim. That's how they knew when it was time. Sal would have told him exactly when to do it. How could I not have known it was Sal? The anguish and guilt are so great Marin's chest feels constricted. How could you have known? Castro shakes her head. You've known Sal longer than you've known your husband. He would have been the furthest thing from your radar. Are they going to arrest Julian, too? They will if they can find him, which is unlikely once Sal is in custody. But even if they do catch up to him, Julian won't talk. Marin can't keep the secret in any longer. It's searing her from the inside out. Vanessa, I tried to hire Julian to... She chokes on her words, and the other woman reaches forward and takes her hand. He was never going to do it, Marin, Castro says. Don't you understand that? Sal's involved with Mackenzie, and he only made you think you were hiring Julian. They wanted your money. It was a setup. It was still wrong. Maybe so. Maybe you lost your head, and your judgment went out the window, but I'm on your side, Castro says. Don't you know that by now? I have been since the beginning. And I can say with absolute certainty, considering all you've been through, you get a pass on this one. The sobs heave from Marin's chest, and she cries freely in front of the woman for the first time since they met, until the sound of the garage door rolling up startles them both. Derek is home. Chapter 29. Kenzie's face hurts like a son of a bitch where Julian punched her. Her eye and jaw feel like they're pulsing with a life of their own, and it hurts to make any kind of facial expression. She stares into the mirror, tracing her finger along the swelling, and winces when she touches a particularly tender spot. Somewhere along the way, everything has gotten so fucked up. She's never liked JR's farmhouse. It was already old and tired when she first saw it years ago, and it's in even worse shape now. She hates the way it smells, like moss and mildew. She hates the dated decor, especially the faded 80s wallpaper and the floral upholstery. In JR's old bedroom, the mattress is so worn she can feel every coil of every spring digging into her back. JR said the house used to be lovely, but that was obviously well before Kenzie's time. The grounds aren't much better. The 3 acres of grapevines surrounding the house that JR's mother still owns are dried up and useless. The tree swing at the back is starting to rot. Even the temperature-controlled wine cellar underneath the old tasting room, which used to be stocked floor to ceiling with a collection of ultra-fine wines from both the family winery and around the world, is near depleted. The cellar used to be a fun place to have sex. Now it's just depressing. To add insult to injury, Lorna's never liked her. JR's mother thinks she's a tramp, out to lure her son into some kind of corrupt life, which is hilarious and proves she doesn't know a damned thing about the man he's become. In fairness, Kenzie doesn't like Lorna either, but at least the woman's been hospitable. JR told his mother that Kenzie was hiding out from an abusive boyfriend, which softened Lorna's hostility toward her a little. She even gave Kenzie an ice pack and made her a bowl of soup. You can't chew for a while, Lorna had said. Soup is easier. From what JR's told her, his mother would know. Does it still hurt? A voice asks from the bed behind her. She didn't realize he was awake. JR had fallen asleep after they had sex, but he's sitting up now, the bed sheets pushed aside to expose his bare torso. He reaches for a half-smoked joint sitting in the ashtray and relights it. Kenzie hates it when he smokes so much. The weed makes him paranoid. It's a little better, but the asshole didn't have to hit me so hard. She's aware that she sounds sulky and childish, but she's entitled. She's still pissed. You want to get paid, don't you? JR's already lost interest in the conversation. He scrolls through his phone, the joint dangling dangerously out the side of his mouth. It had to look realistic for the picture. Yeah, but not like this. She turns away from the mirror to glare at him, then realizes it hurts to frown and relaxes her face. When you said we would find another way to close the deal, I didn't think you meant this. Hey, he says, staring at something on his screen. Come here. He crooks a finger, motioning for her to come over. She sits on the bed, the springs bouncing under her weight, and he tilts his phone toward her. Tyler's Facebook page is open on the screen. Since when do you have Facebook? She asks. Instead of answering, JR points to Tyler's status update. Her roommate posted something about her, and the post is popular, with over 1,000 likes and over 300 comments. Oh shit, she says, reading through the post. Ty thinks I've disappeared. He filed a missing persons report. You were supposed to text him and let him know you were okay, JR says. I totally forgot. I probably would have remembered when I got here, but I was in too much pain yesterday. Julian turned my phone off after he texted Derek so it couldn't be traced. For fuck's sake, do I have to think of everything? JR ruminates for a moment, then reaches for her phone sitting on the nightstand. He powers it on. Post something on Instagram, not of your face, and nothing that identifies where you are. She rolls her eyes. It's awesome that he thinks she's a moron. Just something so everyone knows you're not dead, JR says, and then text your fucking roommate. Tell him you're alive and that you want to be left alone. She sighs and walks to the window. Angling the phone upward, she snaps a photo of her hand making a peace sign against the blue sky and clouds. She uploads it to Instagram, selects a filter, and captions it, "Feeling peaceful." She hashtags it unplugged and me time. Before she posts it, she shows it to JR. He nods his approval, and she hits share. Next, she sends Tyler a text. Saw your FB post. So sorry to worry you. I'm fine, just need a timeout. Be home soon. Take care of Buford. It takes Tyler less than a minute to reply. Seriously? OMG, you are such a fucking bitch. I was actually worried about you. Find a new place to live when you get back, asshole. And then a final text, 5 seconds later. You are fucking lucky I love your cat. Well, that's done, Kenzie says, her voice dripping acid. Tyler's kicking me out, which means I've officially burned every bridge I have thanks to you. She turns her phone off and resists the urge to throw it right at JR's face. You know that none of this was necessary, right? Relax, you'll find a new roommate, it'll be fine. He couldn't sound less concerned if he tried. Okay, good. Tyler just posted another update. Yikes, I don't think you guys are Facebook friends anymore. Want to read it? Kenzie stares at him. She accepts that she loves JR and always will. Some people worm their way into you and never leave. But there are times, like right now, when she can't remember why she loves him. Do you understand that this really didn't have to happen? I could have gotten the money from Derek some other way. How many times do I have to say it? Derek wasn't going to pay you. He didn't need to. He was already losing interest, and Maren knew about you, and she still forgave him, like she does every fucking time. JR puts down his phone and crosses his arms over his chest. All right, indulge me. What was your plan going to be? Simple, she says. I was going to wait until he offered me the money. Offered you? You're kidding, right? Derek and I were together for 6 months. I had him figured out. He already gave me $5,000 out of guilt for breaking up with me last week. I could have gotten 50, maybe even 100 out of him if I played the sad, I love you, please don't end it card. He ate that shit up. The man has a massive guilt complex, and he liked taking care of me. The fact that he's back with Maren would have made it the perfect time for him to pay me off. Derek and Maren. It shouldn't sting to think that Derek is back with his wife, but it does. She grabs her water bottle from the dresser and swallows down the hurt. Yeah, well, now it's $250, JR says. 100 for you, 100 for me, 50 for Julian. I didn't realize we were a team, she says. Would have been nice to get the memo. Don't be a bitch. Yeah, well, your bitch beat the shit out of my face. Kenzie pats the bruise on her jaw, careful not to press too hard. Stop whining. You were knocked out with the first punch. You didn't even feel the second one, JR says. Glad that makes it okay. And you're assuming Derek is going to pay you. He'll pay. The dark look is back on JR's face. He'll definitely pay. This isn't worth it. This shit can get you arrested. This is extortion. He barks a laugh. And what you were doing with Paul and Sean and the other dude, what the hell was his name? Eric? Eric. You don't think that was extortion too? No, because they offered. That's the beauty of it. It's a simple business transaction and nobody gets hurt, nobody gets a ransom demand, and sure as shit, nobody gets beaten. You've done all this for nothing. He gives her a hard look. It's never all for nothing. Derek had feelings for me. I know he did. I had him, right up until he went away with Maren. He leans forward and places his hand directly on the tender spot on her jaw. Reflexively, she jerks back, but he does it again, squeezing harder, forcing her to look at him. She tries not to move, knowing that if she attempts to squirm away, he'll only hurt her more. "Stop it!" she gasps. It hurts like hell, and tears spring to her eyes. "You're hurting me!" "You never had him," JR says, and she lets out a yelp as he squeezes one more time before letting go. He'll never leave her. He was never going to be yours. She slides off the bed before he can grab her again. She can escape into the shower. Hopefully, by the time she gets out, he'll be in a better mood. A thought occurs to her as she grabs the towel hanging at the back of the bedroom door. "Hey, how did you know that Marin always takes Derek back?" His face is in his phone again. "The hell you talking about?" "Just now," she says. "You said that she takes him back every time. How would you know that?" He doesn't answer. "JR?" She says it louder, to let him know she expects an answer, but not so loud he might construe it as raising her voice. "Seriously, how do you know that?" He looks up and sighs. "Remember I once told you about my college girlfriend, how we're still friends?" "Yeah," she says, irritated at his abrupt change of subject. "You said she dumped you for—" She stops, her eyes widening. "That was Marin? Christ, catch up." He's back in his phone again. If it were anyone else, Kenzie would be across the room yanking the goddamned phone out of his hand so he would pay attention to the conversation. "How could you not tell me? Did you already know who he was when I told you about him? Did you—" She pauses. "Did you set this up?" "When you said his name was Derek and that he had a metallic black Maserati, I knew. Not too many rich douchebags in Seattle named Derek with a black Maserati. You'd already been with him for a month at that point, so how could I have set it up?" JR shakes his head in disgust. "Use your head, MK." "But you still lied to me," she says. She can't believe what she's hearing. She's been talking about Derek for months and months, and not one word from JR that her married boyfriend is the husband of the ex-girlfriend who broke his heart. Even Lorna's said that she wishes her son had married his college sweetheart. It explains why JR always seemed so interested in her relationship with Derek. It also explains why he backed away. He wanted her to end up with Derek, so that he could have Marin. "I didn't lie," JR says. "I withheld. And now you know." "So this isn't really about the money for you, is it?" Kenzie feels a tingle go through her. "This is personal. What is this, some kind of sick game you're playing to try to break them up? To what? Punish her for daring to leave you for the guy she married and had a kid with?" Another thought occurs to her, and the next words are out of her mouth before she can stop herself. "Holy shit, JR, did you take their kid?" He's out of the bed so fast she has no time to react. He shoves her up against the wall, causing the back of her head to smack solidly against it. His hand is back on her jaw, squeezing twice as hard as he did before, and his dark eyes bore into hers. She can't move. She can't look away. All she can do is close her eyes, feeling his hot breath on her bruised cheek. "If you ever say anything about the kid again," he says, "I will fucking kill you. Do you understand me, Mackenzie?" He never calls her by her first name. Kenzie would nod if she could move her head, but all she can do is whimper to let him know she understands. Chapter 30. Marin has no idea how to start this conversation. She can't decide where to begin. There's so much they haven't said to each other in the past 494 days that it doesn't feel right to just leap in. But Derek ends up speaking first. "Was there someone here?" He places his laptop bag down on the kitchen island and looks around. "I saw a car parked by the curb." She'd asked Castro to leave before Derek came in, and the PI exited the house through the front door, the same way she'd entered. Derek came in through the mudroom. They did not meet. "Yes, there was." He waits. She returns his gaze almost defiantly, daring him to ask her to tell him more. Then she notices the bags under his eyes, the hollowness of his cheeks, the pallor of his skin. Has he been like this for a while, or just today? "Are you going to tell me who it was?" he asks. "It was the private investigator I hired last year to find our son." He jolts. The same one, Marin continues calmly, who told me about your affair with Mackenzie Lee. 6 months, Derek. Wow. He opens his mouth to speak, then shuts it again. He seems to not know what to say, and she can only imagine the flurry of emotions competing for dominance inside his head as he tries to decide what to tell her. Does he deny it, or confirm that it's true? If he acknowledges that it's true, does he tell her the whole story or only part of it? If he denies it, how does he explain it away? It's interesting to watch a liar when you know they're lying. The tiny facial twitches, the spotty eye contact, the little vibrations of various body parts, things you might not notice if you didn't know they were lying, things you would never think to look for if you trust them, because you're assuming everything they tell you is true. Someone who loves you isn't supposed to lie to you. Marin and Derek are standing on opposite sides of the large granite island, 5 feet away from each other. It might as well be 5 miles. A full minute passes, and he still doesn't speak. Absurdly, another line from The Princess Bride pops into Marin's brain. The man in black is facing off with Vizzini in order to decide who gets Princess Buttercup. All right, where is the poison? The battle of wits has begun. Finally, Derek whispers, I'm sorry. His voice is hoarse, and he hangs his head, placing both hands on the island for support. She didn't mean anything to me. I don't love her. Marin pulls her phone out and taps on the shadow app. She slides it across the cold granite so Derek can see the photo of Mackenzie's beaten face displayed on the screen. He nearly crumples. So? Marin asks. Are you going to pay it? Oh, God, he chokes. Oh, my God, I never wanted you to know. Marin, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She ignores him, impervious to his obvious pain. They want $250,000. I know we have it, so that's not the issue. What are you going to do? Pay it? Or do you think this photo is fake and she's extorting you, the way she did her other rich boyfriends? I heard the last one gave her $50,000. She's clearly leveled up with you. He stares at the photo again, then looks at Marin, blank. What are you talking about? What other boyfriends? Oh, Marin says, and for the first time all day she smiles. It's not a kind smile at all. It's vicious, which is exactly how she feels right now. You didn't know. Allow me the pleasure of telling you. Your little sugar baby is a pro. She dates married rich guys and then demands payment when they try to end it. What? Did you think she actually loved you? Derek doesn't answer, which is probably wise. But the bruises, the whole being tied up thing, the ransom demand, that's all new, Marin says. So, what do you think? Real or staged? Her husband looks as pale and sick as she's ever seen him. I told them I'd pay it. I have the money. It's in a bag in the car. I'm waiting for a text. Is that the same thing you did when they reached out about Sebastian? He freezes. And in that moment, she knows. You goddamned son of a bitch! How could you not tell me? Marin's voice thunders in the oversized kitchen, the sound echoing off their designer cabinets. At the sound of her voice, Derek, at 6'4", cringes into a person who appears even smaller than she is. I'm sorry, he cries, sobs racking every part of his body. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. It was a month to the day that Sebastian was taken. 1 month exactly, 31 days of the waking nightmare they could scarcely believe had become their life. The investigation into Sebastian's disappearance, despite his photo and the video from the market being all over the national news, had dried up. There were no leads, no ransom demands, no witnesses coming forward after suddenly remembering something they hadn't a month ago when he first went missing. When Derek called the FBI and demanded to know what else could be done, the agent assigned to them told him that while Sebastian's case would always be considered open and ongoing, they had to redirect their immediate resources to the hundreds of missing children cases that were occurring every week across the country. It sent Marin into a spiral. She was already in a terrible place, her mind filled with the horrors of pedophiles and sex trafficking and whatever else her imagination tortured her with. But after Derek called to tell her what the FBI had said, she sank all the way to the bottom. Derek was the one who found her. He returned home from an urgent meeting at the office, a meeting he didn't trust anyone else to handle, and there was his wife, lying in the bathtub, unconscious. He'd only been gone 3 hours. He called 911 and performed CPR until the paramedics arrived. They managed to revive her and keep her conscious until she could be properly cared for at the hospital. You nearly died. Derek speaks in a monotone, but the tears are flowing freely down his face. I thought you were dead when I opened the bathroom door and saw you. Maureen doesn't say anything. She's already apologized 100 times for scaring him, and Sal, and Sadie, and everybody else in her life who cared about her. She can't apologize anymore. When you were discharged from psychiatric hold 5 days later, I was afraid to leave you alone. About a week after that, I got an email from an address I didn't recognize. It came through my work account. There was no subject line. When I clicked on the email, there was a picture of Sebastian. He looked fine, scared, but fine. He was holding up a copy of the New York Times with the date on it. The photo had been taken that day. The email warned me not to call the police, said that if I did, I would never see my son again. They told me someone would call in exactly 30 minutes. If I didn't pick up, or if they thought the call was bugged, they would kill him. Maureen closes her eyes. It's the most excruciating thing to hear, and her mind can't help but conjure up 100 different ways it could have been handled. I should have called the FBI, but I couldn't. I was so angry. The investigation had totally stalled, and it felt like everyone had abandoned us, and you had just... He shakes his head. I didn't call them. All I could think about was that it had been 5 weeks since I'd seen my kid. 5 weeks? And if 30 minutes and a phone call could tell me whether or not he was really okay, I wanted to know. I needed to know. Yes, she understands that. But she doesn't want to give Derek the satisfaction of validating his feelings, so she says nothing. I went and sat in the car inside the garage. The phone rang exactly when they said it would. When I answered, it was Bash. What? Maureen's knees buckle, and it's her turn to grab the edge of the island to keep herself from sinking to the floor. You talked to him? Derek nods, his face a mask of anguish and exquisite pain. He said, Hi, Daddy, it's Bash. I miss you and Mommy. When are you coming to get me? Oh, God. Maureen can't breathe. Oh, God. And I said, Soon, my honey bear, soon. And I asked him if he was okay, and he said, I'm okay, there's TV here and lots of pizza and snacks. And then he asked me again when I was coming. Maureen is crying so hard she can't speak, but she nods. Then someone took the phone. A man. I didn't recognize his voice. He said, If you want your son, we want the $1 million tonight. We'll text you with an account number. Maureen looks at him. We had just upped the reward money to $1 million. He nods. Yes, we had. And I told him I could get it, but that it would take at least 3 days. The money was tied to the reward and being tracked, and I didn't have the faintest idea how to move it without alerting the FBI. But I said I had $250,000 accessible immediately in my personal account and that I could get it in a matter of hours. To my surprise, he agreed. Why didn't you call the FBI then? Would you have? Derek isn't being snarky. He really wants to know what she would have done, and he looks terrified of what she'll say. She considers her answer. No. As soon as she says the word, she knows it's the truth. No, I wouldn't have. Not at that point. Not after 5 weeks. Not if I thought I could buy back my son. Derek exhales. I pulled the money together, got it all into a bag, waited. All day I waited. And then, finally, another email, with an address. A house in North Bend. They said Sebastian would be waiting alone inside. I was to let myself in, leave the money, take him, and go. Someone would be watching. If they saw anything amiss, they'd blow up the house with us in it. Jesus Christ, Derek. I went to the house. There was a for sale sign out front, and inside it was empty. Hardly any furniture other than a sofa and a TV, and a small bed in one of the back rooms. But there was a toy on the floor. A cheap plastic thing, the kind you get with a Happy Meal. A Pokemon. I don't know which one, the yellow one. It was lying there as if to say, someone has been here. A child has been here. I sat on the couch. Around midnight, the phone rang. He said to leave the money and go. I asked him where my son was, why they didn't bring him, and then I heard Bash crying in the background. I started shouting, and he shouted back, and then the phone went dead. And a minute later, I got an email saying... What? What did it say? It said, "Too late. You fucked up. He's dead." Maren clasps a hand over her mouth, choking back a scream. "I don't know what I did wrong, Maren. I did everything they asked. I had the money. I was at the right place. I don't understand why they... He can't finish. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. No, she says. The word comes out as a wail. No, God, please, no. I tried to call back, but the number just kept ringing and ringing. An hour later, it was disconnected. I sent emails to the address, and they all bounced back. Derek is gasping for air, shivering violently, and all Maren can do is stare at him in horror. Half of her wants to comfort him and tell him that she might have done the exact same thing. The other half wants to put her hands around his throat and squeeze, and keep squeezing until his Adam's apple bursts and every last molecule of air inside him is used up. I don't know what I did wrong, but I killed him, Maren, Derek says, his voice strangled, as if her fingers really were around his neck. I killed our little boy. And I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you because I knew if you knew I would be killing you too. He starts sobbing again, and unable to stand it any longer, Maren reaches for him. They cling to each other at the custom-built granite island in the designer kitchen of their dream house in their perfect life, and they cry. There's something I need to tell you, Maren says 10 minutes later when the sobs subside, as they eventually do, because you can't sob like that forever. It's physically impossible. At some point you start to go numb. It's the body's way of coping. Derek looks better than she feels, but he's had 16 months, minus 5 weeks, to grieve their son. It isn't new to him like it is for her. At some point later, she doesn't know when, but later, she will figure out her next step, her final step. But for now, there are things that need to be said. What is it? Derek's whole body is sagging. It's strange to see. Her husband's physicality has always been such a big part of who he is. His height, his stride, his presence when he walks into a room. He's always commanding, always in charge. It was Sal who took him. He did it for the money. She fills him in on everything Castro told her, stopping short of mentioning anything specifically about Julian. She refers to him only as the fixer. She's deeply ashamed of what she did with Julian, and she can't bear to tell Derek about it. Not now, and probably not ever. But I think Sal also did it to hurt us, because he knew we would fracture. How can you not when something like this happens? I'm pretty sure he thought we would separate. In fact, I think he's tried to split us up before. Derek's silent, but she can feel his rage coming off him in waves. It mimics her own. The first time you cheated, he was the one who told me he saw you. It's crazy how obvious this is to Maren now, when it never occurred to her at the time. He said he was sitting in a restaurant by the window when you and the sales consultant from Nordstrom walked by. I didn't believe him, and he got so angry with me, accusing me of being willfully naive. But then she called, remember? Left a message accidentally on my cell. I had no choice but to confront you. Looking back, I'm sure he orchestrated me finding out somehow. Wanted to get you in trouble. Jesus Christ. But we stayed together. I was pregnant at the time, which Sal didn't know. Weeks later, when I told him about the baby, he seemed defeated. Like he'd lost. At a game I had no idea we were all playing. I'm going to kill him. Derek's voice is quiet, but there's no mistaking the wrath behind it. I'm going to rip his fucking heart out. Her phone pings. It's Castro, with a text. Everything okay? The PI should know better than to ask her if things are okay. Things haven't been okay for a long time now. Marin doesn't reply, but she feels a swell of grief rising inside her, overshadowing the numbness. She can feel herself teetering on the brink, right on that sharp, thin line between sanity and the abyss. If she doesn't act now, she'll lose herself forever. She is not okay. She is very not okay. One last push to keep it together, to finish this before she lets go. "I'm going to Prosser," she says to Derek, straightening up. "I need to see him. Wherever he is, he's somewhere on that farm. I know it. I feel it." They both know she's not talking about Sal. "Marin, please." Derek is horrified. "Don't put yourself through that. Too much time has passed. We don't know what Sal... I need to see my son." She's not shouting. On the contrary, her voice is low, controlled, and simmering. It scares him. She can see it in his eyes. "You can come, or you can stay here. I don't give a shit. Either way, we're finished." They both know she's not talking about this conversation. She reaches for her purse, then pushes past him and into the mudroom, where she grabs her coat, shoes, keys. When she opens the garage door from the inside, she's surprised to see Castro's car parked in their driveway right in the middle of it, making it impossible for either car in the garage to exit. Marin walks over and taps on the windshield. Castro rolls her window down. "Going somewhere?" the woman asks. "Prosser. I'll need you to move your car, please, Vanessa." "Get in, both of you," Castro says, her gaze directed over Marin's shoulder. Marin turns to find Derek right behind her. "I'll drive." Chapter 31. They're trying to pretend like everything is normal at dinner, when it's so not normal for reasons Kenzie can't even begin to speculate. Lorna, quirky on her best day, is agitated, muttering to herself as she picks at the tuna casserole, her eyes darting toward the clock on the stove every few minutes. The house is warm from the oven, and it's a mild evening in general, but she's wearing a quilted robe over her lounge pants like it's the dead of winter. JR's plate is clean, but it's not because he ate, it's because he didn't. He's currently pacing back and forth in the living room, smoking weed, drinking beer, and trying desperately to get a hold of Julian, who isn't answering his phone. The small, ancient tube TV that Lorna keeps on the kitchen counter is tuned to Jeopardy, which just started. "I'll take What the Fuck Is Wrong With Everybody Tonight for $600, Alex." "Motherfucker!" JR shouts suddenly from the other room. Kenzie jumps, dropping her fork into her casserole at the sound of a beer bottle hitting the wall. It shatters, the shards falling onto the wood floor. Across from her, Lorna is rigid, her eyes flickering to the living room, ears pricked. She relaxes slightly a few seconds later when she confirms that whomever her son is mad at, it's not her. A plastic container of 2 bite brownies sits open on the table, and she grabs one, munching rapidly, even though her plate is still half full of tuna and macaroni. She mumbles syllables under her breath that sound like words, but Kenzie still can't make out what she's saying. Is she really not going to ask her precious boy why the hell he just smashed a beer bottle against her living room wall? Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, the both of them. JR calls for her, and Kenzie leaves Lorna at the table. She steps into the living room, careful to avoid the shattered glass all over the floor. Julian isn't picking up. Yeah, I got that." He glances past her into the kitchen, checking to see if his mother is listening. She's not. Lorna has scooped a helping of casserole onto JR's plate and is now studiously buttering a dinner roll. Kenzie rolls her eyes. For fuck's sake, old woman, he said he wasn't hungry. JR grabs Kenzie by the arm, harder than necessary, and yanks her a few paces farther away from the kitchen. "Julian's phone is going straight to voicemail," he says. "Maybe it's dead. He has a charger in his car." JR jabs at his phone again. "If he fucks me out of this money, I swear to God—" Why would he do that? Kenzie rubs the spot on her arm where his fingers pinched her. He has no reason to do that. You're being paranoid. JR resumes his pacing. "Derek said he'd pay the money. Julian is supposed to text him when he gets back to Seattle with a meet-up point, and then let me know when it's happening. He hasn't texted. Maybe he's still driving. He should have been in the city an hour ago at the latest. They should be meeting up right now." Maybe they are, and he'll text any minute. Then why is his phone off? Maybe they're at a place with no cell signal. He wouldn't pick a place like that if he was meeting up with a guy who has the money, MK. For fuck's sake, think! I am thinking. Maybe he just forgot to check in. Julian doesn't forget. JR looks at her. He's gonna fuck me over, I can feel it. Well, if that's true, it means he's fucking me over, too. Kenzie flops onto the sofa. And you know what? I don't even care at this point. I'm so sick of this. If you had let me handle it, I would have had $100,000 in my pocket and been done with him. Yeah, and I would have gotten nothing. Why do you deserve anything? She glares at him. Derek was my rich married boyfriend, not yours. Mine. None of it was supposed to go down like this. These men were a source of income for me. Do you understand? They treated me like a side piece, but hell, they were my side hustle, so fair's fair. You were never supposed to be involved in any of this. You're not my pimp. I deserved this, JR says. I need this money, MK. You think it's easy running a bar and supporting my mother and supporting myself? We got nothing from the sale of the winery once the creditors were paid, and my mom's still in debt. But if Julian's done what I think he's done, then he's got all of it. All 500,000. And now he's fucking gone. Kenzie looks up. 500,000? What are you talking about? He pauses his pacing, glances at her. Never mind. Whatever he just let slip, he didn't mean to, and she sure as shit isn't letting it go. JR, what 500,000? He cranes his neck, looking into the kitchen again for his mother, but Lorna is gone. JR's plate of casserole is gone too, as is the container of brownies. Strange. Her bedroom is down the hallway. She would have had to pass right by them to get to it. Did she go outside with the food? The woman is a total nut job. JR, I'm going to keep asking until you tell me what the hell you mean, Kenzie says. You just said $500,000 when all we're expecting is the $250 Derek said he'd pay, 100 of which is mine. I'm no math wizard, but that doesn't add up. JR rubs his face and lets out a sigh. Marin paid Julian $250,000 to have you killed. When she found out about you, she wanted you gone, and I told her I knew a guy. Excuse me? Kenzie sits with this for a minute. Her instincts were right all along. Marin did know about her and Derek. Showing up in a drunken rage to embarrass her in front of the neighbors like Paul's wife did is one thing. Paying to have Kenzie murdered is on a whole different level of crazy, well beyond what anyone could consider a reasonable reaction to marital infidelity. Fucking insane, all of them. And she actually gave him the money? Relax, JR says. You were never in danger, obviously. But yeah, she hired him, or at least she thought she did. Julian and I were supposed to split it. Were you ever going to tell me? Kenzie asks in disbelief. Or even offer me a cut of the blood money? He doesn't answer, which tells her everything she needs to know. So then you used me, she says. When I told you about Derek, all you could see was a payday and a way to get Marin back. You son of a bitch. She laughs bitterly. I can't believe you conned a sad, grieving woman out of $250,000. She's supposed to be your friend, JR. You know what? I hope Julian takes off and doesn't give you a fucking dime, because I don't know who the bigger sucker is, me or you. He moves toward her, fist raised, but this time she doesn't flinch. Instead, she remains seated, looking up at him as if seeing him, really seeing him for the first time. Sal Palermo Jr. isn't the exciting older man she thought he was, street tough, clever, independent. He's just a man-child, damaged from years of his father's abuse, stuck taking care of an equally damaged mother, and in love with a woman who'll never love him back. He's nothing more than a shitty, low-level criminal. 7 years she's wasted on him. 7. It's enough. Go ahead, hit me, she says. It's the only thing you're good at, anyway. She hears the sirens before she sees the lights, and she bolts up from the table where she's been sitting with Lorna watching the end of Jeopardy. JR is upstairs in his bedroom. When he'd stormed out of the living room earlier, she heard his door slam, which signified he'd be in his room for the rest of the night. Lorna came back into the house a few minutes after their fight. The old woman's face was flushed from the exertion of wherever she'd gone and whatever she'd been doing. JR's mother moves around quite well for someone who's apparently on the verge of another hip replacement, and she'd plopped herself down at the table to catch the final Jeopardy question, which, of course, she knew the answer to. This fucking house. These fucking people. Kenzie moves back into the living room and looks out the window. Blue and red lights flash from somewhere down the road, and while she can only see a flicker, it's clear they're coming. Shit. The cops are coming for her, of course. Tyler must not have canceled the missing persons report in time. It's no secret that Kenzie's hometown is Prosser and that she's close to JR, so his family's farmhouse would be a logical place for the police to look for her. How the hell is she going to explain this? Surely the police won't arrest her for her roommate thinking she's missing. She can just say it's all a misunderstanding, which it is. Unless, of course, it's not about the missing persons report specifically. Maybe it's about the ransom demand. Maybe Derek called the police to report that she's being held against her will and that her kidnappers are demanding money in exchange for her life. If that's why the cops are coming, then she's in trouble for sure, and so is JR. There are so many lies, there's absolutely no way to know what exactly is happening. She feels Lorna moving behind her, and she turns to see that the woman is frantic. Above them, she can hear JR stomping across his bedroom. Without warning, Lorna grips Kenzie's shoulders with surprising strength. "Wine cellar," she hisses, as JR thunders down the stairs. Before Lorna can say anything more, her son bursts into the living room, red-faced, looking like a wild animal. Lorna rushes to him, puts her hands on his chest, but he shoves her away. The older woman stumbles back onto the sofa. "Calm down, son, please," Lorna says, but her words have no effect. JR is the furthest thing from calm. He's pacing the living room like before, but his strides are longer, and he's rubbing his face and hair agitated. He reeks of marijuana. His pupils are fully dilated. His normally brown eyes are black. "What do I do?" he says to them. "What the fuck do I do?" "We'll have to see what they want," Kenzie says, trying to remain calm. It's not easy. JR's negative energy is infectious. "Whatever the cops think, I'll just tell them it was a stupid joke." "Did you call them?" JR asks. "Of course not," she says. "Why the hell would I call the police on myself?" "Jesus Christ, you're so stupid." He paces again, and the sirens grow louder. The lights are flashing through the curtains. "They're not here for you, MK. They're here for me." He turns to his mother. "They're going to arrest me, Mom. I'm going back to prison. Forever this time." He's on the verge of tears, his eyes searching every inch of the room as if looking for an escape. "It was Julian, I know it. Motherfucking weasel must have ratted me out." "You'll talk your way out of it." Kenzie doesn't think she's ever seen JR so worked up before. Deny it all and say that Julian planned the whole thing. He took Marin's money, then kidnapped me and sent the ransom demand. Blame it all on him. I'll back you up. It occurs to her then that Lorna is hearing all this right now and isn't surprised by any of it. It's like she knew about all of it all along. "Mom, you still have Dad's gun?" he says. "Bedroom," Lorna says. She doesn't seem surprised by this question either. "In the wall safe in the closet. The code is your father's birthday." What gun? Kenzie didn't know they had a gun. The second JR is out of sight, Lorna grabs her again. "Wine cellar!" The woman whisper-screams into Kenzie's ear. "Go, lock the door behind you, and no matter what, do not let my son in no matter what he says. You understand me?" Lorna is dead serious, and in this moment she's not the loopy, batty woman Kenzie is used to talking to. But why is JR's mother telling her to hide in the wine cellar and to lock her son out? It makes no sense. The lights are getting brighter, the sirens louder. The road leading to the farmhouse is long and relatively straight. The cops are almost here. "Mom, the gun's not in the safe!" JR shouts from down the hall. Lorna opens her robe. The gun, the one that she sent her son to find, the one that was supposed to be locked in the wall safe that Kenzie didn't even know they had, is tucked into the waistband of her lounge pants. "Mackenzie," she says, and it might be the first time Lorna has ever addressed her by name. "Wine cellar. Now!" Kenzie turns and bolts. The door to the underground wine cellar is underneath the old tasting room, about a football field's length to the left of the farmhouse. Kenzie makes a run for it, sufficiently freaked out by the look in Lorna's eyes to do as she's told. JR is unstable and looking for a gun, which Lorna has in her possession. The cops are coming. Enough said. She reaches the tasting room and enters through the old double doors, sprinting across the now empty showroom, past the dusty wine barrels and the long counter. At the back of the room, there's another door that leads down to the cellar, and she finds it unlocked, with the lights for the stairs left on. Kenzie slams the door shut behind her and bolts it, pausing for a moment at the top of the stairs to catch her breath. She puts an ear to the door, listening for any sound that someone might have followed her. She was told not to let JR in. She begins making her way down the stairs to the bottom, where the wines are stored in a temperature-controlled room. 55 degrees is ideal, JR once told her, and the temperature must be carefully maintained to preserve the integrity of the wine. As she nears the bottom, Kenzie realizes there's no way it's 55 degrees in here. At 55, it should feel chilly, and yet it's warm and growing warmer with every step. It now feels more like regular room temperature, 72 degrees, or maybe even 75. When she hits the last step, she hears a TV playing. A TV in the wine cellar? A warm wine cellar? She stops in her tracks. What the hell is going on? And then she sees. Her brain takes it in all at once. The large room, the empty wine shelves, the bed, the desk, the lamp, the table with a half-empty plate, the container of 2-bite brownies, a bunch of ripe yellow bananas, a water bottle, and toys of all shapes and sizes scattered everywhere. And in the middle of it all stands a little boy, dark hair, choppily cut, dressed in blue pajamas too short for his legs and puppy dog slippers too big for his feet, clutching a stuffed teddy bear nearly the same size he is. The teddy bear is wearing a brown sweater with some kind of animal face on it. A reindeer sweater. Kenzie's hand flies to her mouth. She can't move. She can't speak. All she can do is stare at the little boy. He stares back, his brown eyes wide, his expression a mix of fear and hope. "Are you my mommy?" he says, and his confusion is obvious. His voice is so small, so sweet, and it's trembling. He's trying very hard not to cry. "Grandma Lorna says my mommy is coming." Before Kenzie can say anything to reassure him, which is what she wants to do because it's what the poor kid deserves, she hears the sirens, right above their heads. The police are here. Chapter 32. Vanessa Castro is as good a driver as she says she is, and they make it to Prosser in a record 2.5 hours. By the time they get to the farmhouse, it's surrounded by cop cars, and the house itself has been cordoned off with crime scene tape, just like in the movies. Being squished into the back seat of Castro's car for over 2 mostly silent hours gave Maureen a lot of time to think about what they would find when they got here. It doesn't feel like her son is dead. Maureen used to think she would sense it if it ever happened, that she'd feel a tremor in her bones or a piercing in her heart, or she'd wake up one morning and somehow just know. Francis knew, after all. Francis had dreams about it. But maybe what happened with Francis was just a coincidence, and a mother's intuition doesn't really extend that far. Castro told Maureen not to get her hopes up, and she hasn't. But the tiny morsel of hope that she still has left, hope that's dwindled day by day since the moment Sebastian was taken, is still wedged deep in her heart. It's the only thing keeping it beating. Castro parks the car and they all get out. They're immediately approached by 2 police officers, and the PI gives Maureen's arm a squeeze. "Let me find out what's happening," Castro says. "Hang tight." Maureen looks around. The scene is overwhelming. Both the police and the FBI are here, and there's a flurry of activity, made even more chaotic by the police car's lights flashing across the farmhouse. She doesn't recognize any of the agents, and can only assume that the one assigned to their case isn't here yet. One of the agents breaks from his group and joins Castro and the officers. The PI must have said something about her because they all look over to Maureen at the same time. From this distance, Maureen can't hear what they're saying. Sal's family farmhouse looks different at night. Under the light of the full moon, it appears even more dilapidated than she remembers, all dirty windows and peeling paint. In the daytime, the rolling vineyards provide a stunning backdrop, giving the house a rustic charm it doesn't otherwise have. She's not cold, but Marin shivers. Somewhere on this property is her son. Every inch of her body is tingling, and she's certain he's here. No matter how long it takes, they will find him. No matter what they discover, no matter what shape he's in, Marin isn't leaving here until she can bring Sebastian home. As if sensing her thoughts, Derek touches her arm. She moves away. Castro is back, and she stands in front of Marin and Derek. Without preamble, she says, "Sal has a gun. He shot his mother." "Sal shot Lorna?" Marin can hardly believe it. Lorna wouldn't hurt a fly, and she adored her son. Plus, she's barely mobile from what Sal's told her. Why in the world would Sal hurt his mother? "That's not possible. He shot her in the arm, and she told the police that it was an accident," Castro says. "He was looking for his father's gun, and when he realized she had it, he tried to take it from her. They wrestled, and the gun went off." Marin looks over at Derek. If he's heard all this, he hasn't reacted. He's standing there motionless, lost in all the commotion. He's gone numb. She doesn't blame him. She will too, once this is all over. Just a little longer. "Where are they now?" she asks Castro. "Lorna is at the hospital. They tried to ask her if she knew anything about Sebastian, but she couldn't tell them. When she was struggling with Sal for the gun, she hit her head, and it exacerbated her previous head injury. She's a mess, barely coherent." "If Lorna's at the hospital, where's Sal?" "He's still in the house. He let the paramedics take his mother, but he's refusing to come out." Marin... Castro hesitates. "Sal says he'll only talk to you." "No way," Derek says, sparking back to life. They're the first words he's spoken in the last hour. "Not happening." "I want to talk to him," Marin says. "I need to know where Sebastian is, and he's the only one here who knows." Derek grabs her arm, incredulous. "Marin, no. He's dangerous. You can't go in there." "She doesn't have to go anywhere." Castro turns to an FBI agent and waves him over. "You can use the phone." They position her where she can see him. Sal's upstairs in his old bedroom, looking out through the window. Marin is near the tree swing, about 50 feet away, seated on the passenger side of a police car. She's asked for privacy, and they've allowed her to sit in the car by herself, though 2 officers are standing guard right beside it. They wouldn't let her use her own phone because they want the call recorded, so she speaks into a phone the FBI agent handed her a moment ago. She can see Sal pacing on the other side of the window, the muzzle of the gun he's holding pointed at his own head. With his free hand, he answers his phone on the first ring. "You alive?" she says. He stops moving and looks out his window and into hers. She can barely see his face. His room is dim, but she can make out the shape of him, and she waves from inside the car. He waves back. "For now," he says with a dark laugh. "Why, Sal?" she asks in a soft voice. "It was never supposed to be like this, Ma, I swear." Sal's voice is shaking. "I needed the money. The plan was to keep Sebastian for a day, maybe 2, until Derek paid the ransom. But the cops and the FBI were crawling all over the fucking place, so I had no choice but to lay low. I brought him here so my mom could take care of him. I told her Derek was abusive, just like Dad, and that we needed to keep Sebastian safe. She believed me. We decided..." "We? You and Julian?" "Yeah. We decided to wait until it all died down, which it did after a month. We sent Derek the ransom demand after you got out of the hospital, but we were delayed in getting back to the meetup spot, and when Julian talked to Derek, I heard him shouting, and Sebastian was crying, and I got mad. Your husband has always been such a self-entitled prick, and I guess I wanted to hurt him. So we hung up the phone, and a few minutes later I told Derek his son was dead." Marin can't speak. Tears pour down her face. Sal laughs again, and it's the most bitter sound in the world. "What's crazy is he didn't tell you," Sal says. "Out of all the ways I thought this could go, I never imagined he wouldn't tell you, that he'd keep it all a secret. He didn't say a fucking word, to you or to anyone. He thought I'd try to kill myself again." Marin braces herself for the next question, the hardest question. "Sal, where is my son?" "I want you to know that I love you," he says, his voice cracking. "I've loved you from the minute we met." "Sal, please. Where is my son? He's in the wine cellar. She takes a quick breath. Is he alive or dead? A pause. 5 seconds? 10 seconds? She doesn't know, but it feels like an eternity. Then finally, 2 words. So quiet she almost doesn't catch them. He's okay. Marin opens the police car door and shouts, "Wine cellar!" at the top of her lungs, but they already know because they already heard and they're already moving. What's sad, Sal, is I would have given you the money, she says into the phone. If you were in trouble, I would have helped you. I wouldn't have thought twice about it. You're my best friend. All you had to do was ask. She looks up to the window where Sal's hand is raised once again, and it occurs to her then that goodbye waves look the same as hellos. I love you, Marin, he says, and the phone disconnects. She hears the pop and sees the spark from the muzzle, but can only imagine the sound of Sal's body when it drops to the floor. They're not allowed to go down into the wine cellar, or even into the tasting room, so Marin and Derek wait outside. Seconds pass like minutes. Minutes pass like hours. The double doors are finally wrenched open, and Mackenzie comes out first, led by a police officer. She's not in handcuffs. Her face lights up when she sees Derek, just for a second, but then she seems to remember that they're not together, and never really were, and never will be again. She doesn't look at Marin at all. She passes them both without a word. A moment passes, and then the doors open again, and there, holding the hand of one of the FBI agents, is her son. They take their time walking out. He's frightened by the lights and the commotion, and he's clutching a giant teddy bear in his free arm, his eyes wide and scanning all the faces, stopping only once as his gaze fixes on Marin. She tentatively raises a hand, terrified she'll scare him, even more terrified that this isn't real, and that if she tries to move toward him, he'll disappear like a vapor, like he always does in her dreams. His face, his perfect, beautiful, round, sweet face with eyes that mirror her own, is exactly as she remembers, though the length of him has changed because he's grown. From somewhere near her, Derek lets out a sob. Her little boy holds her gaze for a few seconds, uncertain, and then his face brightens as he understands who she is. She's too far away to hear him say it, but she sees his mouth form the word. Mommy. Sebastian. She sprints to him as he drops the teddy bear and runs to her, his small arms outstretched, and it really is just like in her dreams, only this time they make contact, because he's here, he's real, he's alive, he's safe. And Marin's heart, which was led away from her 494 days ago, comes back to her. Part 4. 1 month later. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Semisonic. Chapter 33. The line at the Green Bean is long when Marin enters, but she's not here for the coffee. She readjusts the black duffel bag on her shoulder and looks around. The bag is Derek's. She pulled it out of the trunk of his car, but he doesn't need what's in it. Neither does Marin. It takes a moment to spot her. She's not working behind the counter. She's wiping down a table toward the back of the coffee shop, and she looks up when Marin approaches. The pink in her hair has faded to a brassy blonde that makes her complexion look sallow. Funny how the first time Marin ever saw her, she'd seemed so vibrant, so beautiful, so intimidatingly young and full of life. Now she looks like any other overworked grad student, exhausted, stressed, and nothing special. Mackenzie's face pales, and she backs up a step. Marin raises a hand. I'm not here to make a scene, she says, and the younger woman visibly exhales. Can we talk? The table in the back corner is empty, and Marin remembers it as the table she sat in the day she came in to spy on Mackenzie. Was that only 5 weeks ago? It feels like she's lived a lifetime since then, between therapy appointments for Sebastian, therapy for herself, and the ongoing establishment of a structured routine that her now 5-year-old son very much craves. He's doing well, though. The child psychologist reassures her often that kids are resilient, and Dr. Chen has said the same thing. It turns out Lorna was quite good to Marin's son, as far as the circumstances went. Sal had lied to his mother at first, telling her she needed to help him keep Marin's son safe from Derek, the supposedly abusive husband, and of course Lorna had complied. She'd believed everything Sal told her. Until, finally, she didn't. Over the 16 months she had Sebastian, Lorna had taken good care of him. She fed him, bathed him, read books to him, brought him toys, took him outside every day that she was able to, letting him run around in the fresh air and sunshine. She talked to him about Marin every day, about how much his mommy loved him and missed him and would come for him as soon as she could. Nothing much was said about Derek, as Lorna believed Sebastian's father to be the villain, but neither did she badmouth him. Lorna's hip, by the way, was fine. She'd recovered well from her hip replacement surgery the year before, and it turned out that all her additional ailments were more lies Sal had made up to justify going home to Prosser so often to check on Sebastian. The gunshot wound to her arm was more of a nick, but the head injury she sustained wrestling her son for the gun was pretty bad. She'd had another surgery, and she was still in the hospital under close observation. Marin takes a seat at the table, placing the duffel bag down on the floor beside her. It's not that heavy, but it's awkward, and she's glad not to have to carry it anymore. Mackenzie takes the seat across from her, placing the wet rag she was cleaning with on the table between them like a microfiber barrier. "You look terrible," Marin says. Thanks," Mackenzie answers, but then she shrugs. "I guess I deserve that. I've been couch surfing since I got kicked out of my apartment. The person I stayed with last night has a dog who hates my cat, so none of us got much sleep." She looks down, picks a cat hair off her shirt. "How's your son?" "He's wonderful," Marin says. "He's actually the reason I'm here." The other woman tenses. "I don't understand." "You might have heard from JR, that I hired someone to kill you." Marin keeps her voice low. Spoken out loud, the words are both ridiculous and horrific. "Obviously, I know now that he was never going to go through with it. I was conned by a con man. But between you and me, and I feel like I can trust you with this, I really did want you dead. I had already lost my son, and it felt like you were trying to take away the only family I had left. I was, to put it mildly, not in a good place." Mackenzie nods. It's almost imperceptible, but Marin catches it. "Have you heard from Julian?" Marin asks. Mackenzie shakes her head. "Not since the day he took the ransom photo. JR suspected that he was going to screw him out of the money you paid him and disappear, and it seems that's exactly what he did." She offers a tiny smile. "Good thing you didn't get hosed for another $250,000. Marin uses her foot to push the duffel bag forward until it touches the other woman's leg. "Yeah, good thing. Or else I wouldn't be here to give it to you." Mackenzie frowns. She glances down at the bag, then back up at Marin. "What are you talking about?" She looks around. "Is this some kind of trick?" "No trick," Marin says. "I paid someone to kill you, and whether it was real or not, I've been living with the knowledge that I sincerely wished you dead. I did change my mind, and I did call it off, but still it was wrong, and I can't live with that, especially now that I have my son back." Mackenzie opens her mouth to speak, but no words come out. She shuts it again. Marin stands up. "So this is me, making amends. We could have had you charged with extortion, but Derek told the police he believed you were a victim in all this too. I don't personally believe that. I think that's his guilt talking. I think you're a smart young woman, and that you know exactly what you're doing to the rich men you shake down. In a lot of ways, it feels like I'm rewarding you for being a shitty person who tried to ruin my life, but I need to sleep at night with a clear conscience, knowing that I at least tried to make up for the things I did. I paid someone $250,000 to take your life, and now I'm paying you $250,000 to make up for it. Keep it, donate it, burn it. I don't give a shit." Mackenzie is staring at her, stunned, waiting for a punchline that isn't coming. "Also," Marin says, "you were kind to my son. Bash told me you stayed with him in the wine cellar. You held his hand. You hugged him when he got scared. You told him everything was going to be okay. Bash liked you. He calls you the pink-haired lady. He says you were his friend. So, I threw in a little something extra. Mackenzie swallows. He's a really sweet boy, she says, finally finding her voice. And thank you for this. My mom is sick. This will help. You're welcome. By the way, you should go back to the pink. It suited you. Marin leaves the bag on the floor and walks out, imagining the look on the younger woman's face when she unzips it and sees the Christian Louboutins she'd admired when she broke into Marin's house, sitting on top of the pile of cash. All right, Karma. We're square. Chapter 34. It's the first Tuesday of the month. Marin pulls into the parking lot of Big Holes. She can't remember the last time she was nervous attending a group meeting, probably not since the first time she came, but back then it was tempered by grief and shock. She can see from the cars in the lot that Simon is already here, as is Lila. Francis, too, of course, and also Jamie, the newbie, whose car Marin parks next to. She's been in touch with them all individually since the news broke a month earlier. She and Derek refused all interviews, but they did issue a statement expressing their gratitude for the safe return of their son. She really doesn't know if the group is okay with seeing her today. It was Francis's idea to do this, but Francis is in a different emotional space than the others. And now, so is Marin. She looks at Sebastian in the rearview mirror. He's sitting in the back in his booster seat. He grins at her reflection, and she returns the smile. You ready, honey bear? I want the rainbow sprinkle donut, he says. Will there be toys inside? Ooh, I don't know. Marin unbuckles her seatbelt and gets out. Maybe not toys, but definitely donuts. All kinds of donuts. We won't stay too long, okay? Just a quick hello. Usually this meeting is for grown-ups, but Francis wants to meet you. Who's Francis? She's my friend. She's the really nice lady who owns the donut shop. Marin releases his booster seat belt and hoists him out. Their hands automatically link as they walk across the parking lot. It's amazing how after 16 months of being away from him, their hands still know how to do that, how to find each other. Does she have kids? He asks hopefully. She did, Marin says, and Sebastian doesn't press it further. She opens the door to Big Holes. Nobody is behind the counter and, as is usual at this time of the afternoon, there are only a few customers at the front, all regulars. Heads turn as she passes through with Sebastian, and she returns their smiles with a warm one of her own. When she gets to the back room, she takes a deep breath before pushing the door open. She hopes this is a good thing. She hopes this doesn't hurt anyone. Surprise! They shout, and Sebastian jumps, his hand slipping out of hers. She looks down at him, concerned, but she doesn't need to be. Her son is absolutely thrilled, clapping his hands and laughing at the sight of a dozen helium-filled balloons bumping up against the ceiling, dangling curly streamers all the way down to the floor. In the middle of the room sits a pile of assorted donuts and a Paw Patrol cake with blue and white icing. A large sign hanging above it reads, simply, Sebastian. Francis gets to them first, smothering them both with hugs and kisses. And then it's Simon, with tears, followed by Jamie and her shy smile, and then finally Lila, who's brought her 2 younger children. There's music and presents. So many presents, Mommy! And Sebastian makes a beeline for the sprinkle donut at the top of the pile, which he promptly offers to one of Lila's kids. Marin was worried that it would be hard for them to see her son, alive and well and thriving, even though they'd all reassured her on the phone beforehand that it would be fine. She can see now that it is. They're all parents. Whether their kids are with them or not, they're genuinely delighted to be in the presence of a child they've talked about so often, a child they've wished for and prayed for. Francis squeezes her hand. Derek couldn't come. Nah, Marin says. He isn't comfortable doing the group thing. He's waiting for us at home. It's movie night. Lion King. You guys doing okay? We're okay, she answers. We have to be, for Bash. We're both staying in the house, and it's good for all of us, for now. I'm not sure where we go from here, but we have time to figure that out. We still love each other. We're friends. We're on the same page when it comes to our son. Right now, those are the only things I'm certain about. Frances gives her another hug. Marin watches Sebastian playing with Lila's children. He's laughing so hard that his icing-covered cheeks are pink. She still wakes up in the middle of the night, compelled to check that he's asleep in his room and safe, but Dr. Chen says that will ease with time. At least she no longer needs medication to sleep. Her phone pings and she checks it. It's a text from Derek. "Let me know when you're on your way back and I'll order the pizza. No rush. Love and miss you guys." She doesn't know how to feel when he says things like this, so she responds the only way she feels comfortable. She sends back a heart. With Sebastian occupied and everyone else otherwise engaged in conversation, Marin takes a seat in a corner chair and scrolls through her phone. The number of texts and calls she's received from friends, family, and clients over the past few weeks has been overwhelming. She still hasn't caught up on them all. Near the bottom of her list of messages are old texts from Sal. She can't bring herself to delete them yet. It's hard to reconcile the person she thought she knew with the person he turned out to be. He put her through absolute hell, but he was also the one who helped her survive it. They were best friends for over 20 years, and up until the past year and a half, most of those years were good. It's confusing how love and hate can exist at the same time, intertwined and tangled and messy and confusing, even after a person is dead. Sal's text messages are the only concrete thing Marin has left to remind herself that somewhere, deep inside, he was good. And he loved her. He'll never text her again. She checks the last message Sal sent, the same one he sent her every morning for months and months. "You alive?" Across the room a balloon pops, and Sebastian shrieks with joy. Marin's heart swells at the sound. You're goddamned right she is. This is Kirsten Potter. We hope you've enjoyed Little Secrets, a Macmillan audio production from Minotaur Books. This title was produced by Katie Rubitsky. Text copyright 2020 by Jennifer Hillier. Production copyright 2020 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.